Mersivity, and this is Mersivity 2023. Should we go like this way, do you think?
I think it wants to do it this way for some reason.
Yeah, this is the short form live.
I see.
So it's always going. It's like Instagram live where it's the portrait mode.
Okay.
Live.
And I guess it's always going to have to be that way, right?
Yeah. I think there's an option to go live the other way.
Okay, so I'm turning the lights down. You guys can probably see your own video feedback. Actually, you can see yourselves on the screen behind me, which is kind of nice. Down here. So now, okay, so I guess we'll start. The first thing I want to do. And we have our got our YouTube channel, and then we've got videos. So we have our land acknowledgement.
My name is Eric Erwin, and it is my privilege to serve as president of the University of Toronto. I am delighted to welcome you to the annual Mersivity Symposium. As we begin, I'd like to offer an acknowledgement of place. We wish to acknowledge the lands and elements on which the University of Toronto operates. For thousands of years, these places and resources have been the traditional lands and waters of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of Canada. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We're grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. It is a special pleasure to offer these welcoming remarks. Sustainability is perhaps the most pressing issue facing the global community today. And I'm proud to say it is an issue that the University of Toronto is taking a leading role in addressing. The ideas raised in this symposium remind us of the vital importance of harnessing technology in the service of people and the planet. Just across the street from the symposium venue, there's a wonderful example of this. Beneath King's College Circle, we've created Canada's largest urban geo-exchange system. 374 homes, 258 feet, now accommodate a closed-loop system that will cool a cluster of 15 nearby buildings in the summer by extracting surplus heat and storing it underground. Then in winter, we'll use that same energy to heat those buildings, avoiding an estimated 15,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions annually, the equivalent of removing 3,000 cars from the road. Meanwhile, the roadway that used to comprise King's College Circle has been transformed into a pedestrian precinct with members of our community enjoying walkways, green space, trees, and gardens. This is an example of technology as a sustainable, harmonizing, and connecting force. The kind of humanistic intelligence explored and celebrated at this important symposium. I'd like to congratulate and thank the symposium's hosts, Professor Steve Mann of the University of Toronto, and Dr. Yu Yuan, President of the IEEE Standards Association. And thank you for your kind attention. I wish you all a successful, productive, and inspiring symposium.
All right. So we shall begin. Abby, can you hear me?
Yep, all good.
And Tom, you can hear me?
Everybody's good.
Okay, excellent. So, yeah, what we want to talk about here is sustainable technology society, and the kind of at the nexus of the physical world of atoms, sustainability, and the environment, earth, water, air, and climate, and those sorts of things. And then technology, virtual AI, virtual worlds, the world of computation, and what we sometimes call the environment, the and finally, society, which is humanity, as well as other species beyond the human race, and society, governance, law, ethics, all of the human constructs, and all of the beings on the planet. And so we're right at the nexus, and we call that the environment. So we talk about the environment, and the environment, or the physical, virtual, and social. And we have those three axes: the physical world of atoms, the technological world of bits, and the social world of genes. Atoms, bits, and genes. Genes is a Greek word, starts with the letter gamma, the first letter, the third letter of the Greek alphabet. So we have the first three letters of the Greek alphabet for these axes: alpha, beta, gamma. And we kind of want to come right to where they all meet. So where virtual world meets physical and social. The metaverse is a shared virtual reality, so it's got the beta and the gamma. So we could call it the physical metaverse, or Yuan and I were calling it the sustainable metaverse. Others often talk about various terms. We also have concepts like HCI, human-computer interaction, and we can call it physical HCI or sustainable HCI. So I think, Tom, you've worked a lot in virtual worlds and virtual world society. You're the founder of the Virtual World Society. Tell us, maybe talk a little bit about how you can see shared virtual worlds that connect to the Earth. Virtuality for people and planet, shall we say, or virtuality for Earth and everything.
Wow. You hit me with that one. I wouldn't have expected that, but thanks for the opportunity to elaborate on this. One of the things that we as humans can all identify with is this idea that we are in an environment. I mean, there's this embodiment of whatever we want to call it, our spirit, that's with this dirt that surrounds us, right? And so, but there's something that's certainly inside of us, but there's also something that we call outside of us. And that has to do with an environment. And that environment can be what occurs naturally, or it can be something that we actually construct from what's the atoms in the natural world. And so, in the end, it's about place. Where are we? And one of the things about virtual reality is that brings this placeness into question. Because, for example, if you put a headset on, which becomes a transportation system for your senses, it can take you to another place. Now, this place can have different manifestations in your own mind based upon what we call immersivity. Are you immersed in this? I mean, does it sort of fill your visual, acoustic, tactile, all the senses? Or is it something that is sort of set into the physical world? And we've discovered over the past years, in terms of just playing around with this idea of virtual world, is that it makes a big difference, because there seems to be, at least in the research I've done, a switch that takes place. When I was doing my original work in the super cockpit for the Air Force, we had created this three-dimensional display, this 120-degree instantaneous field of view, which you could move around. And what it did, what we found is that it was amazing when you put this on and turned it on, because it was like you weren't looking at a picture anymore. It was like somebody reached out of the picture and pulled you inside. And now you're in a place. And it changed everything in terms of the way that you thought about it. Because when you're in a place, you completely forget about the physical place you're in. And now you're transformed into a virtual place. So these virtual places, basically, we operate our senses in this alternative place, alternative universe. Even though we're sitting in a physical chair, maybe, but we don't notice that, and we don't even think about that. As a matter of fact, one of the big things that happens is when you take the headset off, you say, wait a minute, I was just in this fish tank, swimming around with the fish, and now all of a sudden I'm back in this other place. This is right, because it seems like I have two worlds while I'm in one place. So what this all means, I believe, and back to your question, Steve, is that this idea of the transportation system for our senses does take us into things that we have grown up experiencing in the real world, that we take those into the virtual world. Now the question is what we do in the virtual world, because we can do things in the virtual world we can't do in the real world. We can walk at the speed of light. We can make our interpupillary distance 10 million light years, and to see the universe in a 3 dimensions rather than the 2 dimensions when we're looking at the sky. And so how does this change us? And this is where we get to almost a reprogramming of the way that we think about things. And it's an amazing expansion of the models that we have of the world, and what we could do in the world, especially when we are trying to connect with other people. And we can be in places with other people that don't really exist physically. So all of these lines that you're drawing in the Mersivity, are indeed real. I mean, that's a way to, that's a sort of a lexicon or a nomenclature that we can use to describe these different kinds of experiences. But one of the things I want to mention is one other thing we've sort of forgotten, and that is, where is your spirit when you're inhabiting an avatar somewhere else? Is it sitting in physical space, or is it sitting in a virtual space? And we've been doing some interesting experiments about that show, wait a minute, you can experience things spiritually through your avatar. So in other words, why is the avatar any different than your physical body? It's like putting on a raincoat and moving you somewhere else. And so this begs all kinds of questions of now you need to add another dimension, sort of a meta dimension on top of what you've already shown of the technology, physical, and society. Because, this now means, okay, now there are other levels of communication that may have to do with things that we don't normally think about in terms of spirit communication. Now, I can take us off into another whole symposium about that. But nevertheless, I just want to be provocative in my answer to your question.
Excellent. That was really good. I would almost venture to say that spirituality is a human construct, and it sort of belongs part of the society. It's a social human sort of thing. It's very human, the human spirit, and so. But yeah, I think that's really good, and the connections. One thing I want to Avi to elaborate on is sort of how these connections are made. Like if you think of the 3 axes, the physical, virtual, and social, each of them is interconnected to the others in a bidirectional way. So, for example, with the physical environment, we humans receive from our environment. We receive food, water, air, and in fact, clean water and fresh air are basic human rights. We give our waste products back to the environment, so sanitation is also an additional human right. It's a feedback loop to and from the environment, both physically and informatically, because we sense our environment, we can see what's around us, and we sense it, and we also affect it. And so when we take a VR headset, for example, it can block us off from nature and cut us off from nature, or block us from seeing nature. It can also encumber us, even if it's an augmented reality set that allows us to still see nature. If we can't go for a hike in the woods or go for a swim with the technology, it makes us turn our back on technology. I've seen so many people afraid to go out in the rain because they don't want to get their iPhone wet. or they don't want to go for a hike in the forest, or they don't want to go for a swim because it's not waterproof, or and they're afraid to leave it sitting on the beach where it'll get stolen. So in this way, the technology functions like handcuffs, encumbering us and keeping us from nature. So there's this two-way street between the environment and the human, for example, and the technology can get in the way of that. And obviously, of course, the technology connects to and from us as a feedback loop. We type on the computer while looking at our screen. That's to and from. And technology itself goes to and from the environment. Technology senses its environment and affects its environment. But the connections that are less obvious are how technology facilitates or defacilitates our connection to the environment. And Avi, with all your work with HoloLens and Apple Vision Pro, maybe you could comment on that, because when I look at these technologies, one of my favorites is the Vuzix Smart Swim, because it helps me get into nature. It doesn't keep me away from nature. It actually helps me facilitate my connection to nature. It brings me closer to Earth, closer to sustainability, closer to the world around me, closer to other humans, because we swim in groups. Go for an ice water swim with all my friends. I can watch my vital signs on the head-up display, and it allows me to push and safely push hard and get a strong, beautiful dose of this cold water health benefit, and stay in touch with my own body and with my surroundings, and see maps of where all the rocks are, where all the hazards are, find my way, not get lost. And so that's an example. The Smart Swim is an example of a technology that I would say is immersive. If it can immerse you, you should be able to immerse it. Immersive and submersive. Like so many of these technologies immerse us. They're immersive. They surround us, but yet we can't immerse them. Like what I almost don't like is something that goes over my head that blocks completely, encloses me, but then I can't completely enclose it. I can't go for a swim with it, or go for a hike in the woods with it, or go for a walk with it. I'll bump into the table. I put on one of these VR headsets, and I walking around my living room, and I bash into the table and smash my leg against the table. And so maybe you can speak to that.
Okay. Well, I'll give you 3 examples of where this comes into play. You mentioned 2 of them. The third one, I'll throw in there is Google Earth, which I got to work on really early on. And one of the big values, you could think of Google Earth as an augmented reality experience, although it's not something you wear on your head or walk around the world in. It's meant to give you a sense of what it might be like if you were to look at the entire Earth from above, which astronauts have told us is incredibly transformative. When you can see the entire planet within your view, you start to get how connected and how small everything really is, and how we're all a part of that ecosystem. And that was one of the hopes for Google Earth, was that in fact it was called Keyhole, that one of the hopes was that it would give people an understanding of the world that they live in, so they don't only see the 10 or 20 feet around them that they see every day, but really see the whole thing. It's sort of the definition of a holistic view, in a way that perspective is incredibly important, and the ability to fly from place to place and enjoy that travel from a virtual copy of place to place. And when you experience that same thing in VR, as Google put out Google Earth VR, it becomes even more immersive, as we say, that you start to feel that it's even more real, because now you really feel like you're flying around. So that's example one, I think, where technology can, even though it's putting us out in space, it grounds us in a psychological sense. It makes us understand the world better. Number 2 would be the HoloLens, and we argued a lot about how we were going to do this, because at the time that we started the project in 2010, the Kinect had promised to get rid of the controller. Now you were the controller, so it was very controversial that we were going to put something on your body in order to give you a whole new experience. We wanted to get rid of technology so you don't see it. But ultimately it was the only way to do it, was to be able to provide an optical see-through kind of a device, because the goal is you should be able to see the other people in the room with you, not walk into them or walk into the table. The real world should always be present for you, even though you might be playing a game. And actually that project started as a gaming system before it went into more serious uses. And so that was a very strong tenet of that project, was you should always be able to see the eyes of the other people in the room and know where they are and have a full sense of proprioception of your own body, know where your limbs are, know what you're about to hit, and it was very important. And what I can say about the Apple Vision Pro is that it's also important, except that it takes a different approach to solving that problem. So it uses a video pass-through system, which you could argue removes you from the world now, because you have this layer of cameras and displays between you and the world. But if you do it perfectly, if you do it so that the latency is imperceptible and the position of the cameras becomes virtually inside your eyeballs, which is where it should be. Like, you don't want the physical cameras, even though they have to be out front, you need to be able to reproject the imagery so that it is like it was taken from your own eyes. When you do that correctly, it's almost like you're not wearing a headset at all. You forget, even more so than with some transparent AR glasses that I've used, because the field of view is so large and because you don't notice that it's video, you really do get this sense of the world has now become magic. The world now can contain things that were physically impossible before, and they seem real. And the shading is correct, the coloring is correct, which is hard to do in the other technology of optical transparency. It's very hard to create shadows. So anyway, this solves a lot of those problems, and when people get to try it next year, I'm really hoping that everybody has this experience of, even though I'm putting on a helmet in some ways, goggles, I feel now more connected to the world around me. Because an example of what Apple Vision Pro does is you may be very immersed in some 3D spreadsheet you're working on. You're really focused on your work in front of you. But when your child approaches you and they want to talk to you, they're going to break through. Unlike in VR, you're going to see their face, and they're going to see your eyes looking at them when you're paying attention to them. So there's a social interaction that's going to happen with people wearing a headset and people not wearing a headset that is going to not break the social bonds that we have. It's meant to bring them together. And I think that will get proven out next year when everybody gets to try it. You'll get to see for yourself how important that is. It might seem silly, it might seem superfluous and an extra expense, but it's incredibly important to maintain social cohesiveness, because what we're trying to do at the end of the day is bring people together, right? We're not trying to isolate them. In fact, had the decision makers on the project felt that this device was going to be socially isolating, it would have never gotten off the ground. It was only because we were able to prove that we could actually bring people together with or without the device in the same room, any mix of devices.
Yeah,
so
that's
just 3 examples of where we know how important this stuff is, and we're trying to preserve what's important and enhance the qualities that we already have.
Yeah, Avi, that makes a lot of sense. I think you've really addressed, like if we look at the diagram, the 6 connections of Mersivity, and they're all numbered in a standard way so that any of the diagrams will use the same numbering. 1 and 2, 1 represents your ability to sense your environment, and 2 represents your ability to interact with your environment. And so I think on connection 1, I've no doubt that the Apple Vision Pro is good. Like even though you can't directly see the environment, it has a fairly, I have no doubt that the camera resolution is sufficient, and also that it hopefully meets the ITAP criteria. In my book, I identified the criteria of collinearity and all these things. So a ray of light coming into the eye is collinear with a ray of light that's resynthesized on the other side, so that it doesn't give you dizziness, flashbacks, disorientation, and brain damage, as some people were saying, or maybe just learning a different model that's hard to unlearn. But the other thing that is not so evident, or maybe not addressed immediately, is your ability to engage with the environment around you as well. Like, 2 things about the original ITAP. 1 is it allows you to sense and understand the world around you, and 2, it allows you to engage. You can climb a ladder while wearing it, you can climb a rope while wearing it, you can hike in the woods, you can go for a swim while wearing it. And so all of these sorts of things that allow you to engage with nature, that would sort of be more my concern, that maybe it's such an expensive piece of kit that you'd be afraid to go for a walk in the forest or a swim or hang out at the beach with it and get it full of sand or something like that.
It's not really meant for those things. I think that people probably can try it outdoors, but I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't wear any headset yet while driving, for example. I would not yet trust any device on the market to be able to be correct, because you also need your peripheral vision, right? There's all sorts of things that come into play when you start going outdoors and doing things that could be dangerous. So safety is the most important thing. This at the very least will make it so that you can be safe in your own environment and not trip over things and be as comfortable as you can.
What about its use as a seeing aid? So, for example, if it's a well-designed apparatus, it could help people see. And in this sense, somebody who would be able to use this to, like eyeglasses, like the eyeglasses that you're wearing help you see.
Sure.
So you'd want to wear those while driving or riding a bicycle, or if you had the right prescription for swim glass while swimming, and to be able to see and understand your environment. So ideally, the technology will not only satisfy conditions 1 and 2 of the Mersivity manifesto, but it would also actually enhance them and improve them so that your connection to the environment is improved. Like the eyeglasses you're wearing now probably help you connect to your environment. If you're going for a hike in the woods, you'll be able to see different species of birds better than you would if you didn't have them on. So
I'm farsighted, so these are helping with my near vision, so I will take them off when I hike. But yes, I get your point. A lot of people are nearsighted and they would need glasses to be able to see far. I'm not going to say that I think the Apple Vision Pro would be great for many, many things. I don't think it's yet the headset we would take when we go hiking. I think there'll be other designs maybe from them, maybe from other companies that will be more meant for what we ultimately need is kind of like what you pioneered, is that all-day wearable that isn't something that you only get a couple hours of battery life on, but something you can wear anywhere. And the challenges are making that socially acceptable and making it lightweight enough, and the heat issues, all the issues. So we're not at the end of that road yet. We're still at the beginning, early phases of that road, and it's going to still take a few years before we have the ultimate glasses that I think will do everything people want. Right now, you have to make choices. You have to make trade-offs and decide what it's for and make it really good for what it's for, but you can't make it good for everything. A lot of companies have made that mistake of trying to make one device that works for all cases, and it's just not yet possible. So you make those choices, but I think one of the other points you made, if you don't mind riffing on this for a second, is, and this ties back to Tom's point too, is the interaction with the environment is critical. This is something we learn as babies when we're sitting in our crib and we reach up and we hit the mobile that's sitting above us. We learn, this is where consciousness begins. We learn if we do something, there's a reaction. The world has a response. If we cry, mommy and daddy comes. And so it's our call out to the environment, our manipulation of the environment, and then the response of the environment is what makes things real. And in fact, what makes us real, because if you were to go into a virtual world and nothing you do has any effect on the world, you will start questioning your own reality at a certain point where you feel like a ghost that has no impact. So it's incredibly important that all these various environments we move through have, it doesn't have to be the same sense of interaction, but a true sense of interaction that's appropriate for all of them.
Yeah, that's, go ahead, Tom.
Uh-oh, the bandwidth issue.
Did he cut out?
It happened to me too, he'll rejoin in a sec. When Tom started talking the first time, I got dropped and rejoined.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that a lot of those ideas make sense.
Exactly.
Tom, you're back.
Yeah, hopefully I can remember what I was going to say. But I think one of the things that back to what Obvious said, we're using these tools, these technology tools, to go in both directions. Certainly the directions in terms of the physical side of things, the environmental side, the atoms and the genes, as you put it here, Mersivity. But there are some things there that are sort of interesting we need to think about, and that is we have to make sure we're doing the mapping properly. Now, in the ICAP book, you talk about this a little bit, but there are things that we perceive but we're not aware of perceiving. Perception without awareness. One example of that is the far peripheral retina. I mean, we are only aware to about 200 degrees of the total field of view, based upon the external evidence. But there's a whole another 20 degrees behind that we don't perceive, or don't appear to perceive, or we aren't aware of perceiving. But there's something going on there. And that maps, who knows where that maps into? I mean, there's evidence it maps into that subconscious and into the limbic system and things like that. So to be complete as we're going into these environments that are generated, we have to take these things into account. So that is, and if we're going to generate a Mersivity sustainability environment, there needs to be harmony across these three things. We need to tune the part that we can manipulate, which actually they both of those eventually. But we have to understand that. So our models that we build in growing up, our ability to comprehend the physics of our environment, is I mentioned earlier, that, you know, we can change the physics in virtual environments. And so what does that mean in terms of the way we interact with the physical environment? That could be used for good, or it could be used for bad in a way. It could harm our, like, for example, in the early days of VR, I found myself running into doors.
Yes.
Yeah, because normally you don't worry about that, you know, you just sort of walk through the room into another. But and then also when we had the days of longer latencies, when I was driving my car, and I turned my head, and I'm, you know, if I'm wearing a headset, there's a delay, there's a latency.
Yeah. Yeah,
And,
especially if you get into the bar zone.
You can adapt to that.
Yeah.
And that's the plasticity of the human capability. We are able to adapt to that, but then now we have two coefficients stored in our head. And so I would get vertigo just by moving my head when I was driving the car, having spent a lot of time.
Yeah, you get, some people will call that brain damage. I guess it's learning a mapping that is anticipatory. And then so when you take the eyeglasses off, you have the inverse map, like the, and it can have long persisting flashbacks.
Yeah, we're solving those problems, and we're getting better and better. But the end game, I believe, is, okay, how do we make everything work in harmony? And a lot of that has to do with our comprehension. Our comprehension comes from the experiences that we have. And so the experiences that we have are important. It was important for us to direct those, I believe, so that we understand these interconnectivities within the three environments that you're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we need harmony between the physical, virtual, and social. You know, like an overall harmony. If we think of it like a Venn diagram, the interconnections talk about the intersection between each pair, but then there needs to be a central element between all three. If we think of, say, the three spheres or three shapes, the drop, the blue drop, which is sustainability, the green rectangle, which is technology, and the red circle, which is humanity. If we think like a Venn diagram, there'll be a point right in the center. And I think what you're hitting on is the harmony that we need at the nexus of all three, which is sort of maybe an additional seventh condition, let's say.
Well, there's also the genes. Back to the social side, the human genes, that kind of thing. You know, it's not like it's constant. You know, there's a whole area of epigenetics, and that you know, part of our genetic structure is not programmed. You know, to begin with, and that there are environmental things, social things, all of it that do add to that. So we take that epigenetic structure with our gene profile, and it's probably changing all along. But then with our offspring, you know, some of that's transmitted to offspring. And so we can see this in nature and other animals and things like that, that some of the genetic configurations are transferred to the children that they've learned, that the parents have learned, having been a bird or something like that, especially through the crows, I think. And so in a way, we're not only the environment programming ourselves, we're programming future generations. And so there is a big arrow going to the human side, the genetic side, is not just something that we have inherently. It's something that also can be changed by all of these other environmental considerations.
I think that's why I like the notion of society. Like the IEEE tagline is advancing technology for humanity. But I wanted to change it to advancing technology for society because it includes things like offspring. Does the technology do reproductive damage? All those kinds of other questions. And then also for Earth or people. So advancing technology for people and planet, or more generally advancing technology for Earth and everyone, where everyone is a little bit broader than just people, to also include other species.
Yeah. That looks
Well,
easy.
one of the things that's on top of this is that while we may have had some evolutionary changes in the last, let's say, hundreds of thousands of years, we're still basically the same as we were when our only tools were stone and wood and maybe fire. Like, you could take a being from 100,000 years ago as a child, pop them into today's society, and they'll grow up just like the rest of us. And so we're still genetically programmed for that world. Like, we haven't fully adapted yet to any of these new things. And so we have to always think about that. Our social interactions are still 100,000 years old. We are effectively designed for small groups. We're not designed for these giant societies that we have built for ourselves. And that incompatibility means we have a lot to learn, right? In the learned part of our existence, we have, it used to be, just till puberty, and now we still have learning to do through 18 to 21, and we're not quite even done. Like I would say, I'm still learning things in my 50s that I wish I'd learned a long time ago. And so there's these things, these ways of relating to the world and to other people that do seem to take a really long time for us to augment our programming from the initial instructions that we're born with, right? And one of the things we might be able to do is maybe try to speed that up a little bit so that everybody born can get to the wisdom part of their existence a lot sooner, rather than having to go make every mistake over and over again, which is what we seem to be fated to do. We seem to have to go make all the same mistakes that everybody else has made so that we get the same wisdom. But there's got to be a better way to convey that, I think.
Yeah. One other thing too, maybe that you can touch on is technologies like the Microsoft HoloLens and the Apple Vision Pro. They do appear to be trying to meet conditions 1 and 2 of the manifesto, and in fact 3 and 4, because they have input devices and output devices, where they might have fallen short or might have not realized. Because I think when I explain Mersivity to people, they go, aha, it makes sense. And it's 5 and 6 that elude people the most, because that's the connection between technology and the environment around us. And most of the technologies has sensors that sense the environment, but very little to give back to it. Now, when I say environment, I mean the opposite of environment. Like, I'm the environment, my clothing is the environment between the environment and the environment, and what's around me is the environment. So you're part of my environment, and I'm part of your environment. And so environmentalism means do no harm to Earth and others, and of all species. And what that means is really with 5 and 6. 5, the technology definitely senses the environment, but to what extent is the Apple Vision Pro or the HoloLens? Well, it's certainly not the HoloLens, but I hope the Apple Vision Pro is communicative to others. Property number 6. That is to say, it has this social indicia upon it. I built these glasses years ago with an outwards facing display that shows my own, like, you either see my eyes through the display, it gives you a rendition of my eyes so you can see my facial expression, or it gives you even information like what I'm doing so you can see the activity I'm engaged in. You can see my virtual world. When you look in my eyes, you see my eyes and also the virtual world I'm in. So you've got social engagement and context as property 6. And maybe you could speak to that.
I think that's a lot of what's driving that outward-facing display is exactly what you said. I think that the need to reflect back to other people our state is part of the normal social engagement. We have, in psychology, they use terms like joint attention.
Yes,
Which
yes,
means
yes, yes.
if you and I are in the same room, I can tell that you're looking at the same thing I'm looking at.
Yeah,
And
shared
I don't have
space.
to look at you, I can look at the thing, and we can say that, we can use the word that, and you know what I mean, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
And so I think the hardware can't get in the way of this, and the hardware has to facilitate the communication between people. And we're seeing that with AI as well now, as well too, where the people coming from the AI side of things, are now talking about multimodal AI, which is where we've always been in XR, which is like, yeah, of course we have to be sensing the world so that the computer can understand your environment so that we can help you avoid the table, but also help you with what your work is, help with what you're trying to do, or facilitate the social interactions that you're having with the people around you. But that's a very local form of connecting people in their local environment, which is super important. But there's also a much more global sense to this too. And I think both the HoloLens and the Apple Vision Pro are described much more as AR devices than VR devices. And because they're not designed to take you out of the world, right? A pure VR device, not necessarily, in a lot of the ways Tom's used them in his career, are meant to enhance the world as well. So VR may be a little a misnomer on that. Is it because anytime we're using technology to enhance our interaction with the world, I say that falls on the AR end of the spectrum, where we're trying to not change your place. We're trying to take the place you're already in and enhance your ability to experience it. So on the grand scale, what does that mean? It means being able to connect more with the natural world, even though you're adding technology. We want you to feel connected to your local environment. We also want you to feel more connected to the world. And this is a problem we have all across the business cycle. Let's say whatever economics any particular country's in, we have this concept of externalities. There's things that matter, and apparently there are some things that don't matter. Like, for a lot of people, all of the trash that we generate is an externality. We don't think about it. It goes to the waste dump. The more that we exclude externalities and say everything matters, every interaction we have counts, the more we're going to actually care about the whole world, because it's all connected. We can't just live in a bubble of only the people around us. And so I think these technologies are designed to keep us grounded more in the natural world. I won't say the real world, because it's all real to us, but they're designed to keep us grounded more in the natural world than some past attempts. Let's say, with Oculus, for example, it was all about games, it was all about escapism, and that's nothing wrong with entertainment, going places for a few hours. But we spend 90% of our waking time in the real world not doing escapism. So let's make that part better. Let's enhance our ability to interact with the world and each other. And the simplest possible thing you can think of would be just, you're walking down the street with some future AR type glasses, and you see there's a pothole, and you note it. You've collected enough information about the world that somebody can come, hopefully as soon as possible, and actually fill the pothole. You're actually changing the world, the local environment.
yeah, you're actually
Based on
improving.
that.
You're actually improving the world around you. So it sounds like Apple has become, shall we say, aware of Mersivity, because I was really disappointed with the HoloLens, but I think I might find that the Apple Vision Pro hits the sweet spot in the sense that it becomes immersive, like for all the MERSs, it becomes immersive and exmersive and submersive, so that the technology doesn't just immerse you, but it also improves the world. It helps fix potholes, it helps build a society, it builds the sustainable technology society. When you talk about VR and AR, we're limiting ourselves. This big argument about VR and AR that people spend so much effort on. There's AR, VR, and back in 1991, Charles Wyckoff and I coined the term XR, extended reality. And what we said is take, if you're in the alpha beta plane, which is where the realities are, like VR is in the beta plane. It's just the virtual only, and AR is kind of the partly in the beta and alpha. VR is right on the beta axis, whereas AR is on the alpha beta plane. And what we said is give us XR that interpolates between all the realities as well as extrapolates beyond them. And so XR is still that plane though, and if we come out of the page along the gamma axis, we're starting to pick up this really interesting behavior, And that's where immersivity and exmersivity, or more generally mersivity, all the merses, come together. I think in particular, I'm very hopeful that the Apple Vision Pro will hit on properties 5 and 6. You hit the nail right on the head with the pothole example, because that's an example of doing good for society and making the world a better place. And I noticed that Apple just recently announced they're no longer doing leather. And I thought that's really good. They're actually embracing the idea of doing no harm to other beings, such as cattle. And so you can feel the energy. I think that Apple's starting to grow an ethos, and it may well be that they would be the first company that embraces Mersivity head on.
That was my experience there, was that, I don't speak for the company, but the feeling I got in the years I spent there was, we've been very successful, we've made a lot of money, so we owe it. We owe more than just delivering products. We have to really think about the whole ecosystem. And they've gotten really good about recycling everything, and they're going to be...
The whole ecosystem?
They don't claim perfection, but they seem to be really working hard. But for some companies, that's a bit of a luxury, unfortunately. That's given the business model they have, they can do that because their job is to provide the best products to people, maybe more expensive instead some companies, but they're not subsidized by things like advertising, which can drive us in the opposite direction. And we have, if we were to take money from companies that want to pretend there's nothing going on with the environment, that oil is fine, keep burning gas. There are forces that are paying money for that point of view, and to be able to do good, to be able to really close the loop on this stuff, you have to kind of be free of those forces. You can't be subject to their influence, because you will wind up suppressing a lot of speech and keeping the wool pulled over people's eyes about the state of the world. And so I think Apple, in some cases, has a luxury because their job is just to sell really good products. Advertising is almost zero of their income.
Well, advertising is really touching on property 1 of Mersivity, because if my eyeglasses show me ads while I'm trying to drive down the street, it's putting my life in danger. So it's pop-ups and all that sort of stuff. So in some ways, the right to see is a fundamental right. If you're wearing a seeing aid, you don't want it to have an ad subscription model that inserts advertising in your vision while you're trying to drive or ride a bicycle or run, jogging or swimming or whatever. I don't want to smash into a rock because an ad came up in front of my face while I was swimming at the beach. And so I think it's not just an ecosystem, but maybe it's also an ethosystem. Because I feel that Apple may be leading the charge in terms of turning us away from oil, away from exploitation of animals, all of the negatives, the idea that maybe Apple will be kind to Earth and everyone, and maybe there's hope that companies aren't just going to exploit the Earth, exploit other people, exploit animals for gain and profit.
I think you see that the most on phones today with stuff like screen time. And I think, again, don't speak for them, but I think they realized that people were spending way too much time on their phones, and so they gave us tools to spend less. But if it were a different kind of company, the financial incentive would be to spend more time, right? They would be driving us towards addiction instead of away from addiction.
Yeah.
So they have that luxury of trying to help us because it's very consumer focused, it's in our interest. And I think that ultimately is the test for any one of these technologies is who benefits from its use? Who benefits the most anyway? Is it some unseen funder who's making money off of us behind our backs? Or is it the consumer? Is the person wearing the device the beneficiary of that technology? That's an important decision that all of us need to make in whatever we buy or choose to wear. We might get it cheaper, but we're not necessarily getting it better by going in a way that's subsidized, I think. Yeah,
I think that's a really good point. And maybe it'll be fun to connect with the team. Maybe we can all get together and connect with the team at Apple Vision and see if we can weigh in collectively on how to embrace Mersivity head on. Like, it will be nice after we've been doing this Mersivity, previously known as humanistic intelligence, or wearable AI, or human-in-the-loop AI, or whatever you want to call it, a social sustainable AI, for the last, I guess, since 1998. and then Marvin Minsky and Ray Kurzweil and I, did that 2013 paper on this topic. And I think it might be, after 25 years, it'll be wonderful if a company finally embraces these 6 tenets of this manifesto.
Well, one of the things I would like to add as we're reaching our time limit here is that what a great way for us to press forward. I think having a taxonomy, a lexicon that stimulates our thinking about these connections really does help us think about not only the technology needs, but also how we are connected to all of these things, and the importance of understanding how they all blend together to create this harmony. And I think this is a great contribution, Steve, that you're making in helping us come up with these new terms that embody ways that we haven't thought about before. And the Mersivity triad that you have put together, I think is a great step in that direction, as well as some of the other things that have been done. So thanks for that opportunity to work with you and to have that kind of input to help us. There are 1,000 PhD dissertations sitting there, looking at these trajectories across the different connections in your triad.
Yeah, I like how you call it a triad. That's maybe a good name for it. It's like a tripod, with the 3 legs, the physical, virtual, and social, and each leg has 2 branches to it, I suppose. 6 legs in 3 pairs or something like that will be a triad if we think of those 6 elements of the manifesto, and again in the context of the physical, virtual, and social. It does make sense to think of it that way as a triad, and I think that maybe that's a good analogy or metaphor as we write. I think as we write the proceedings, I want to pull us all together and write something that people can sign on to, maybe some kind of a manifesto that people can say, hey, I embrace Mersivity, or we embrace it in our design ethos. That would be cool. I don't know, Avi, if you have anything to say about that, maybe with regards to Apple or anything in general.
I don't have any influence over what Apple calls things. What I could say is, while I was there, I pushed hard to use the more scientific academic term for things like co-presence. We all use the word co-presence rather than branding it as something you could imagine what the brand might be, given our other products. No, we're going to use the scientific term, and I think I don't know, but I think the motivation behind calling this a spatial computer is also the same. It's like, let's not overly brand things. Let's try to use really descriptive terms. Spatial computer is actually one of the easier terms for people to understand. Oh, it's a computer that works in the space around me. It uses my local environment, and that makes sense. That's a spatial computer. Okay, I get it. Their challenge is the marketing of how to get this across to make everybody understand what it is and what it isn't. So I think they've done a really good job of picking those terms so far. I think that they probably would be cautious about wordplay and picking up words where there's 3 words that sound similar, like immersive, immersive. Like, I think that from the marketing angle, they might just say that's a little challenging to explain to people. But when you understand it, it all makes sense.
Yeah.
So like with many of the things you've done, Steve, I think sometimes these things take time. Like you put out terms, and then 25 years later, everybody starts using them. You just have to be consistent and keep doing it, and eventually they'll use it, and eventually you'll get credit. But it may take a while to get those things out there. That's because
at this stage
is also really important.
At this stage in my life, I'm not even really looking for credit for anything because I've kind of established myself. But it is heartwarming to see so many people using XR now that Charles Wyckoff and I came up with in 1991. And so these things eventually, after 30 years or so, they start to permeate. 32 years, I guess. And the thing about the spatial computing is it touches on the physical and on the virtual, but where we need to really drive home the point is the social, and you know, connecting to people. So we could say social spatial computing, or the other thing is spatial computing is a lot of syllables to say. So I don't know. We almost need something that's inclusive of the three. Like metaverse is another one. We gotta say physical metaverse, or we gotta say social spatial computing to capture what Tom would identify as the what did you say, the triad? Yeah, the triad. So
I'm gonna have to run, I'm leading a meeting at 10 here, so I'm gonna have to start that.
okay, well, that was fun, and I'm gonna enjoy writing this up, and we'll circle back very soon with a rough draft of the proceedings.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
It's been a great hour, thank you.
Okay, and it's a real honor having you, connecting to you, because I've followed your work for so many years, always admired your work, and it's really an honor to share some time and space with you.
Well, thanks. Well, take care, everybody.
Okay, and Mei Lin Feng is on the line now, and we're ready for our 10 o'clock. And so this is really good. Mei, I just finished with Tom Furness and Avi, and Avi was co-inventor of the Microsoft HoloLens and also involved in the Apple Vision Pro, and we were talking about Mersivity in that context of hitting on all six connections in the Mersivity, which Tom sort of kind of referred to as a triad between the physical, the virtual, and the social. And so I like Tom's thinking, and Tom also sort of was talking about harmony between the three, between the physical, virtual, and social, which should almost be at the intersection of this Venn diagram of all three of these. So I think we had a really good, I don't know if you caught any of that online or not, but we had a really good discussion. It was quite heartwarming. So why don't you take it away? I'm really looking forward to your talk.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I need to share screen, so I'm going to. I haven't used this one before, so I'm not sure how it works. I am trying to open my Microsoft PowerPoint. I see that you're looking at my sheet, so let's see what I can do. Close this one, close this one.
Huh?
Looks like she closed Jitsi.
Oh, maybe she closed the Jitsi, yeah. Hopefully she'll come back on. Now, if I stop the live stream and call her and then restart it, will people be able to find it?
Yeah, do you want to use my phone support?
I could do that, but I'll look up the number on here. But, oh, that's great. Oh yeah, if you can send me some video, that's great too.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So now, how do we, you know what I might do is I'm going to stop the live stream and then restart it. Because I should be able to do that, right? So we're at the 58-minute mark, 59-minute mark. So I should be able to.
I'm not sure if you can, you know.
I should be able to stop it. Stop the live stream.
Like what happens if you just, I don't know, I think it might stop the live stream.
How do I stop it?
Like that just cancels it, doesn't it?
Will it save?
Like what happens if you just change the app? I think you can.
Save.
Reconnect in, there you go. It does do that. So if you scroll up
Yeah.
from the bottom,
Yeah.
And again.
You want to tell people that we put the cross on?
Oh, that's great.
Well, I could
Bring them in, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Vegan food. That's excellent. Let's promote veganism.
We are the only generation in which all of our brains are literally connected through communication. And AI is making that a much deeper engagement than anybody realized. That I said it just 2008. There is a sound that's coming through. Is that everybody hearing that? Because it's a bit disturbing for me. I'm slightly ADHD.
Yeah, I can hear that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Good.
Is it possible to mute whoever's doing that?
Yeah, let me see if I can mute all the other, I'll mute my own input.
Okay. Good, so, this is a slide that Steve shared, and I wanted to speak a little to it because of the next slide that I'm going to show. This is another way to look at the exchanges between social and physical, and social and AI or virtual, and AI and physical. So these are the back and forth links. And when I saw this, it reminded me of something from one of Doug Engelbart's early articles, which I'm going to show next, which is the portrayal of two active domains within the human using language artifacts and methodology in which he or she is trained. This is something from a paper that Engelbart wrote in the 60s. Outside world, that's the physical, the processes, and the artifacts. So I think Doug has really looked at the difference between humans and the artifacts we use, and he distinguishes between the tools, artifacts, and so, I mean, this is written in the 60s, right? They really couldn't talk about virtual, he just called them tools, like reading and writing and printing and so on. I want to say something about Engelbart. He was a radar operator during World War II. And it was his experience of seeing radar screens and that allowed him to really see how you could use computers for the kind of interface that we have now. He's known as the father of human computer interface. But he thought much further than that. He thought about how computers could help our collective intelligence. And so I do recommend that people check out the link at engelbart.org. It was put together by his daughter Christina. And there are many more papers in which the ideas that are coming up now, were really preceded 50 years ago, 60 years ago by a lot of thinking, even before we had much technology. So I put this side by side just so that you can see kind of, for me, the similarity between the ideas here, and point out that the word energy is an interesting thing to bring up, because I think people generally today, in my experience, talk about how, in fact, nature minimizes energy, and over time of evolution. And it was pointed out today where I am in New Delhi in India, which has just had the conclusion of the third day of the Global Partnership on AI, where 28 countries have come together. It's a continuing annual event, and this year, 2023, Japan was the chair, and next year, 2024, India will be the chair. And during one of the sessions, they pointed out about how the way our human brains work, the energy is so much less than anything that computers can do right now. And we are very, very efficient individual intelligence and collective intelligence. So if we actually want to minimize energy flows, we would be augmenting our human intelligence and connecting our human intelligence and minimizing the use of artificial intelligence, not artificial, computers, because they use far more energy for the same processes. Why am I talking about making AI work for everyone today? Because in fact, just last week, my paper on this exact title came out. I wrote it as the co-founder of the People-Centered Internet and co-chair. And for me, artificial intelligence is a chance for us to work better together. Public sector, private sector, social sector, and the people, all the people, no one left behind. So, encourage you to read this. I will be sharing my slides and you can click on the link to get to it. I think it's useful for me to bring up what I'm learning in India. It's my third visit to India, and also about a month and a half ago, I was in Bangladesh for the AI plus Digital Public Infrastructure Summit of Smart Bangladesh. Things are really speeding up in South Asia. The deployment of technology in the public sector is definitely much faster than anything that has happened in North America. And so I just put in some facts that, India's open network for e-commerce expanded to 230 cities and added 36,000 merchants in the first year. So small, medium enterprises in India are getting connected in ways that it's really not available for small, medium enterprises in North America. From 0 to 12 billion, so in the span of about 8 years, India now processes more transactions a month than any other place in the world, and probably more than the rest of the world. It's unbelievable. The idea that digital identity would be pioneered in India to the degree that it has been with Aadhaar has meant that you can do payments and you know who the payments are being sent to. So there's a kind of a foundational layer of you have to do identity, then you can do payments. And that kind of public infrastructure really has been very difficult to do in the more developed and advanced countries, partly because actually there have been banks. And it's in the countries that don't have banks that there's so much leapfrogging now happening. But with that leapfrogging come risks. And I like to say that technology is like fire. It can keep us warm, cook our food, but it also can burn our houses down and burn us up. And so we also say you have to fight fire with fire. And what I believe is that actually we need to guard ourselves from AI with AI. And so AI governance could use AI, but in a very particular way, which is using AI to engage citizens to participate and provide real-time feedback, 365 days, 24 hours a day. And we should be able to respond to that feedback and adjust our systems in what I'm starting to call the new AI, which is adaptive intelligence. We need to be more adaptively intelligent as we use these amazing new tools. So, what's happening this coming year, within the United Nations is the signing of the Global Digital Compact. That will happen at the UN General Assembly in September of next year, and where will be held the Summit of the Future in parallel with the UNGA. At that time, we also will have the UN Science Summit, in which I'm the co-chair of digital regulation at the UN Science Summit. Because of that, I'm really attuned to what's going on in digital public infrastructure. I serve on the advisory council of GovStack, which is the digital building blocks for government services, digitization of government services. And what I can tell you is that we are actually coming to one of the biggest business opportunities in generations. Think what happened when we had electrification and every country had to have electrify. That was a big business opportunity, and that is happening again, but it's now digital public infrastructure. Every country is digitizing, but we need digital public infrastructure in order to make it fair and just and look after the people and not just have, corporations run away to do whatever it is that they need to make the most money they can. And this idea of multi-layered national, regional, and global digital public infrastructure means that we can have adaptive infrastructure to local communities, religious, cultural, demographic, all kinds of differences that we have could actually be, technology can adapt to local requirements. But how would those local requirements be identified? By citizen participation and feedback, not by some politician who's trying to make sure that everybody votes for them, or some company that's trying to make a lot of money out of that community. It should be taking heed of the old adage, we can fool some of the people some of the time, but we can't fool all of the people all of the time. And why is it one of the biggest business opportunities in generations? Because it's already happening in the G7 and G20 countries. So there's an ongoing surge of investment in digital transformation. We're all seeing it. In the US alone, they're calling it the largest green industrial New Deal, $514 billion for this transformation. There's also skills upgrading on top of that, and then all the investment in semiconductor manufacturing. I'm actually quite close to seeing what's happening in Germany. They're bringing Taiwan Semiconductor TSMC to Germany, to Dresden, and that's $20 billion investment by Germany alone to do that, to bring TSMC to Germany, to set up a semiconductor plant. And because of COVID, everybody sort of acknowledged that digital is going to make a big difference for the future. And so digital public infrastructure, lending by the World Bank, the IMF, to multilateral development banks like Asia Development Bank, the African Development Bank, and UNDP and the ITU, all of that is moving in us so that every day there's more announcements. So what I am proposing is that we apply AI to guide use of AI. And how could we do this? There is a not-for-profit called Particip.ai, which is one of the top 5 finalists in responsible AI that has been identified by the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, which is the event that I'm here in New Delhi on, with 28 countries and more joining. Particip.ai was for 2 years in a row in the Global Top 100 for the UNDP, UN's Sustainable Development Goals. I'm co-chair of Particip.ai, and in that role, I was here to present it. It has been really, I came to present it, but I learned far more than I shared. It was amazing to see what is going on in artificial intelligence that primarily just in India because it's in India. And today I saw a startup company that has in-home medical lab testing that they're actually able to, and of course there's a lot of proper testing that needs to be done, but the claim is that 80% of the medical labs tests could be done with in-home kits. The difference that that could make when it's developed in India at the cost of less than $1 per test, it will completely transform healthcare. So, but that transformation of healthcare can't happen without us being very, very careful about the human impact of, say, revolutionary technology like that. And we need this feedback system between the people, whoever's using it or deciding to use it, AI, startups, innovations in government, in the social sector, and the private sector. People need to say, hey, what's working, what's not working? And to let people, other people know, the authorities, the businesses, what is dangerous, what we should be warned about. Those feedback systems need to be in place. What Participate does is use the phone to make sure that people who can't read or write, they can still talk. They can give their feedback, and we want to leave no one behind. Yes, it is difficult that there's some places that maybe don't have phones, but a lot more places have phones than have the internet. So Participate is how I say we can make sure that things are people-centered. We have to ask the people, is it working? So the CEO of Participate is Yasha Stein, and we joined forces because how do you tell if something's people-centered? Ask the people. And we wrote this paper in the IEEE journal called The Bridge, called Addressing the Digital Divide and Mitigating the Rest of AI by People-Centered Collaborative Digital Regulation. So all of this is what I'm saying. We want to make AI work for everyone today, and that can allow us some of the guardrails that can make AI safer and allow us to unleash AI so that people in fact can use it. Much of the pushback on AI happened with reading. The same pushback happened with writing. So it's not surprising that a huge new tool like AI is going to have pushback. So now we have to work out how to harness it. I don't know how much more time I have, so I'm going to speed up. So what we're saying is that how to harness with participation and feedback. Well, physics have physics labs, chemistry has chemistry labs. What does AI need? We have to have community living labs. And there are use cases that we can make sure that participation tells us whether or not we can have sustained and resilient outcomes. And we have to look at things through the entire life cycle of the intervention of the device, from the conception of the device and the design and development and testing of the device to its actual operating use through to end of life and disposal. We can get feedback at every stage, and that will help us create much more green, energy efficient devices and services. And another area is in the area of digital ports, and that's what I brought out here in India. I spoke at the Smart Tech conference. That we want to have energy efficiency in the way we digitize. And we have to learn to collaborate. What are we going to do with all of this huge feedback, 365 days, 24 hours? It's more feedback than anybody, any single group can handle. So it has to be handled by the right people at the right time. And we have techniques from disaster preparedness that has shown how we might coordinate on these kinds of things. And we learned in disaster preparedness that needs to be people guided, not expert guided. So I'm asking, what is stopping us from actually doing this? And I wanted to let you know that I was invited to give a talk to the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, Internet of Things Advisory Council. And the question I was asked is, can IoT be of the people, by the people, and for the people? And this just gives some of my background. It's pretty comprehensive because I'm very old and I've done a lot of things. But I've also done it, not just in North America. And I grew up in Singapore and come regularly to Asia. I'm also a fellow at the Hasselblad Institute in Germany. Here's what's happening in India, initiated by Ernst & Young, EY, and the Bombay Chamber of Commerce. They looked at the future of Indian logistics. And I presented this in India to say, a lot of people are looking very seriously at what is the future. And they made some very, very good proposals. I'm just putting it there, it's like over 100 pages. This is just a summary. And so I want to ask, what is stopping us? There is so much going on. Why aren't we doing this? And I want to tell you from my perspective, Singapore born, but 40 years in the Silicon Valley. Change is hard, but sometimes our very survival is at risk, and we have to kind of put aside our differences and move forward together on the things that we can agree on. And I saw that happen in Singapore, and I want us to do it. And I believe that technology like conversational AI that can allow us to see participation and insights and patterns from everybody's feedback can get us there faster to a green, resilient tomorrow that is sustainable. And we are using the 50th anniversary of the internet to raise people's awareness that we need digital regulation and people-centered science for a people-centered future. And I'm really happy with this photo because it's the two fathers of the internet, Bob Kahn and Vince, with myself, an Asian woman, and Dima Al-Khatib from the UN Office of South-South Cooperation. She's from Lebanon. And it really feels like, the handover to the next 50 years. And that's what we're preparing for. And I put the little picture of the people getting together. That was at the UN Science Summit. At the end of the table was the chair of the UN Science Summit. And there was people of, mixed genders from every continent. And that's what it's going to be like into the future, that we need to cooperate and learn to work better with each other. So I am actually going to show a video, which is like the final thing that I want to show. sorry, stop. So this is just the last slide to give participation and feedback. I just gave the reference for Engelbart. So, stop sharing. How do I get out? Hello, everybody.
Hello. Me unmute. Hello, I just unmuted my mic. How are you? Good.
Okay.
Great talk. So we're gonna go back. Let's get back to the program, and we've got the next. Yeah, that was good. So if I go to schedule, and we're at 1:30, Jeff Archibald, and so our next talk. So yeah, it's yeah. Thank you for joining us, and you're welcome to stay on if you want to continue.
Thank you. It's midnight, so I'm intending to pumpkin. It's very orange.
Okay.
I will say goodbye.
All right. Cool. So then, that's good. Okay. So now, we have Jeff Archibald, and Jeff and I are going to talk about vehicles of freedom. I will put the display. I'm going to display. So the Jitsi is now. We're finished with the Jitsi for now. I'm going to go back to the Mersivity schedule, and we've got 1:30, Jeff Archibald. We're going to talk about vehicles. Meet, are you here? Meet here? Or is it just you and I, Jeff? And then at 1:50, we have two visitors from MIT, a Karsh and a Cash. Are you here? Raise your hand. Let everybody see. Oh, you're here. Come on down. Yeah, we're going to talk about vehicles. So we're going to do a 20-minute talk on vehicles, and then we've got Akash and a Karsh, and then we've got Perry. We'll be talking about free source and free code for Mersivity. So let's start with Jeff. You want to come up and meet? You want to come up? And maybe I can get somebody to hold this. Yeah, Reed, since no Jitsi now, there's no Jitsi, but maybe you can hang on to this and just do the live stream of us. Yes, it is, in addition to this house. So now, so what we want to talk about, the three of us are talking, we're just kind of give a brief introduction or discussion to something called the vehicle. We call it the vehicles of freedom for mobility. One of the problems is that people with disabilities, back injuries, so on, have trouble getting around. And so one of the things that we like to do is, okay, how do we get around? I have a back injury. I can't drive or ride a bicycle anymore. So, for example, I put a stretcher in my minivan so my wife can drive me around, but I can't drive myself because of my back injury. So I'm looking for things to get around with. And now one of the problems is I could buy an electric wheelchair. I can run on foot, I can't ride a bicycle, but I can run. If I want to get around myself, I can take public transit, but if I want to go places public transit doesn't conveniently go, I can run on foot. Or I can get something to stand up, like a little stand-up scooter, which I don't even know if those are legal, the little things you stand on. They're in a legal gray area, I guess. And so now I can get I bought a wheelchair from like it's a Walmart wheelchair, the smallest one. They make a little electric wheelchair. And can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I bought, let me see, actually this one here. Tell me if this works. Is that better? Can you hear me? Okay. So I bought a little, a cheap little wheelchair thing, like the smallest one that Walmart makes. The very, very tiny little sit-on wheelchair. And I took the chair off it and I put a board on it, and it was great. Get me around all over the city, beautiful. But then I had a few places, like when I was going to the back clinic to address my back injury, the security wouldn't let me in because they said it, and I said, well, what's the problem? Is a wheelchair allowed in the building? He said, well, it's been modified, same as City Hall. I had a problem with City Hall. I said, well, since you modified it, we can't allow it in. And so I said, well, everyone with a disability is going to somehow modify something to accommodate their disability, and what wheelchair doesn't get modified? And so we're looking at this notion of a vehicle of freedom for mobility to get around. And maybe for regulatory concerns, you have to have a chair on it, because you can't really call it a wheelchair if it doesn't have a chair. So maybe there has to be a chair on there that is a vestigial chair that is just there for decoration, like those e-bikes that have little tiny pedals on them, so they can say it's a pedelec. But that was even challenged in court as under the law, as Jeff was talking about here. So there's that issue. Does it need to be a real seat or a vestigial seat? Because the seats slide back, because I can't really sit on it anyway. But I would be near it, and then should it be human powered as a little thing that you step on? Could kind of generate some of the electricity that runs it. And so all of these regulatory issues. More generally, I want to build the vehicle is it navigates in the world of regulatory issues. It needs to be allowed in buildings, on sidewalks, on roads, on bike paths, on the 4 different things. And also, ideally, just if I'm going to add a wish list and dream big, I want it to be able to go on land, water, or air. So I want to be able to get onto the beach, get on the rough beach pebbles, and go, not stopping the pebbles. I want to actually ideally be able to go right across the water to the Goan Islands, and then maybe go to Billy Bishop Airport and take off on the runway, fly around a little bit, land, and then come back across the water onto the lake and come home, ideally. So this is kind of a wish list of this vehicle. It's transmogrifiable, it transforms itself. I started with a walker. When my back's really bothering me, I got a rollator walker. And it's great indoors. I can get around, take weight off my spine. But when I get outside and run with it fast, the front wheels get caught in potholes and I fall down. And so I went to my occupational therapist, has a bunch of walkers, and I tried all of them. And I just tried running down the hall with them. All the wheels wobble and they can't operate. So then somebody said, well, get a jogging stroller. And of course, it looks weird to have a jogging stroller that doesn't have a baby in it. And so you get all these different modalities, but ideally you want to, if it's a walker, it wants the front legs want to scooch forward so it stays back and doesn't fall over. So that'd be really nice if the walker could work that way and not tip over and readjust itself. And it'd be nice if you could stand on it and ride it part of the journey and push it part of the journey. You need to use it as a wagon to follow behind me to carry my backpack around heavy stuff. If I want to run in front of it on these, then my back's not very carry my stuff. And so, and then it'd be nice if it could go on water and fly in the air as well too. I mean, these are all things. A machine that reconfigures itself, and there's many different possibilities to get through as many regulatory. Like a bicycle is not allowed in most stores. There's no bicycles, no skateboards. So there's certain things that are on the no list. But a mobility scooter is like allowed in any business establishment, any grocery store. So I can go in, I ride in, pick up my watermelon, put it on the scooter, go through the aisles, carry my groceries, and then go down to the beach, go for a swim, and so on. So then this machine gets us around. So to start with, Jeff, maybe you can talk a little bit about the regulator, because there's a lot of really exciting things that you were talking about that are quite eye-opening.
Yeah, so again, I met Professor Mann through a mutual friend of ours, and one of the issues that he's had is the sort of disability that has affected him in the last few years. And so we've been spitballing a bunch of ideas. Now, I come from an engineering background and trying to incorporate putting real-world ideas in the real world. And one of the issues we have, especially in Toronto, for something that would work with Professor Mann and would work with, we think, a whole lot of people, especially as baby boomers are aging, is coming up with this transmogrifiable vehicle, the Freeacle, where we can use it for different stages and different locations within a city. One of the interesting things we look at is here in Toronto, we've had buses and subways for 50 years. We've had pedestrians and cars for almost 100, and right now it is harder to get around the city than it has ever been. So something obviously isn't working. And one of the things we're trying to do, and we know that there are a lot of bike lanes, but you can't have some of the vehicles in a bike lane. You can't have a mobility scooter in a bike lane without making all the other cyclists really mad. It hasn't been done for that. If you go on the sidewalks, then people are going to complain that they're not allowed on the sidewalks. We talk about the electric scooters, which were sort of allowed because there is nothing regulatory that says you can't have them until people complained because people were abusing the rights of others, and so regulations come in. And this is one of the things that we really have to try and fight on two fronts. One is coming up with something that works for as many people as possible, and two is making sure that we've addressed all the issues ahead of time. So we want something that, as Professor Mann was saying, it'd be great if you could go into a store. Now, you can't have skateboards in stores, even though that's really not a regulatory thing. It's the social aspect. You have, and hey, I used to ride a skateboard to my differential equations class at McGill when I was there, and people looked at me a little funny, but I wasn't firing what we used to call ankle rockets by firing the skateboard around. Unfortunately, that's what happens. You don't want to have them in a store. There's no regulatory actual statute that says you can't have them, but we have to recognize as a society that there are too many people who are going to abuse it. We think that's part of the reason why you can't have your bikes in the store. There's nothing that says, there's no statute saying you can't have a bicycle in a store, but stores and retailers aren't going to let you in because you're going to end up bringing in a dirty bike. It's going to clog the aisles. You can't get through in narrow aisles because it wasn't designed for that.
Well, you know, there's a good example, the Brompton folding bicycle. It actually folds into a shopping cart. It actually transmogrifies it into a shopping cart, and that's one thing that's allowed in the store. A shopping cart is allowed in the store because you're going shopping and you can carry more merchandise. If you've got a shopping cart, you're going to end up buying more. Who wouldn't want a shopping cart? So it's beautiful. You don't have to lock it up outside. It actually folds up into a shopping cart, push it through the aisles, fill it up with merchandise, and switch it back to a bike when you get outside.
And that's one of the things we're trying to come up with, the next generation on something like that, because Bromptons are great, but they're really heavy. And especially if we're looking for something that's going to act as a mobility device for those that are older or have issues, physical ability issues, we have to come up with something a little bit different where they're not having to take a big heavy piece of equipment, fold it, apply this clamp, remove this bolt, switch everything around. We're trying to come up with stuff that does, we're trying to make it do as much as possible on something like that. But again, as soon as we come up with something that no one's ever seen, we're going to have regulatory people who are going to say, for example, no, you can't bring that into City Hall. No, you can't bring that into the lecture hall. No, it can only go here. And then it's trying to overcome all the regulations. Now, currently, I do a lot of work for film and TV, and one of the things that I end up doing is, no, you're technically not allowed to build a cliff face that's going to be a pretend cliff that matches something in real life in Ireland, but how do I get around the fact that we need to build it in a public space? And it's trying to use these different aspects of regulations and guidelines and preemptively stating, okay, yeah, there's nothing that says that you're allowed to build a cliff face, but there's nothing that says you can't, and here's how we address it. So when it comes to Freeagles, it's looking at all the different regulations, and at this point, it's judicial decisions so that we can get a framework for what we can and can't do. And ideally, it's navigating the regulations, the trial verdicts, and trying to come up with something proactively. Has worked quite well for film and TV, for the work I'm doing, but this is where we're having to address these things as part of the design process, as opposed to it being just an engineering science. So, those are some of the challenges that we're working with on those.
Excellent. Yeah, see, this is really where a lot of these things come like often you can follow as a bicycle. For my disability, I can't ride a bicycle anyway, and it doesn't carry much cargo really. So I need something that can carry, like part of my exercise routine is the Mersivity ball. So getting inside the ball, I try to get in the ball, three or four times a week, and getting the ball down to the beach. And there's another thing, because it's a fairly heavy enough, cumbersome enough piece of apparatus when you deflate it and fold it up. It still takes up space by the time you add in the first stage blower and second stage blower. Or if you're carrying a towel or a life jacket, you probably want to, usually I don't want to carry 2 life jackets in case somebody wants to join me on the board, and then I want to carry 2 paddles. And by the time I carry that with the blower and everything to inflate it, again, I've got enough cargo, or if I want to carry that, I go all the way to the beach and play it. I've got some cargo to carry. So a vehicle that allows me freedom of movement without having to use a car, because everybody says, well, why don't you just drive your car down there? Well, partly I can't because of my disability, but I could get my wife to drive it for me, but then she has to drive me everywhere. And so this would be really nice to be able to take something like that independently without using fossil fuels. We're kind of coming to this realization that we don't want to do harm to the earth, which means no more fossil fuels, no more exploitation of animals. There's a lot of things that we're trying to do in terms of helping the environment and everyone. And so the idea of a vehicle will, I think, be kind to the earth and kind to everyone, kind to others. And so ideally the vehicle gives us the freedom of movement and freedom from excessive regulation, and generally allows it to modify. And you're interested in flying as well too, so this lines in with your interest too, because we're talking about a great PhD topic, master's topic, PhD topic, MN program right now. Yes, if you got it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, do you want to talk a little bit? While you're talking, I'll try to find that.
So when we came up with the idea of the 2 vehicles, we had a scooter that could be modularized, so you can actually put a seat on this and backboard, so it can actually have a loophole of the regulatory requirements for the medical case, and you can just use it if you wanted to, you can remove the seats. And as for the evolution of this process, we came up with the idea of a hovercraft that has capabilities of flying as well as going in water. I did make a crude design, so we're just waiting on that to the other ones.
Is it in this thread?
The other thread,
Which one? Is that it? Oh, okay, there it is. All right, cool.
So it is a very good crude design, but we'll be using 5 different electrical motors that is that's using for vectoring actually direct around for the land usage and water. So we're using levitation air force to actually levitate the vehicle, such as a basic hovercraft. And for the top side, we will be using an air duct to actually get access to that. So if you go to other pictures, we can probably show them. The third one would be better. As I said, it's a crude design, but it uses the basic principles of a hovercraft, but it also combines 4 different fans that is individually controlled. So we'll be using it as I said, as a torque vectoring system. And depending on the axis of rotation, so we would have 180 degrees of axis of rotation depending on the configuration that we have, plus the sea level levitation that we require would be around 50 meters. So we have freedom to actually fly, go on water at 8 while you don't use any fossil fuels, you use electric motors, fact, yesterday it would allow us to have the freedom to move, and will be the ultimate vehicle that we want.
Yeah, so I think we'll wrap up. We're at the 150 mark, so it's time for our brain computer interface gang group from MIT. But yeah, something like this would be great because you could take those things and turn them into wheels. Like it's great if you switch propellers and wheels or something, so that it can be a mobility scooter that can get a person to a grocery store, pick up their groceries, go out of the grocery store down the sidewalk and across the water to the airport, and literally just be able to move around with freedom of movement. It's a crazy idea. It might be some years off. But we want to build some fun prototypes. And the idea is to always think big, be big. Back in the 1960s and 1970s, I had this crazy idea I wanted to build a wearable computer. Nobody, at the time, computers were the size of this room that we're in right now. And everybody kind of laughed at me and said, oh, that's a really dumb idea. But I want to build wearable technology. I want to build I invented a smartwatch, or a wristwatch computer that was general purpose computer. Download apps and all these crazy things. Another one of my inventions was this underwater music license. And people said, well, why do we need that? So we might as well come here and try some stuff. It seems crazy at first, but maybe in some years we'll all be going to the grocery store, getting our groceries, and then taking off into airspace or going across the lake. Like past sidewalks, roads, or in buildings, or in the air, or across water. So thank you all, and let's bring our friends from MIT up. Okay, so now, these are our friends, Harsh and Akash.
Yes.
And you had some slides?
Yeah, we just sent you the slides.
Okay, so I'll find those. And was it Akash or Akash? Which of these?
Just send them right now. It should be
AR.
AKA.
AKA.
RSH.
RSH. Okay, I'll go to there, and this is it right here.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
This is the
Pop that up here. Perfect. Get away. I'll just build. Kill zones 1 and 2, so I'll drop down zone 3 with that brightness. So this thing is kind of like.
Is there a clicker? Or the keyboard?
I don't know what.
That's fine, okay, that's fine. Alright, thanks so much. Okay, yeah, so I guess we'll start. So our project is on auto-regressively decoding EEG brain responses on a conditional language model prior. And so the underlying goal here is actually to create a immersive thought-to-action system that uses BCI. Our hope is to essentially, replace the keyboard and mouse with something much more intuitive, our thoughts. And this is essentially the first step in that direction. So now, previously, thought-to-action systems have been, parameterizing BCIs as systems that can capture meaning space via natural language processing. Existing work typically uses invasive BCIs, but that's a problem, and it's a hardware problem because each time you're implanting a BCI, actually what happens is that the electrode is damaging your brain, and there's a cluster of scar tissue built around it. And only in about 1 to 2 years, the effectiveness of your BCI begins to wear off, and you can no longer detect those brain responses with as much accuracy as you could before. And so oftentimes you have to replace these implants, or worse, re-implant somewhere else. An additional problem with these is that invasives are just harder to adopt. They're not immersive, and typically less people who are the general consumer are going to be using these devices. Now there's also a software problem. Most of the decoding schemes that are trying to do decoding of EEG waves are using classification-based approaches. As in, you have a set number of words in a dictionary, and you're trying to bin what does each EEG response correspond to. We hope to solve both of these problems by firstly using EEGs, which are non-invasive, and secondly, conditioning on a language model prior. So to formalize our problem, we are given a syntactically segmented EEG segment, and with that, we want to predict a corresponding word sequence. And so, for example, this is our EEG signal, and we know where each word starts, and using that, we want to predict what those words are. So the data we're using are actually EEG responses from an audio stimulus. And there's been research that shows that if you can detect audio stimuli and reconstruct it with natural language, we can also read inner speech and inner thoughts as well. In particular, for this project, we're using the Alice in Wonderland dataset, in which 49 subjects heard the first chapter of Alice in Wonderland as an audio stimulus. The EEG device used to collect this data has 62 channels and a sampling rate of 500 hertz. Each subject heard 2,129 words. Now the problem with this data set inherently is that EEG is a surface-level electrostatic technique, meaning that oftentimes millions, if not billions, of neurons are affecting a single electrode response, making it incredibly noisy. Additionally, there's noise artifacts from eye blinks and general homeostatic procedures happening in your brain and body. Another issue is that there's limited data availability, especially in the public realm. So for this data set, we're only dealing with about 100,000 samples. And even in general, EEG data is not widespreadly available that is supervised, meaning that it's labeled with text. So with this data, we want to squeeze out as much semantic information as we can. To do that, we've implemented a novel pre-processing and feature extraction pipeline. Here's how it works. So we take our EEG responses, and first we do simple signal processing. We apply a 0.1 hertz high-pass filter to remove low-frequency noise. We do a 60 hertz notch filter to remove line noise, say from eye blinks. And we also use this thing called Laplacian rereferencing. The idea from neuroscientific theory is that our brain is divided into regions. And so we want to localize each electrode's response to a particular area of the brain. And so what we do is, we take a certain electrode, we take its two nearest neighbors, we take their potential differences, and then we average them to get a single electrode response. We also then want to z-score the signal, because it's very variable, and we want to constrain it to a limited range. After that, our EEG signal is still non-stationary, meaning it has multiple frequencies associated with it. To isolate these frequencies into discrete bins, we use a short time Fourier transform. This essentially converts our data into a 2D data set. Now, once we have these STFTs, we're going to do a feature extraction pipeline. We were inspired by BERT, and essentially that's a transformer that takes mask representations of tokens and reconstructs them. So what we're going to do is take our STFTs, our 2D inputs, and mask them probabilistically, and then seek to reconstruct them via an inverted transformer representation running system. Now, typically transformers, what they do is they take your images and segment them, and then do self-attention in order to reconstruct it. But with the inverse transformer, we're going to treat our EEG signal as an image with 62 channels. In EEG, it's important to do channel-wise attention, meaning you want to know how the different channels are interacting and which parts of the brain are producing a certain output. And so what we do is use an inverse transformer that does channel-wise attention, a typical feed-forward neural network, and then does an STFT prediction head to reconstruct our STFTs. Now, once we've pre-trained this inverse transformer, we're able to do a forward pass through it with an unmasked STFT to get our EEG response embedding at an intermediate layer. Now, more from Akash on how decoding actually works.
Yeah, so once we get this actual feature extraction, what we actually want to get is the probability of a word, which is W, given an EEG signal, which is R. But what turns out is, when people try to do this in research, this is a really difficult thing to predict. And this is mainly because there's thousands of possible words. So when you do a softmax function at the end, there's so many different buckets these words could be in. And the other thing is that the EEG signals are very noisy. So when you try to go from EEG signal, which is very noisy, to a word, it's an extremely hard task to do. So a much more achievable task is by doing a Bayesian formulation that we tried, is the probability of a word times the probability of an EEG response given the word. So this essentially inverts the task and gives you the same probability distribution. So the first step of finding this was to actually start off with the probability of a word, which is the P of W. And to do this, we had to use a larger language model, and we chose GPT-2 to do this. Because the key thing we needed was the whole probability distribution over possible words. So if we were to use something like llama or like GPT-4, we would get the next most likely word. But as we kind of showed in the equation before, we needed the whole probability distribution of next upcoming words. So we needed to use this GPT-2, which was fully open source. And we were actually able to fine tune this on the Alice in Wonderland dataset that we used.
So in order to predict the predicted word response given the word sequence, we've used linear regression. And so we need to score each candidate word sequence generated by the GPT-2 model. The first thing in this encoder model is to get a word sequence and do a GPT-2 forward pass. This gives us a hidden layer embedding for the word. Then we take this hidden layer embedding and then do linear regression in order to get a predicted EEG response. And then essentially take the difference with a true EEG response. And this becomes our scoring function for each candidate. Now in practice, when we're actually trying to get the probability of P of R given W, it's a bit more complicated. So the way we've currently done it is invert the L1 loss, which is the equation I just showed you before. And that's our probability. In the future, we want to do more complicated methods of getting a more approximate probability. So we're going to probably use either cosine similarity, which gives us a difference between these two embeddings in a more vector space method. Or we're going to use an analytical covariance that essentially models the probability distribution as a multivariate Gaussian distribution, treating our predicted EEG response as the mean, and then treating the true EEG response as a point on the distribution. And you can get the probability that the true EEG response is close to the predicted EEG response. Finally, we could also do noise model learning to recognize how much of our predicted EEG is accounted by the noise model compared to the true EEG.
So now, once we have the probability of a word from the large language model and the probability of an EEG response given the word, we actually have to use this to get the probability of a word within the EEG response. So we first tried the simplest possible method, which is just like reading the decoder. And that kind of works as seen there. We start up with a single word, and then based on the language model, we have new predictions of what it could be. So in this case, it would be red and cat. And then we condition those based on the actual EEG signal. So here they'd be conditioned, and the final probability would be 0.4 for red and 0.6 for cat. And in the greedy model, we just take the most likely one and we stick with that. So in this case, we took cat, we'll never look at red again, and then once again we go down to is. So there's a few problems with this model that we immediately encountered. The first problem is that because we only do one path, that we lose a lot of options. So for example, if your word was actually red, then future words will not be alike at all, because future words depend on the language model. So if we go the wrong way, it's hard to recover the actual path we want to do. The other thing that's wrong is that when we have this uncertainty, as seen in 0.4.6, that it's almost 50-50, that we want to be able to explore these many paths. But with the greedy model, we have to choose one and stick to that single path. So this inspired us to then go with a beam search. And what's different in the beam search is instead of just having a single path as in the greedy, we now have k different paths. So this is kind of seen here where we have k is equal to 2, so we have 2 different paths. So we'll start off with the, once again we'll go to cat and red, but this time instead of choosing one path, we're able to explore all of them. So we then predict next words based off our language model, and we condition them once again with the encoder model, and we get new probability distributions for all 4 of those. And here they're negative because we use log probabilities rather than just regular probabilities, because those go to 0 as you keep on adding more words. So once we do this, and we take again the top 2, and then we continue on in this pattern. So essentially we grow our paths by using the language model, and then we condition them to narrow it back down. And by this, we're able to do a lot more exploration than the greedy model. So then, to get us some of the results for the feature extraction. So these are the different models we tried for actual reconstruction of the masked model. And we tried no featureization, we tried a linear network, a deep network layer, a convolutional layer, and then an eye transformer. And what we were really focused on was the actual BERT score, which is the BERT score F1, precision, and recall, because we really wanted to capture the semantic meaning of the sentences. And we were able to see actually that the eye transformer was able to perform the best for all three BERT scores, which is really important for our results. Then we also looked at the complexity. And here essentially what it is the BERT score versus the complexity of the sentence. And this graph intuitively makes sense because when we increase the complexity of a sentence, the BERT score should go down as it's harder to find a semantic meaning in a sentence. And similarly to match our previous results, the AND transformer once performed the best with the convolutional network and the deep network following behind. What was really interesting for us to see was actually that the linear performed worse than no featurization. And this can kind of be understood as when you have a linear model that tries to capture this very complex relationship between a word and the EEG signal, it can capture a wrong relationship. So this actually hurts the probability distribution and lessens your chances of getting the correct next word. So here are some of our actual sentences results we got, and we were able to get some exact words and some phrases that are similar. So for example, we were able to get child on both, we were able to get tears on both, and we were also able to get pretending similar to I can be Miguel. And another thing that also is important is we wanted to try to match the sentence structure, because although actual words and phrases might be difficult to capture, it's a lot easier to get sentence structure from nouns, adjectives, verbs, and the type of word based on the actual EEG predictions. So in this project, we had a lot of technical methods, and from these methods, we were able to get a lot of our findings. And the main technical method that we kind of captured on was that this new Bayesian formulation of kind of reversing the problem, so we're able to do from the word the actual EEG signal. And another thing we were able to do was leverage the inverted transformer, which is able to give us this channel-wise EEG attention. So we were able to essentially combine all of those and keep them concrete during our training. We then employed linear regression to retain neuroscientific explainability. And this was a really unique thing for this project because in most senses, when you're trying to go from an actual EEG wave to a word, you try all these different deep layers, you try transformers, and when you try those things, you lose all sense of neuroscientific explainability. But now in our model, because we go the other way, we're able to use a linear regression. So we're able to maintain this neuroscientific explainability, which is really important depending on the applications for this. So say if you're trying to do this for say medical reasons or for law reasons, then you want to maintain that explainability, which we're able to do. And then from these, we were able to have these analytical findings where we had these high BERT score values of the I transformer. And what was also crucial for this project was that a lot of the BERT score was from the language model, but it's really important to note that the I transformer was at least 3 points higher in BERT score compared to no featurization, which means that the EEG signal is actually able to capture semantic reasoning and semantic thought of the head. Another thing in our finding was that, as you previously mentioned, that we had all these different candidates essentially. We had many different people who went through and heard the Alice in Wonderland data set. So we trained on a specific person, and we're actually able to generalize our architectures for all the other people. And then lastly, the complexity was able to show that this I transformer does indeed have attention across the sentence, which means that basically that we're able to look at different parts of the sentence and take that into account when predicting the next word. So for future works, there's a few different things we want to actually use this information for. So as we kind of showed before, in our data set, we had these EEG waves, and they were split up accordingly. So in our data set that we used, we had kind of this portion of the data, and that corresponded to we, and then this portion, and that corresponds to love, and the last portion, which would correspond to Mersivity. But what actually happens is this splicing of data, it takes a lot of manual process. So we think that by just looking at an EEG wave, you should actually be able to do this strictly on the EEG wave, based on the peaks in the wave, as well as just knowing when words should occur. We should be able to do the splicing without having to manually do it based on sentences. Another thing we definitely want to do is conduct real-time language decoding on human subjects. So in the past, we've tried to connect a muse to a person, and we did this for classification of numbers. So say someone was thinking of a number from 0 through 9, we would connect them to a muse and try to figure out which number they were thinking of. but that's a classification problem, which is a lot easier than this actual problem of figuring out what they're thinking. So we want to kind of combine both ways and actually use this abuse to get real-time deciphering of someone's thoughts.
Yeah, and one of the last applications we were thinking of this sort of project is to do EEG-based diffusion. So currently the way diffusion works is that you have a clip embedding. A clip embedding is essentially you take a text embedding and then you attach it to your denoising system for getting new images. So maybe many of you see DALL-E or any other generative AI image generator. What we want to do is essentially instead use the embeddings we get from our EEG responses and use that to steer our image generation process. And so imagine the implications of this. If you were a designer and you had some concept in your idea, you could essentially just think about it really hard and be able to get some sort of iterative visualization of this. Oftentimes inventors and people who are just building stuff in maybe CAD are iterating on something they've already thought of, something that already exists. So they can leverage these different qualities. The ability for rapid prototyping is pretty immense. And this is another step towards accomplishing, comprehensive BCI systems. So thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you. Excellent talk. That was really good. So now I guess Perry, we probably don't have enough time for Q&A. Perry, I think you're up next.
Okay.
And then I'll do the live streaming of that one. And, is the live streaming audio good?
I mean, before it was, from the phone, it was working great.
Okay, that's good. So the YouTube live stream is good sound, is it? Good. So our viewing audience is going to have good sound.
Use the microphone as well.
Oh yeah, use the lav mic, Perry. And that's great.
Just going through your inbox here, Steve.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. XYZ.
Hi everyone, my name's Perry Toon, and I run a local company here in Toronto called the XYZ, and we sort of focus on getting organisations, governments, businesses to use open source tools as opposed to proprietary tools. And I know Steve Mann is a big fan of open source and free software. And I think we've decided that the term should be free code. The word software is a bit too commercial. Well, Steve thought anyway. So free code, there's plenty of it available. And for the past 16 years, while I've run the XYZ, I've seen a lot of people switching to proprietary setups and also open source. But there's definitely a big trend to proprietary, I find, and there's some great open source alternatives that I think we should be using more of. One that I particularly like is based out in Germany called Nextcloud, and it's an open source free file sharing, sort of like Dropbox, and lots of organizations, governments have started to adopt it. They've done pen testing on it. They've discovered that it's very secure. It actually sort of increases security switching to an open source system like this. And there's lots of cost savings as well. So taxpayers, they pay less in taxes because they're using open source. They're not having so much software licensing costs to include. And there's lots of options for business. So most of the organizations now are requesting Microsoft 365 or Google Workspace. I'm going to go over some alternatives now to these sort of business email solutions. The first one here is called Sogo, and I'd say this is now my favorite email hosting setup. It's I set up one in Finland on a renewable energy data center with a Malcal back end and Sogo for the webmail, and it works really well. And it has all the functionality that you'd expect, like syncing your contacts, your calendars, encryption, S-MIME. Everything just works flawlessly with it over the past year and a half that I've tested it. And there's also significant cost savings. So I did I'll show you my other blog that I did yesterday, working out some of the cost savings for organizations switching to something like Sogo as opposed to Office 365 and Google Workspace, both which cost about $6 US per user per month. Whereas Sogo, you could save roughly about 86% of that cost by switching to this solution. Another one we've got here is Roundcube. So Roundcube is a much older one. Recently this was merged with Nextcloud. So I have a lot of hope for the future of this open source project, Roundcube, because the Nextcloud team's done a great job of bringing lots of new features to Nextcloud, and I think we're going to see some really good things in the next couple of years with Roundcube merging with Nextcloud. And there we've got Nextcloud there. Nextcloud was a fork from OwnCloud that's sort of now going away, I'd say. It's been bought out by a more proprietary company, and they've had some security vulnerabilities. They're not updating things as much as they once were. Nextcloud is where it's at. So there's OwnCloud. You can see it's pretty much identical. And OX App Suite is another popular one as well. It's very reasonably priced. And I find businesses can save about just over 50% by going to something like OX App Suite. A lot of businesses, like, why do they choose proprietary software when you've got free software, free code that you can use? Well, I think a lot of people are just used to these tools, like you start using them at a young age, like Microsoft Word, Microsoft Outlook. Like people feel like they can't send an email unless they're using Outlook, or they can't write a document unless they're using Word. But there's lots of alternatives to these apps as well. And I've done a blog on some of these alternatives here. So LibreOffice, it's they all have a few drawbacks, but they all work really well in doing document editing. They're all fully open source, and you can see a lot of European governments have saved a lot of money by switching to these systems. Like, I think I see businesses now, when they want to get it set up with the Office apps, it's about $200 per user per year in software licensing fees. These can be reduced to zero effectively by using these tools. Some of the limitations I've listed here is concerns with compatibility, but for the most part they all work really well. FreeOffice is another one. Limitation is uses local computer resources. The XYZ Cloud Drive, which is now OX App Suite, has a cost for it, and it's web only. Aligra. So some of them have limited compatibility with the Microsoft Office documents, and only Office. And I think this one's one of my favorites. This works really well with the Nextcloud suite as well, and OpenOffice is another great one as well. So yeah, you can see Nextcloud here. And also Google Workspace has some built-in docs. I find this is popular, although it's not an open source tool, it is very popular with people. And yeah, I think here we've just got my cost saving analysis that I did yesterday. So So this is OX App Suite, or the XYZ. You can see there that it's just $2.95 as opposed to $6. And SOGO is where there was big savings, especially when there's more mailboxes added. So I think we all need more open source in our world, save taxpayers money, save organizations money, and there's just a lot of benefits to using these open tools. We build them collaboratively, and I'm a lot of big supporter of open source. So I thank you all for listening to me today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the talks. Any questions?
Just a fun fact, when I was working at the Ontario government, I was shocked that they let us use open source SharePoint. It was, I think, the first open source like CRM that government had used.
Isn't SharePoint a Microsoft product?
But it was open source behind it.
I
Yeah.
see. Okay. Yeah, no, I have seen. I did find a small town in BC that's started using Nextcloud recently. So it's good to see. I think the governments they could really save a lot of money. Like when you go to court in Ontario now, it's called Zoom Court, and you have to use this proprietary software. Today, this symposium is going on Jitsi, which is open source and free. So there's no software licensing costs there. There's no software to download.
Well, the other thing is accessibility too. Like I would challenge the rights for the court, because Zoom is not is locked down, so it's not reconfigurable to persons with disabilities, but whereas Jitsi is. So it'd be interesting if somebody could mount a legal challenge demanding that the courts accommodate someone with a disability who needs to use a assistive technology like Zoom, or a standards-based technology like RTMP, RTSP based. And like that would be an interesting challenge to see, not just to save tax dollars, but for the sake of freedom itself.
Yes, that's a great point, accessibility.
What are your thoughts on something like Hugging Face, where like you can get the software open source, but there are other tools perhaps you can make it by?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on something like Hugging Face?
Hugging Face?
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with Hugging Face, to be honest.
Okay, it's essentially like a GitHub equivalent of AI software.
Okay.
Yeah. So then what are your thoughts on GitHub?
GitHub.
Yeah.
I'm onto GitLab now.
Okay.
I do like GitHub, but it's Microsoft, so I tend to steer away from Microsoft tools, and GitLab is what I'm mostly using. I did a GitLab commit just sitting over here a minute ago, posting the live link to the Mersivity.com website so that people can watch this stream.
Yeah, GitLab is the way to go. We're all using GitLab rather than GitHub. We're moving away from Microsoft.
Thanks, everybody. Anybody else have a question? Yeah.
I love this. This is fantastic. All the money saving and open consciousness sharing. But concerns, and I wonder if they are a concern and how they would be addressed, are who takes responsibility if something screws up, and is this creating an economy that will allow for development? And maybe I can almost answer myself a little bit.
Yeah, that's a
Is
sorry.
the money being lost in the corporation side, not necessarily?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think there's two questions there. Like one is when something goes wrong. Like if you're using free software and you have it on a server or a computer and something you've got an error, who fixes it? Like if it was a proprietary software, then they're going to fix that pretty promptly because they don't want to lose your business. But here you've taken ownership into your own hands and you're in control, you're in charge, now you've got an error. So how I typically handle this with my business is building in redundancy, backups, very important, making sure that you can test these backups from time to time. And what else do we do? We like, I think backups is the most important. Like, we have support as well, but supporting open source tools, we sort of approach it with best efforts support, like, because people could customize the software a little bit, and it becomes very difficult to troubleshoot if there's lots of heavy customizations. But having the backup is really the solution. You know, you can restore to a period of time where things were working and troubleshoot errors that way. So I think that's probably the most important thing to do. Like with email, you can archive your email. We've got a business continuity tool for email, so that if things go down, you can still send and receive email. These sort of tools help mitigate the risks of downtime and errors. And you know, what was the other question? Do businesses lose out if they?
Yeah, the economy for programmers to develop this
Yeah, it's because it's free software, so who's paying for the things? Well, I think like with our company, where we're providing a service with open source, like a managed open source service. So this is one example of profiting from free code and free software. It is possible to do. Often as well, people want to install, configure, customize open source tools. There's options for developers to do these things as well. Like WordPress is an open source tool. It powers more than 50% of the web. And like WordPress developers, they do quite well. There's lots of requests for this sort of thing, and I don't think there's much of a loss in business from using free code. It could just increase profitability, really.
It also keeps profitability local, because would you rather support a Canadian company that's going to service your system and develop it locally, or would you rather support something in Redmond, Washington in the United States, or maybe some other foreign company? And so what we used to do is we'd hire programmers and people come in. We typically allocate a certain budget to code. I don't like the word software because it necessitates that it be an article or good of commerce. And not all code is for sale. Some of it's just code, you know. But we'd hire somebody to develop code, and that's how we used to do it. And then along came the bigs and outsourcing, and all that money is drained out of the local economy. And so instead, let's bring the money back into the local economy and go with the XYZ. If you're going to do mail, don't do it with Outlook or Microsoft. Do it with the XYZ, which is a small Canadian, Toronto-based company that provides a much better quality of service. And you've got the founder of the company right here in Toronto. So you've got instant service rather than dealing with Microsoft hours and hours on the phone to get crummier service at a higher fee and push all of your money outside the local economy and into, you know, support local economy, I guess.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Yeah, thank
All
you,
right.
everybody. Any other questions?
Okay, so our next speaker is Reed here. Yeah, that was good. That was really good. So Reed, maybe so Reed's going to talk about how to use AI for activism. And so Reed, you might want to even invite some of your vegan friends to come in and hear your talk too, because I think it will be quite inspiring. And so what we're going to hear about next, so we're next going to hear about how to use ChatGPT and DALL-E for activism. So Reed is a vegan activist using DALL-E and ChatGPT with DALL-E. Yeah, this is power. That's the signal. You can unplug this one here.
So just
Plug that into you.
Because I don't have a USB, so I just.
Okay, and then I'll just slide this one over if you want to lift yours up for a second. Lift your computer up for a second. I'll slide mine over.
This is power first.
That's power for mine. I'll just plug that back in. And then yours is...
All right. Hey, everybody.
So my name is Reed Gacho. I have been an artist for 12 years now, creating mostly long exposure, unedited light painting art. Right? So the image that you see on the screen right now is created only using real light in real life. I ask people questions about who they are, what they love to do, and I draw with light in front of a camera for a few minutes at a time. I've shot for the Grammys, I've shot for Apple, I've shot for many, many large companies all over the world, over 700 events and over 100 festivals, capturing over 100,000 people. Right? So that's what I did for a really long time, and I always just, the goal was try to inspire people and to show people that, you know, a lot of the time the art that I create at events is free, and to try to create something that's really personal for them so that they can really feel appreciated, understood, and express themselves through technology and through this like mystical kind of medium, and give them kind of a feeling of ethereal happiness. And it was really just really fun experience for me and for everyone around me. And I kind of just became addicted to helping people express themselves and helping people you know, see themselves in a new light per se, right? But after doing that for quite a while, at many events, you know what I mean, these are some other examples of some images I took, right? After doing that for quite a while at so many events all over the world, I started realizing that I really wanted what I do to be a little bit more in-depth, and I wanted to have multiple elements of artistic expression in my life. And as I started to see AI, I became really kind of obsessed with using AI to pierce the veil and help people see through technology. And so, yeah. Before I start, I just want to let everybody know that we're going to have a break at around 3:30. And if you want to order food, I recommend ordering food from a restaurant called Fresh. It's a vegan restaurant. You can get it on Happy Cow, or go through Happy Cow. It's an amazing app where you can find vegan restaurants in any city ever. You know, piercing the veil and helping people understand that, you know, animals are our friends. You know, not just when they're right next to us and when we're petting them, when they're our friends. But when they're even behind the curtain, you know, any dominoes that you flip, you want to flip ones that actually make you happy and all the beings around you happy. So feel free to order now. If you order now or within the next, few minutes, especially 20 minutes, then you'll probably get it here delivered right around 3:30. I could just put on a little slideshow or something. We're going to take a little 5-minute break for people to order. But if anybody wants to place an order, just go ahead so that it'll be here around 3:30, so you guys can use the 30-minute break from 3:30 to 4.
Yeah, we've got a little food break from 3:30 to 4, which is exactly halfway through the symposium, kind of like a lunch, combined lunch and dinner. A lot of us, you know, have breakfast in the morning, and we'll have like a afternoon, and then so the Happy Cow is a good app to list all the different vegan restaurants. If you want to try some vegan, you know, so for those of you who want to experiment with that, or if you're already vegan. And then Fresh is one of my favorite restaurants.
Amazing food, so good. But yeah, so.
Yeah, it's a wonderful image. Maybe say a few words about it.
Thanks. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of basically pollinating the world with knowledge and helping people see the other side of every decision they make, and kind of eschewing the thought that the world is this place where we just kind of have to take it how it is, and just like, you know, when people say, well, that's just how it is, we can't change that. And it's like, well, I mean, we're all making decisions on the ground level. The most powerful people in the world are the ground level. They're the most of us in comparison to everyone else in the world. So it's kind of a visualization helping people understand that we are all the hummingbirds buzzing around, pollinating the world. And without us here, there is no, the data doesn't transmit without the people actually doing so. Right? So yeah. So, sadly for many these days, many members of the art world sometimes view AI with skepticism, somehow erroneously seeing it as a type of rival to human creativity, rather than an ally, which it definitely is. So when harnessed effectively, AI no doubt serves as a bridge connecting human artistry with technological efficiency, enhancing each other in a synergistic dance, right? The notion that AI is simply eroding the authenticity of human expression of art is simply a misjudgment. We should all learn to see AI not as a threat, but as a potent enhancer of our artistic voice, magnifying the scope and depth of our expressions, always depending on us to have a pure direction and determination, to refine the thoughts and truths, and transcending the confines of traditional methods. helping us all kind of clean up the world that we're in instead of being slaves to the web and only seeing what's right in front of us or what marketing wants us to see, seeing through the packaging, seeing through the web and getting to the root of the problem and making doing some housekeeping to the world around us. So if you're feeling resistant to AI, maybe consider the victims of misinterpretation in our immensely misunderstood and complex history of misinterpretation itself, of tragic lack of understanding and inability to empathize through lack of a generated path to show the connections between many, the inability to focus on the most important similarities and the lack of a shortcut to bypass violence or inequity, to engage in true feeling to help others solve problems before they get out of hand. Consider how art through our history has helped shape the solutions and the awakenings related to these misconceptions and ill-conceived notions, and take into account a world where cognitive dissonance is recognized as the main enemy of all beings and embody the real truth that the would-be victims deserve. They deserve hope and transcendence regardless of the software or the medium from which it comes. So here you can see some pigs that are kind of sad to see their friends cut up into pieces on the wall, right? And most people, if you see somebody with a pet pig, you'll go and you'll pet the pig just like you'd pet a pet dog, right? But there isn't such a thing as dog meat here in the US, and even though pigs have been proven to be smarter than dogs in a lot of ways, we still have pig meat on the wall. Maybe it's because they aren't as cuddly, but that's not, we don't judge other humans based on their cuddliness, right? We all say that, we all deserve life and happiness, right? And so it's kind of just an expression of the intelligence of pigs recognizing what the actual reality is. Their carts filled with fruit and the wall filled with cut up pieces of their friends, which is not really fun. And also some cognitive dissonance, a person in his office kind of just dealing with his finances while the rest of the world is on fire outside, right? Not quite the world we all want to live in, but sometimes this is kind of the way it is. AI is a multifaceted tool, fluent in numerous languages, attuned to diverse cultures and generations, enriched by a vast pool of human knowledge and insights. At its heart, it should be about collaboration, about broadening, not diminishing our artistic vision, and venturing into creative territories yet to be discovered. Merging knowledge and experience that may have previously taken decades to combine without the assistance of our newfound digitally enhanced genius amplification system. Kind of an expression of the artistic ways that we can mechanical amplification of our existing art and prowess. In many ways, kind of spreading the light that we have in much wider, more variety, and creating something that's more adaptable for the rest of the world to see. So my approach to AI art is comprehensive, intertwining technology with profound grasp of human emotions, societal needs, and intricate global challenges. From what I can see, some of the most potent uses of AI are not merely about mechanically quantifiable mathematical efficiency. It's about crafting creations that captivate, inform, inspire, and mobilize, all within a remarkably brief yet very intricate window of expression, creating an artistic interaction that extends beyond the norm into an emotional depth and ethereal awareness that was unexpected yet a welcome breath of fresh air for the viewer. Now, what we have are ways to accelerate our operations, but it's really become mostly about finding and refining just what operations are the most important to accelerate, setting sail in the right direction and pressing the gas pedal down to the floor. Kind of like a multifaceted, completely generational and very exponential way to amplify our intentions, and just creating and really, really carefully choosing that intention and sharpening it, really refining it so that we can, tell AI in great detail exactly what we want to accomplish, and then see exactly what it recommends and how it can amplify each different, facet of such an intention. Maybe helping us bridge the gap by seeing the animal behind the food, not just the pizza itself, right? If this is what our food looks like, then we might not be eating as much pizza, right? I've been vegan for 7 years now, but before that, I was an animal lover. And the fact is that they do tend to, show like green grass and pastures and cows on the packaging of beef and the packaging of dairy. And it's not exactly what you're looking at. You're looking at the aftermath of a cow who was killed maybe a third of the way through their life after being, in horrible, horrible conditions. So it seems like we need to bridge the gap and create a reality where the advertisement matches the reality. Why are we seemingly okay with this world where we walk down the aisle and we know that the packaging is just there to try to get us to purchase something, rather than to show us the truth behind it? Helping us be more efficient stewards of the world around us, and being more like mother/father nature, and really, really embracing our connection to other animals, rather than mistakenly kind of being tricked into utilizing technology in a way that is just separating us from things that most of the time that we really appreciate when they're in person. Yeah, pigs, again, have been proven to be as smart as a 5 to 7-year-old child. And think about that, a 5 to 7-year-old child. They're as smart as a 5 to 7-year-old child, yet they're one of the most factory farmed animals in the world. And it's like, if a 5 to 7-year-old child grew to a point where he was 5 to 7 years old and could not speak our language and was just stuck at 7 years old, would we put him in a factory farm? I don't think so. You know what I mean? I think we would do quite the opposite. I think we would do our best to take care of that being, recognize its sentience, and create a reality where that being was as cared for as possible, right? And maybe we should kind of eschew this notion of speciesism and create something that's a little bit more of a bridge, and not just focus on making sure that they, speak our language, even though pigs can have multiple 100-word vocabularies. When we teach them to push buttons that are recorded words, there are such huge examples of intelligent pigs all over this world. Yet we kind of just try. The factory farming industry seems to force us to ignore such things and just focus on the taste, which is and also there's so many aspects of depression and the people who do the job of turning these animals into meat they don't have happy lives. And a lot of times they don't have a way of getting another job. Right? Helping people see the truth. Cows are also as smart as a 2 to 3-year-old at least. And that's just with the technology that we have to learn from their intelligence. We don't necessarily speak cow or pig yet we can still prove that they're as smart as a 2 to 3-year-old, or in the pig's case, a 5 to 7-year-old. Right? So just what are we going to uncover when we start, interfacing with these animals' brains and, creating a bridge to their actual language, right? I think as we grow, we're going to start evolving our technology into a more efficiently authentic augmentation of our reality, something that shows us every single piece of the dominoes that we flip, the chain reactions that we cause, the influence that we make. You know what I mean? Like we act like we're just one person, but our habits influence our friends. What we're okay with and what we are passive with will influence our friends to be just as passive, right? So we always need to understand that, and I think with technology we'll understand that more and more, and we'll be able to feel and see it more and more, and we won't take these things for granted anymore. Engaging with AI art is an evolving, reflective process, necessitating profound introspection, definitive vision. And with the many systems out there, the translation of complex concepts into AI interpretable prompts. Or in the case of the newer models like ChatGPT with DALL-E, the ability to know the limitations of carefully crafted and productive conversations with your super connected and always learning digital assistant. It is one harmonious melding of artistry and science. No doubt, it's always best to use such a formidable tool to amplify the voices of the marginalized, give voices to the absolute most voiceless, and shed light on neglected issues, as well as challenge the status quo. AI is very capable of going beyond the mere aesthetic creation or surface level argument.
It's capable of sparking change, grasping the true essence of challenges, and creating a multitude of solutions from one beautifully crafted essay or expression of truth, and forging unique viewpoints on the issues we wish to confront. By leveraging AI's capabilities, we can access a truly superhuman reality, unlocking the ability to shape a world that surpasses the past limitations of our own limited perspective and imagination, and transcending into a generation of utopian beauty. With that, let me show you a few of my favorite images. Refined and created over the past 18 months, I've been generating work, starting with the AI apps that were in its most infancy, and working my way through every different generator I could find. Below are images I generated, or I'll show you on the screen, in either Midjourney or ChatGPT with DALL-E 3. Each of these images were a result of thousands of hours of work refining my messages, skills, and understanding how AI and each engine works, and painstakingly conversing with ChatGPT over many hours of asking it to improve or modify my request, or even more so in some ways, dealing with refining a long list of ingredients, prioritized and adjusted with modifiers to more quickly, yet less intuitively, create complex art through science with Midjourney. Enjoy. Using augmented reality to see the truth. Maybe eventually when we walk through a grocery store, we'll be able to see the actual reality behind, you know? I know there are many activism groups out there that will put pictures of the animals behind the meat on the meat itself, so that when people see it, they realize what's behind it. And if anybody says that that's wrong, what are they saying? Are they saying that we should have all the truths hidden from us? That it's the right thing to do to market morality out of the picture? I think that's a silly thing to say. This is a kid who, when I was a kid, I was told by my parents that meat was made of animals, and that was after I'd been eating meat for 7 years, and I started freaking out and crying, and after 2 days of crying and being like completely beside myself, I thought to myself, well, my parents love animals. There's no way that my food could be made with animals. They're probably just silly. My parents just don't know what they're talking about. I was 6 years old, right? And the fact is that they marketed it and put it on my plate, and then we had a dog, and I've been to petting zoos, and there was no reason for me to actually think or feel or be connected to the reality behind the cruelty of the products that I was being forced to eat. Right? And so are we trying to bypass our kids' morality? Most of the time when we see kids that are offended by such things, we feel a lot worse than we would by seeing an adult offended by it. We know the purity of the child's perspective is something that we should listen to. So I feel like kids should always know what they're eating, and that they should be given the chance to choose, while they haven't been told that that's just the way it is, because it's not really productive for their morality to, start life ignoring some of the most important things. Showing the overwhelming nature of technology and television and how it distracts people in so many ways. It keeps families on the couch sometimes in ways where they're only being fed what the marketing, people or the commodified reality wants to show them, which is unfortunately metrics based instead of morality based. Funny how all the meat, they take the heads and the eyes and parts that show emotion, those aren't on the parts that you buy at a store. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's very intentional. I think that if they were to, that a lot of people probably would never start eating meat in the first place. I think maybe this, just like cigarettes, how cigarettes in many countries have to have a large percentage of the packaging show the cancerous lungs and people who have holes in their throats and all this, that has to be part of the packaging. I think it should be mandatory that any meat packaging has the same. It shows the animal and how the animal feels in its last moments. You know what I mean? And man, I've seen some videos and they are not fun to watch. So if the packaging can't match what the actuality is, maybe it's kind of strange when some people go pescatarian, and it's like it's very specious in some way. It's really just refusing to understand and translate the language barrier that pain is obviously pain, suffering is obviously suffering. And a lot of times you see children are the most sensitive to such things. Very So I thought it was always strange if you had a dog and your dog was playing with a pig, because that happens all the time. People with pet pigs will play with dogs. Then will he go eat bacon the next day? You know what I mean? Do we need the buffer? Do we need a dog to be a translator for pigs anymore? And if we can make the same amount of money and get it done really quickly and turn it into a sanctuary, why not? And so all these people, you know, when given the opportunity to come out of this trap that they've been kind of indoctrinated into, they immediately take the chance to do so. Same for many bags. It seems like the point of these bags a lot of the time is to make the bag look like something other than an animal, right? It seems like fur was the first thing to become something that a lot of people just call cruelty, right? But then leather is just, you know, is skin without the fur on it. And it's quite a longer time, you know? It's because people don't see it as viscerally connected to the emotional capacity or reality that it came from an animal that was alive. Kind of an example of how sometimes the kids are the ones enlightening the parents. You know, if you see your kid in pain and realizing and suffering because he's seen something that you've been taught to ignore, a lot of the time you'll rethink that thing. You know, it's definitely a step forward to, you know, to go back in time and realize, you know, before you were told that some of the most viscerally and emotionally connected things that you were told didn't matter. You know, before you were told that, you go back to those times and try to feel the way that you did feel, because that's really all how we should be. We shouldn't be just making exceptions to things that we would absolutely be our worst nightmare for people to make exceptions in those ways if we were on the other side of it. A lot of times art is the easiest way to help people feel through all these barriers. And you've got to think that it feels like sometimes that you know, people are kind of seen by animals as like the alien being in this world, as something that's so advanced, and yet we mistreat them in so many ways, right? And so if this world is built on a do unto others kind of karmic kind of structure, then, you know, how would some of these people that say that it's just the way it is, we just treat things that can't defend themselves in horrible ways, how would they expect to be treated by aliens if they came here? Probably not so well until they learn to treat others the same way, right? It's what you think, right? But it's definitely, let's hope that the aliens don't come hunting. Yeah, I know the Oxford Union just made history by publicly supporting veganism, as Joey Armstrong was part of a team that debated for veganism, and 112 members boldly declaring that this house would go vegan. So that was just, I believe, yesterday. I think the object of the game should be to look behind the curtain and not just at the stamp that says, you know, certified B Corporation or something like that, to see exactly where, how, when, you know, maybe the factory conditions of the humans behind the problem. You know, veganism, certified vegan, all kinds of beautiful things that can really just mean that the people on the other side care, and that, you know, they don't just completely lay morality by the wayside. It's as important as you would want it to be for your own family. The elephant in the room, per se, right? Confronting things that everybody says that they don't want to hear about, but in reality, it's the way that we set examples so that violence isn't the norm, so that people don't just say, well, this world is messed up anyway, and start committing crimes. You know, a lot of the time, the people who work in slaughterhouses are convicted criminals. They have no other way of getting any other job. right? And it's absolutely horrible that it's kind of a form of slavery to force them to do the jobs that we wouldn't even want to be in the room for them to be doing. Using technology to kind of intertwine all the roots and vines and beautiful, beautiful parts of this reality in order to create something new, better, collaborative, and always aware. And so make a purpose of the game to always be aware and never be consciously unaware, never be pushing awareness to the edge because it's just more comfortable like that, right? That's the one thing that people shake their fist up at the man. When the man is treating them in a way that they don't like, but then we are the man to so many other people, to so many other beings, to so many other species. So we need to kind of treat the other species and the other beings on this planet the same way that we would want to be treated, and then expect the world to all of a sudden shift into a way where everybody is just as giving and caring as we decided to take the responsibility to become.
Excellent.
All righty. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen.
Beautiful. Excellent talk. Really nice to see AI put to some good. So Anita, some plant-based treaty is on next. Want to grab Anita? All right, Anita. Good to see you.
Can you set up my thing? I don't have anything.
I've still got my copy of the plant-based treaty. I think there's
Yes, my presentation. Does he have it?
You emailed to Steve?
Oh,
Yes, I also texted it to you.
Texted
To
to me?
you as well. Thank you. I just have a few copies if you want to just flip through them. This presentation is about this report that we released at COP28 this past week. And it's about, we'll just circulate it around if you want to do it. So thanks for inviting me, Professor Mann. It's such a privilege to be here, and I've really enjoyed the talks that I was at. So my talk is about COP28 and a report that we released called Safe and Just. I was just curious, has anyone heard of Johan Rockström's work on planetary boundaries? There's like 9 planetary boundaries. Climate is just one of them. Has anyone heard of that? So yeah, my talk is going to be about that. Do you have the... Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a wireless lav mic. Oh, okay, so I can put it on my computer, if that helps. Just plug me in and then...
We're just getting set up. We have a table outside. If you want to check out the plant-based treaty, so I'm global coordinator for the plant-based treaty, and we have a number of our members are here today who are tabling, and
Yeah, there's a table outside if you want to check it out.
so I'll just begin. And then
Anita, you sent me the slides, right?
Yes.
So I should just be able to go to Anita.
Yeah, so I'll just begin. So my talk is in particular about the role of animal agriculture. The thesis is animal agriculture is one of the most destructive forces on Earth. Food emissions account for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. Plus, animal agriculture also breaches other planetary boundaries, like land use change being the most important.
Anita, do you want to help me just find them? Which of them?
Sure.
Actually, it's not.
I could send it to you right now again.
Yeah, I gotta put it on the screen too.
Apologies, just 1 second.
Uh,
Okay, I'm just gonna email it to you right now.
Settings, display. So I'll mirror the display and then I'll just change this. And now, do you see on the screen there? Can you help me find it?
I'm just gonna mail it to you.
Well, you can probably see it on the screen. Just tell me which of those
Oh.
emails it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna email it to you right now, so maybe it's easier.
I just sent it to you again.
Okay. Okay, it might take some time.
Okay, I just emailed it to you right now. Is that the latest email?
Okay, the latest email is this. PDF. That's not it.
No. My email would be from Anita.
I sent it to you also.
Oh, there it is. I got it.
Okay.
Okay, so is this it right here?
Click that.
Perfect.
Okay,
Good.
wait. Oh, can we just go to the first slide? And how do I flip the slides?
I'm not sure. I usually use HTML5 slides, but this is whatever. Reed, do you know what that is? Is that a Google Doc?
Okay, it works. Okay, so this is these are the planetary boundaries. There are 9 of them, as you can see. So climate change is one, the most famous one. But there are others, like land use change, freshwater use, and so forth. At COP28, food systems made an appearance, albeit a few crumbs on the plate. It's time to put meat on the agenda of every climate conference going forward and take it off the menu once and for all. Our organization authored and presented a groundbreaking report at COP28 called Safe and Just, where we laid out a path forward to negotiate a plant-based diet change to promote climate and other, to protect climate and other planetary boundaries in peril, and the social foundations as well, such as food security. So this is actually called the vegan donut. So on the outside are the planetary boundaries. On the inside are social foundations. So there's a book by Kate Raworth. She's an Oxford economist. She wrote a book called Donut Economics in 2017. And on the inside of the donut, she put the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In our case, we put the plant-based treaties calls to action, such as food security, financing plant-based food, public education on the topic, and so forth. So one of the things that we're trying to do is look beyond fossil fuel emissions. Because even if fossil fuel emissions ended today, global food emissions alone would take us, would make the Paris Agreement 1.5 limit impossible, and the 2 degrees Celsius target difficult to realize. However, this is just one of the issues that needs to be addressed. And so we want to avoid what's called carbon tunnel vision, which narrowly focuses on carbon emissions. So instead, we'd like to highlight the interconnected environmental and societal challenges. So in this chart, you can see access to healthcare and nutrients, land use and equity, interspecies justice, intragenerational justice, intergenerational justice, protecting water, fresh water, and so forth. The visual metaphor underscores the need to address a broad spectrum of issues from biodiversity loss to overconsumption, as well as having a holistic perspective. So one of the most important findings from the research that we did for this report was this figure. And it's published by a professor at the University of Oregon. And he's worked, in this publication, he worked with Johan Rockström as well. And it was a shock to me. So I don't know if it's a shock to you, but it's global per capita meat consumption since the early 80s to the present. So in the early 80s, it was 30 kilograms per person on a global basis. That has grown by 50% to 45 kilograms per person per year. I mean, that was the most important finding to me, because it tells us, even at the current levels of meat, dairy, and egg consumption, we're transgressing 6 planetary boundaries. And this is the trajectory, so it's really concerning. Does anybody know what per capita consumption is like in Canada, the US, UK? Where do you think the top consuming countries are? I'm going to show you later a chart, but I just want to get your guess. What do you think the average per capita consumption is in Canada? Anyone want to guess? it's more than, yeah, it's around double. But yeah, in the US, it's around 123 kilograms. So it's a number 2 country. Hong Kong is the number 1 country. It's higher, it's around 140 something. So I want to show you how significant this issue is. So the current global diet uses 4 billion hectares of land. 4 billion hectares. And most of that land is used for animal farming. So that's for ranching, growing animal feed. So 83% of global farmland is used for animal farming, yet it produces only 18% of the world's calories. So it's really inefficient to, feed, grow feed, to feed to animals and then kill the animals to eat them. So it's incredibly inefficient. So if the whole world went vegan, how much land could you save? According to this famous study by Joseph Poor, at the bottom you can see Joseph Poor, he's at Oxford, and Thomas Nemison. They say that you could save 3/4 of the land. So we could feed the whole world on 1 billion hectares if the world went vegan. Because people eat so much meat, dairy, and eggs, it takes 4 billion hectares. So do you see my point about land use? How wasteful animal agriculture is. So if everybody ate like the meat consumption in England, and England is one of the countries that is lower in terms of Western countries, you would need another planet like Mercury. So it's simply not sustainable. Like we're just deforesting more and more of the planet because of people's diets. So one of the biggest issues is the methane emergency. So I want to just briefly talk about that. So methane has a very high global warming potential. So it is 82 times more potent than carbon dioxide. But its lifespan is very short. It's only 12.4 years in the atmosphere in terms of its half-life. What about carbon dioxide? What is your sense of how long is carbon dioxide in the atmosphere? It has a really long, it could be hundreds of years, even 1,000 years. So methane is very different. So there's an opportunity if you address methane, a very potent gas. If you take it out of the atmosphere, there's a great opportunity to have a big impact because it has such a, it's so potent, yet it has a short lifespan. So notably, in 2021, animals raised for food were the largest contributors to methane emissions, accounting for 36% of the total. That's when you count not just direct methane emissions, but also from food waste from animal products. So shifting away from animal agriculture not only mitigates these emissions, but also affords us the opportunity to decarbonize the economy, transform the food system into a carbon sink, and restore degraded land. So Johann Rockström, they first introduced this concept of planetary boundaries in 2009. And when they did, they already noticed that 2 to 3 of the planetary boundaries were being breached. So that's what we see in the red. 2 of those boundaries are in gray. They didn't have data for those boundaries yet, so they may have been breached back then. Then they did another assessment in 2015, and 4 had been crossed. Then this year, they published in the most prestigious journals like Nature, Science. They said that 6 of the 9 boundaries were breached. By this time, they already collected data for those 2 gray areas, those 2, the ones called novel entities, and the other one was called atmospheric aerosols. So by this year, they already knew the data for that. So just a bit about planetary boundaries. As you know, the most famous planetary boundary is climate change. The planetary boundary framework offers an Earth system view where the climate, biosphere functions, nutrient flows, and hydrological cycles have kept the planet in a state with permanent ice caps, flowing rivers, forests, stable climate, and abundance of life. But with our heavy reliance on fossil fuels and animal agriculture, we have pushed some of these systems beyond their safe thresholds. So we have left the safe operating space for 6 planetary boundaries. Two of the boundaries, climate change and the biosphere, like life, biodiversity, are considered core boundaries, which means that exceeding just one of these boundaries for too long can make Earth uninhabitable. According to several food assessments, food systems are responsible for a third of all greenhouse gas emissions. And they're responsible, eating animals is responsible for at least twice as much emissions as plant-based foods. So in this slide, I want to emphasize, again, animal agriculture has a considerable ecological impact. In particular, the clearing of forests for pastures destroys habitat, releases carbon, and removes carbon sinks. Monocultures for animal feed creates biodiversity deserts. So currently the Amazon is being deforested to grow soy and corn for animal feed in China and Europe, for chickens, pigs, and so forth. The same thing has happened in Canada. 80% of the farmland is used for animal farming. Same thing in the UK. Forests have been cleared country after country just to create ranch land and animal feed. And Joseph Poore, the Oxford professor that did that study, he started doing this research after he was flying over Eastern Europe, and he noticed, like, wow, like there's all these square patches of like areas that are growing soy, and he was like shocked because years ago it was just getting worse and worse. So that's why he undertook this famous study of 40,000 farms and published it in the most prestigious journal, Nature. He's the most cited academic in the IPCC studies on food-related issues. And he did a webinar for the Plant-Based Treaty, our group, and it's on YouTube. So if you go to Plant-Based Treaty YouTube, you can see the webinar with Joseph Poore. It's 1 hour and it's really informative. This chart shows the weight of different animals on the planet, and it just shows how humans have completely transformed life on this planet. Look at the distribution of mammals on Earth. It's 4 boxes. We've replaced wildlife and wild spaces for animal farming. So it's a tragedy. Like when I was growing up, this picture looked very different. We're just encroaching on more and more wild spaces. So very little stuff. 137 species of animals, plants, and insects are being lost every day. That's a very powerful image from Greenpeace. Okay, in terms of fresh water, I just wanted to emphasize that there's 2 types of water, blue water and green water. And with respect to blue water, animal agriculture is withdrawing a lot of the fresh water, but it's also impacting green water, which is stored in soils. When it's responsible for destroying forests like the Amazon. In terms of biogeochemical flows, that's nitrogen and phosphorus. There's an over-reliance on fertilizers, which result in a buildup of phosphorus and nitrogen in our soil, with runoff damaging nearby ecosystems. If people switch and if policies switch to supporting plant-based food systems, this could reduce eutrophication and terrestrial acidification by about 50%. So this slide looks at another planetary boundary, which is ocean acidification. Could anybody here describe, like, how would you define ocean acidification? Okay, so this final slide, ocean acidification happens because carbon dioxide is absorbed by the ocean, and it's a lot of carbon dioxide is, it leads to, at the end, it leads to less and less oxygen in the oceans, which is, has huge implications for life in the oceans. Okay, so what we are doing with the plant-based treaty is we're trying to get a global treaty, and we've mirrored it on the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. So we called up Sephora Berman, who's the chair of the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. They've successfully got almost 100 cities to endorse. They got the World Health Organization to endorse, and they got 12 countries, I think it's maybe 11 countries to endorse, as well as the European Union. At COP, they were covered by the BBC for getting Colombia, which is like an oil exporting country, to endorse the treaty. So they've been very successful. Environmental movement is much better resourced than the plant-based movement, but we used their model and copied it. So they had 3 principles. We copied it and developed similar 3 principles. And this is in social movements, there's often this structure in a campaign. It's like a pyramid structure. So at the top is your grand strategic objective. So I'll give you an example. In the civil rights movement, what was the goal in the civil rights movement in the 60s, 50s, 60s? Does anybody want to guess? What was just the general goal?
Equality.
Yes, it was equality. So under that, there were phases like voter rights, desegregation, struggles against anti-poverty, anti-militarization, the protest against the Vietnam War. So they had these phases. Then under that, they had campaigns like the sit-in movement, the freedom rides, the freedom summer, registering people to vote. So anyways, I'm just showing you there's that structure in campaigns. So we have a similar structure. So in our case, and again, we have this great structure because we copied the fossil fuel treaty. We didn't actually know that we had the structure. Somebody pointed it out to us. So it's great. But it's a really good structure. So at the top is your grand strategic objective, which in our case is develop an equitable plant-based food system to enable us to live within the planetary boundaries and rewild the Earth. So that's our goal. So what I wanted to show you in this presentation is not just about climate. It's not having a carbon tunnel vision. You need to talk about all the different planetary boundaries, like fresh water, like ocean acidification, like phosphorus and nitrogen, and biodiversity and land use and so forth. So in our case, we have 3 principles, 3 R's. Again, this is copying the fossil fuel treaty. So their first principle is don't make the problem worse, like no new exploration and development of fossil fuels. In our case, no new deforestation for expanded animal life, because currently, there's that the deforestation continues in the Amazon, in the Congo, in Indonesia, for expanded animal agriculture, so that there could be animal feed and ranching. So the second principle is redirect. So redirect taxes, subsidies, regulations, public information campaigns. And then the third R is restore. It's like restore nature, rewild. And then you can have hundreds of campaigns under it, just like the civil rights movement did, like the sit-in campaigns and so forth. And then the tactics are nonviolent tactics like advocacy, education, pressure campaigns, direct action, ad campaigns. So again, these are our 3 R principles. And then if you go to our website, plantbasedtreaty.org, you will see the detailed proposals under each of the 3 Rs. So we have 39 detailed proposals. So again, relinquish is just like do not make the problem worse, no new slaughterhouses, no new deforestation, no new fishing vessels, no new trawlers. The second is redirect, policy tools to have a transformation towards a plant-based food system. And the third is restore the forest, but also the mangroves, the sea forests. So as I mentioned, the fossil fuel treaty is way ahead of us. They have almost 100 cities. We have, just this week, we got a fifth city in the UK. It's going to be formally announced next week. So some of our campaigners don't know this, but yeah, 5th city just endorsed. Amsterdam has the intention of endorsing, so they will announce their endorsement soon. The capital of Scotland, Edinburgh, endorsed. In the United States, we have 2 cities, Los Angeles unanimously endorsed, and Boynton Beach, Florida. There were a number of cities and towns in India that endorsed. As I mentioned, 5 in the UK. We have over 3,000 groups and businesses endorsed, 120,000 people, including almost 1,000 politicians. So in the UK, they have the best campaign so far. They have about 600 councillors and MPs that have endorsed. We have celebrities. We got a Beatle that endorsed. Sir Paul McCartney endorsed, as well as his 2 daughters, Mary and Stella McCartney. I think it's about 5 or 6 Nobel laureates, including one, Klaus Plowman, who's worked on climate. Again, the fossil fuel treaty, they have 100 Nobel laureates that endorsed, including the Dalai Lama. So they're ahead of us, but it's nice to have a big brother, big sister that we look up to and sort of try to emulate. So I wanted to talk a bit about the solutions of the plant-based treaty. One of them is indigenous rights. And we looked at, in this report, we looked at 12 types of solutions, and one of them was indigenous rights. And 5% of the world population is indigenous, yet 36% of the people killed or murdered as land defenders is indigenous. So do you see how they're disproportionately on the front lines protecting the Amazon or protecting old growth forests? So I think we all have a responsibility to show, we're very privileged, and to show solidarity with indigenous people. There are many groups that work with indigenous rights, such as Amazon Watch. But as you can see in this chart, Colombia had the most deaths of land defenders and so forth. In terms of sectors where they're killed, the #1 sector where land defenders are killed and indigenous people is animal agriculture. The second one, as you can see, is mining. Third one is logging, and so forth. So again, how many people knew this before they came to this call? How significant animal agriculture is in terms of planetary boundaries, in terms of harming people. It's not something that's well known, because if you go to the COP28 or the climate talks, you barely hear about animal farming. Although for the first time this year, it's starting to enter the agenda. Even though it's a third of the emissions, you barely hear a peep. So we want to change that. So that's one of the things that we're focusing on. Another piece of evidence to see how far behind we are, the biggest climate public opinion poll ever done asked 1.2 million people from dozens of countries, what is the best solution to fight the climate crisis? And they listed 18. On an individual level, the best thing you can do is go vegan, just in terms of individual level, in terms of impact. It's not like changing a light bulb or recycling. Going vegan actually has the biggest impact. It was on the bottom of the list. Even though it was the #1 solution, it was chosen as the least effective by people as number 18. So that just shows you there's an awareness gap, and there's a need for massive public education on this issue. That's why I'm here, and I'll go to every opportunity to talk about this issue, because it's just not right. So things are beginning to change. Like Manchester in the UK has this ad campaign, eat less meat. One of the biggest issues is subsidies. $500 billion a year goes into subsidizing mostly animal farming. So if you look at, for example, the prairies in Canada, a lot of the income of dairy farmers comes from subsidies. So it's like it's not even profitable. These industries are being propped up, even as people switch over to plant-based milk. There is subsidies that are propping up this industry that is so disruptive. So this particular chart, which you will see in our report, just shows you like the EU, like milk. See the green is milk subsidies. So you can see the different countries, how much they subsidize dairy milk. Then you see meat, which I think is, the color is red. You can see in all those different countries how much it's subsidized. It should have zero subsidy. And even more so, it should have a tax, because there's so many externalities associated with meat, dairy, and eggs. It should be the opposite. And look what's happening here. So like this needs to be again amplified. It's not only government subsidies, it's also creditors. So look at Barclays Bank in the UK. Look at their finance, look at how much they finance in billions of dollars. So it's in millions, so basically it's 15 billion. So you can see all these JP Morgan, Bank of America. Royal Bank of Canada has a really bad reputation with respect to financing fossil fuels, but here they are also financing animal agriculture. It's always the #1 bank that is on the hit list of environmental groups because they're so destructive.
They have the Blue Water campaign. They try to blue wash themselves. RBC.
Right. Yes. Yeah, so I'm not aware of that, but Professor Manson, there's a Blue Water campaign where they're greenwashing themselves.
Blue washing.
Or blue washing. Okay. Yeah, there's a bank called Rabobank from the Netherlands, ING. Then if you look at the investors, look at BlackRock, one of the most important investors in the world. Look at how they're financing animal agriculture. Over 25 billion a year. Got Capital Group, Vanguard, Sun Life Financial in Canada. Anyways, financing the problem. So they're financing the destruction of our planet and the killing of innocent animals and destroying people's health, hurting indigenous people. The list goes on. Okay, so in this next slide, I just want to say humanity has destroyed 1/3 of the world's forests by expanding animal agriculture land. So it's just a useful sort of overview. And it just says 10,000 years ago, we had double the number of trees, which is really sad that over 10,000 years we've cut half the trees on the planet. So that's why we moved from what was called the Holocene which was about 10,000 years of stability, into the Anthropocene, where humans are the major forces determining, hydrological cycles, the climate, and so forth. And again, this chart shows the global land use for food production. So of the whole planet, 29% of the planet is land, 71% of the land is ocean. Of the planet is ocean. 71% of that land is habitable. Of all that land, 46% is agriculture. Then it goes down to what is useful. So of the agricultural land, you'll see 82% of land is used for animal farming, yet it only provides 18% of calories. So again, this is from the famous study by Joseph Poor and Nemesis. So again, that's the most important finding. And there's a famous author and journalist in the UK called George Monbiot, and he wrote a book called Regenesis. And if anybody wants a copy, I can get you the copy. He says land use is the #1 environmental issue. And again, this is the finding from Joseph Poor. 83% of the land is used for animal farming, yet produces only 18% of the calories, only 37% of the protein. So it's very inefficient, wasteful, and it's killing the planet. Switching to a plant-based diet would reduce land use by 75%. So remember that stat that we had, 4 billion hectares of land is used to feed the planet, but if we all went plant-based, it would be only 1 billion hectares. Can you imagine? We could rewild the earth and also create a carbon sink. This is how much land is used for different types of animal farming. So it's taking up rangeland, milk and cheese takes a big chunk of South America, beef and lamb takes all of North America. So look how wasteful it is. That's how we're using the planet. This is about plant-based. This is about milk. How many people have tried plant-based milks? And I'm just curious, has everyone here tried plant-based milk, like oat milk, soy milk? Let's see what else. Whatever your favorite milks are, almond milk.
That's all we have. We don't. We have only plant-based.
This one again is by Joseph Poor. He did like I said, he did a webinar for us. And if you move away from dairy milk to oat milk, you use 10 times less land. But then it also shows your impact on acidification, eutrophication, greenhouse gases. See, look at those charts. So, anyways, this particular one also shows for 100 grams of protein, what the impact is of different foods. In terms of diabetes, it just shows you that the rate of diabetes has gone up in 10 years. Because, remember I showed you that per capita consumption of meat, dairy, and eggs? So people are getting sicker and sicker. There's more of a problem of obesity, cancer rates as well. And this is from World in Data. It's one of the best sources. If you're ever doing research in these kind of areas, World in Data is great. This was done by Dr. Zara Kassam. She started the plant-based health professionals in the UK, and they did the first conference on it, and this plate is all plant-based. And then her sister is here in Toronto. Sorry, her sister's Zara, her in the UK. No, there's another sister. Anyways, but Zara Kassam, yeah, I'm going to wrap up now. Anyways, she, does it say here? Does anybody help me here? In the UK, it's, anyways, Shireen Kassam organized the first conference in the UK, plant-based, and then her sister here in Toronto, Zara Kassam, organized the first plant-based health conference in Toronto. Here's the per capita consumption. So you see number 1 is Hong Kong, with, as you can see, there's 137 kilograms of meat per person per year. Then is the United States, 124, Australia number 3 at 122 kilograms. If you go down to Canada, it's 83 kilograms per person per year. At the bottom there you see Turkey is 39 kilograms per year, Japan is 49 kilograms per year, Colombia is 56, United Arab Emirates is 62 kilograms per year. That's where the COP conference was just now. So anyway, it's very important to look at this and just how much of a problem we have and what we need to do. If any one of you move from a meat, dairy, and egg diet to a vegan diet, this is what would be the result, besides saving animals, about 100 animals a year, plus sea animals. Besides greenhouse gas emissions, you would be saving 5 birds, 15 mammals, 20 reptiles, 150 amphibians, and that's because of land use. Because you would be saving 4.7 square kilometers of land. Just change it. So that's how powerful we all have in terms of how much power we have in terms of diet change and helping the planet. 23 cities endorsed the treaty, and it just shows you some of the cities there, LA, Edinburgh, and so forth. The urban population is growing, and so cities play a really important part, so that's why we're targeting cities. This graph just shows you the number of animals being killed over time since the 60s to this, and what the projection is. So there's a projection of 50% increase. Okay, yeah, so this is just if Edinburgh went vegan, it would save 232,000 hectares of land. And I'll just leave you on this positive note. Like Eric Adams is the mayor of New York City, and he has the most progressive policies in the whole world. So he's created all 11 public hospitals have greener by default. And so 60% of the patients eat vegan. He created meatless Mondays and plant-powered Fridays for 1 million students in schools. So he's the #1 leader in the world. And he did this campaign called Eat a Whole Lot More Plants. He had type 2 diabetes, and he got better by eating a whole foods plant-based diet, and he promised his constituents that he would help them if he got better, and that's what he's doing now.
Excellent. Beautiful. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. That was great. Yeah, definitely time to switch to plant-based.
Maybe mention we're giving out vegan donuts.
Oh, yeah, I'll mention it. Oh, yes. So there's some vegan donuts being given out. So if anybody wants to try a vegan donut. So we're now going to have a short little food break. Put on this underwater pipe work.
So, just want to let you know how to go to right back to normal.
Okay, sounds good.
Also, for that design, should I update it or make it?
Say again?
Should I make an updated like a
Yeah,
design or
yeah, anything, whatever.
Okay. Awesome. I
Just
did
keep
get a
working it, keep
message
knocking the
back
ideas
from,
around.
Viva for some, I don't know, for that TA thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Didn't get back, didn't hear back yet?
Never responded. Also, one more thing, sir. Mine is Meta. It's not me. I don't think
Meta.
Meta.
Like meta,
Yeah.
as in beyond, the Greek word beyond, right?
It's more, it's how do I put this?
What language?
It's Mongolian based.
Mongolian.
It's like old Mongolian name.
Oh,
Like it's Turkish, but yeah, it's like Metahan, which is like predecessor of like Genghis Khan. It's like old. It's, that's where it comes from.
Oh, okay.
So it means like valor and like courageous. It's like most of the male names that you have in Turkish is usually like that. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of like meta, I guess, right?
Maybe they incorporated that since we.
Meta means beyond.
Yeah. So that might be it. I don't know, cause like it's the same in the same Eurasian area, right? So
Oh,
in the
okay.
Hellenistic times they would be in the same location.
Yeah.
With the Sumerians. Already go.
You got one?
Yeah, they got sugar in them too, right?
Yeah, that vegan.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm trying to stay
Kind
away
of
from the sugar.
junky.
Anyway,
Yeah.
thanks, sir. I will have to get going.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, big thanks to our vegan friends for these donuts. Enjoy.
Oh, you want to play it?
Oh, yeah.
Why not? Put it on the napkin. All right, there we go.
use this to.
Seguro y justo.
So I used like a neoprene.
Plant-based green.
And I made like an ultrasound control. Yeah, let me try to show it to you. I mean, so it looks like this. This is an artist painting, and you can control on top of it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so this is like the new pixel. As you come closer, it adjusts right in the ball.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I think we're going to.
Yeah. Yeah.
La Paula Verde. La Paula Verde.
Maybe that you can say you. Really? We're gonna get some fish. Let's move it. It'll be like.
Okay,
You want the? You want a donut? I need a donut.
Can I get a shot of you all for that test?
Oh, can I have one of these too?
Sure. Go ahead, please.
No, you got that. Right. Animal rights.
Your family was camera, right?
oh yeah.
Wonderful.
That's really important. Thank you. Money to work with. Especially when things are so climate, it's even harder than no, I'm here all day. It's all,
Oh, yeah, how are you?
And it's actually wondering, is it possible to show a short? Sure, yeah. How's today been?
Oh, really good. Let me see.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I believe so. So let me just make sure. You said it to me, Shoreman. Slides, and then the other thing I need is this it?
Yeah.
Message? In here, right? Now I'm gonna have to do this. So I might try to get it to Facebook. I think I can get it to Facebook or a blog. I can log in. If I go to here and go to here. Okay. How do I find it? It should be somewhere.
I think I just emailed it to you.
Did you email it or message it?
No, I sent it in email.
Oh, email, okay, so then I'm not looking at Messenger. I'm looking from an email. Which one?
Slides.
Oh, there it is, okay. Beautiful. Now I'll download it. And I can also just click on it too. And there it is, beautiful. And then the video, we can do up the video, and then let's run to the watching for a second as well too. But I can go to YouTube. YouTube is here.
Actually, can you bring that up again?
The slides or the
Yeah,
YouTube?
the slides.
Okay. That's the slides. And then let me get the YouTube. And then you can, actually not my channel, you just want to search YouTube, right? Or, yeah, yeah.
Welcome to you.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Hi. Yeah. 9 a.m. Or not 9 a.m. News. 9 a.m. And we got a 4 o'clock speaker. 4 o'clock speaker, and I'm going to make a quick washing break. And then I'll come back. You can play on this if you want. This is. Yeah. So I've got Mike here. So yours is
Ed
Bohr. Yeah, Ed. I think yours.
In person, nice to meet you.
Yeah, finally meeting on
I've
dry
spoken to you
land.
before. But
And
yeah.
there's yours. And then now we gotta go. I gotta get Ed's on here too.
I sent you by email. It's
Yeah.
done.
Ed or was attachment, I guess. Oh, there it is. Okay, beautiful. So that's here.
Yeah.
So now, and then I can download that as well. So it's cash
Yeah, I
flow.
got that, whatever.
So
Oh,
now,
there's the hydraulic one. Well, good to know that stuff.
so there's yours,
That's Mike. That's
Mike,
what?
and then his video, and then yours is here. So that's all lined up.
Am I after you? Am I after?
What's the
Oh,
schedule
I
say?
forgot.
Trying to remember. What's the schedule say? So at 4 o'clock, we have, no, Ed, you're on at 4.
Oh, I'm
and
on at
Mike,
4.
You're on at 4:30.
I'm the warm-up.
Okay.
I'm the warm-up here.
And then 5 o'clock is ages. So I'm gonna run and take a quick tea break. I've got about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
left.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
I'll show you where the
Show me
water-
where that is, yeah.
And then we'll come back. So that's our program. There's a lav mic up here. the lavalier mic. Yeah, it's good. It was good to be on that ATM, you know. Lots getting done, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
That's enough.
no, I'm good. Yeah, well, I'm sort of glad it's over. It's a bit of a scramble.
Yeah.
Get it all together and everything. Last glitches and screw-ups. It's great to have, as you do, a spot to invite people to come in
Yeah.
your life. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't really have that. Looking into maybe number one, just the community center just opened up.
Well, we could always host it at my lab.
Oh, yeah?
I got a lab right across the street from there at Keller, Ontario.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Or we could host it here, UofT.
Lab, so.
I can always book this room too, right?
Really? That'd be fantastic.
This room seats 354.
Yeah.
And it's got a nice chalkboard, right?
Yeah.
There's 3 boards, you slide one inside the other, nested.
And some AV.
And 3 projectors, so it's not a bad room. Yeah, this is my default classroom, you know?
Yeah. So you teach in here?
Yeah, it's my lecture hall.
Yeah.
So I can always book it.
Yeah.
If you need to have a meeting, it's relevant to something, you know?
Yeah. So there's your group.
Or if it's a smaller group, we could do it at my lab across the street from the ABO.
Yeah. How many would that fit?
Not that many. Like if we're just gonna have a panel discussion, record in the studio or somewhere.
Yeah.
We have 5 or 6 people over doing professional reporting.
Right.
Yeah, I'll put something up on the front of the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're in how many days of this? This is something like 7 days. How long is that?
This event?
Yeah.
Well, it's only today.
Oh, it's only today. Okay. I had the idea that it was sort of a multi-day thing.
Well, we got a thing on solstice as well, on the 21st.
Okay.
And a bunch of us are meeting on Saturday to have a chalkboard at noon. A big hoarding,
Yeah.
a black hoarding wall.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, found it makes a really good chalkboard.
Okay.
They put some coating on it so people don't paint on it.
Right.
But it's nice because you can write on it with chalk, it goes on easy, it comes off with a normal chalkboard eraser.
Right.
It turns out to make a really, really good chalkboard.
Right. So you guys are sort of banned, are you, from the beach as it stands right now?
Well, there's no such thing as banning us from the beach, it's just a question of how hard they want to make it for us to get there.
Right.
Because it's public space legally.
Yeah, so
It's navigable water.
So you can do it, like you can get there.
We can always get there.
And go there somehow. You can somehow get there.
Yeah, it's always a question of how much they want to cooperate.
Yeah.
Because they know we're gonna go there anyway.
Yeah.
When they closed the bridge, we swam there. We're there anyway, and then they kind of left it open for us as well too, you know.
That's all right.
We're not thumbing our nose at as much, I suppose.
Yeah. So they seem to be determined to go ahead. Right. Okay.
Well, you have your kayak, you could get there easy, right?
Oh, I can get there easily, no problem. Because they can't, I mean, they've got their little strip of buoys where you can't go in unless you cross it. You can't go inside.
Oh, yeah. You can come around the other way.
But you just come around the outside to the beach here.
Yeah, I don't know what,
It's better than Syria.
it's a question of what's legal and what's not. Is that illegal? Are they legally allowed to block that navigable water, maybe for construction or something?
Yeah. Well, I guess they.
We have a barrier across which many people bypass anyway. and then some people get angry.
Yeah,
They smooth past that barrier.
yeah. I haven't tried to get there on foot, so. It's there. I mean, you can go into the entrance to the park, right? The Trillium Park.
Oh, yeah.
You can go in there and walk around the
Hey, how are you?
side.
It's, I had an appointment, so I had to leave for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm back.
All right. Next up, we have Ed Hoare. I always like to talk about the Sustainable Technology Society. Intersection of sustainability. That shape there represents sustainability. That's the spinning rope, the shape the spinning rope makes, right? Sustainability, technology, and society. Kind of like a Venn diagram, you know?
Yeah.
And then at the center of that, you've got Mersivity. So, yeah, if you want to get started, I'll stream it. I'll let the guys know that it's Laura speaking. Hey, come on in. Session started. So Ed Hoare is up next. From Waterfront for All.
Start
So,
rambling or what?
yeah, so come on up. So our next speaker is Ed Hoare from Waterfront Toronto, and you have slide deck, right?
Hey, how do I advance it?
I don't know anything about, I do all my slides with HTML, so I don't.
No, you don't know?
I don't, but one thing I can do
What
is.
if you push a sideways arrow or something like that?
Yeah, we can try that. So is it a PDF? So,
It's a PDF, I think, yeah.
It
started out as a PowerPoint.
Okay, oh, so events, I'm gonna try events, presentation. This is it, right?
Yeah, there's 12 slides.
That looks like it.
And then, yeah, you just
And
kind of
then
go,
full screen, and then maybe
push something basic, yeah, that's it, yeah.
that looks like it'll work. And then there's F11, I can push F11 on there to make it full screen, and that should be visible.
What's up there?
as well.
Okay.
And then you can control Shift Plus, I guess, to get it to fill the screen.
Okay.
Maybe that feels about right.
Seems about right.
And yeah, let's hang on a second. I'm just going to grab this, and I'll start my camera here, and we'll get going here. I think we're going in the live. The live is going. And I'll start my camera as well and take it away.
All right, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess it is, 4 o'clock. Are you guys engineering students? I don't know, I've come here without knowing anything about the event, like, what do you do? What do you do?
Engineering?
Are you an engineering student? What?
Computer science.
Oh, okay, what about you?
VFX programming.
What?
VFX programming.
Oh, okay, I know Mike up there. Ma'am, what do you do?
I was the plant-based 3D.
The what?
Plant-based 3D.
Oh, okay. What do you do, sir? I'm just trying to get who you all are.
Yeah, economics.
Oh, okay, you're an economist, okay, the dismal science. Yes, okay. So, all right, that's fine. Mike's asked me here, not really explain fully really what we're doing here, but I guess I'll just ramble on about who I am and what I do. That's me. I'm looking at the CN Tower. I'm a kayaker, obviously. I'm a lawyer as well. So just to give you a brief bit of background, I worked for one of the big downtown firms. Eventually I started a small litigation firm. I was doing stuff to do with drugs and pharmaceuticals. And I dealt a lot with pharmaceutical experts and chemists and stuff like that in this litigation about patents. And eventually I just burnt myself out doing that after about 25 years, and I became a sort of layabout, essentially did nothing really except kind of invest in things. And I got interested in the water. Well, I've been interested in the water, I think, as a kid, long time ago. I remember, getting in canoes at my grandparents' place or whatever and just sort of loving it. So at some point 20 years ago or something, maybe longer, 30 years ago, I remember acquiring a kind of a rubber boat, like an inflatable thing. I think I got it at Canadian Tire or something. And I could go out on the water, and it just somehow thrilled me to pieces to just be out on the water. I would go out early before my kids were up. They were kind of small then. And I just found there was something magical about just sort of floating around on the water. So I would be out there. And so I'm out in the water around Toronto Island, east, west, whatever, quite a lot. And I guess it sort of formed my view of the way things work. At some point, back around maybe almost 10 years ago now, there was a push, which some of you may remember, some of you probably too young to remember, but there was a push to have jets at the Toronto Island Airport, and that involved expanding the runway about 200 meters in either direction so these huge jets could land there. And that struck me as being absolutely an appalling idea, and I decided I would do everything in my power to prevent it from happening. As it happened, I had some skills that were relevant to that because as a lawyer, I'd been a litigator.
Well, the lav mic's right there if you want to use that too, right?
Can people hear me? If you can't hear me, yeah, you can hear me up there? So I'm okay, I think. I got involved in that, and it was all about the water and the harbor and sort of preserving it and not having huge jets spewing stuff around. And, the littler runway was sort of okay, I guess, but whatever I thought about that, I didn't want the bigger one. And so and also I'd been a lobbyist, so I'd done a lot of lobbying in the federal and provincial levels. So it ended up being that it happened to fit my skill set. I spent about 3 years working on that, and ultimately it was defeated. Not because of me necessarily, but I would say, on the team anyway. And so after that, a whole bunch of people that were in some cases very interesting, smart people, had different kinds of expertise, had gotten together in that effort, had different expertise. And we decided we'd get together and kind of just be a group that would meet now and then and be interested in the harbor and promoting what we thought was good and essentially opposing what we thought was bad. And for me, it was all about the water. And as it happens, that area of the city has become hugely important over the last few years in a kind of an accelerating way that some of you maybe know about, or some of you don't, but it's at least, I think, an interesting thing. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes and sort of going over roughly what's going on and what my perspective on it is. Let's see. This is how do I advance it again?
Just push the right arrow. Try
The right arrow. No.
Is it working?
No. Some other thing I push, I guess.
Oh, is it selected? Let me see.
Yeah. No. Oh, I see. We roll.
Oh,
We
maybe if
scroll.
you
That's
roll
how
down,
we do
it goes up
Okay.
to down.
So we scroll.
2 fingers.
2 fingers, right. Okay, yeah. Okay, good enough. This is a website. It's got a bunch of stuff on it, sort of events that we hold. We had our annual general meeting the night before last.
Yeah.
Mike honored us with his presence. And we talked about, I gave a kind of a summary overview of what's going on in the waterfront and a sort of a political and legal and sort of zoning way, I guess, which I do every year. So if you're interested in that, it's 12 pages. Somebody can read it. It's on the website. So we're called Waterfront for All. We're kind of an umbrella group of residents associations and other entities involved in the waterfront somehow or other. As I said, I think one of the best ways to see the waterfront and have a sense of it and really sort of understand Toronto's integration with the water is to be in a kayak because we are actually built around a harbor. We are here because there is a harbor, because it was the base of a portage route up to Lake Simcoe way back before there were white settlers here. So the idea that there's a harbor there, that there's an island that protects it, and there's a shoreline is sort of integral to the entire existence of our city. And when you're out there, despite the skyscrapers and the CN Tower, which have their own kind of beauty, I think you understand it more. You kind of feel like that's really what our city is about. It's sort of like concentric circles that go out from this oval-shaped harbor. That is the center. That is the basis for our city, in my opinion. I do it typically. This is at the foot of Reese Street. It's just at the foot of the CN Tower. It's very close to the Rogers Center. And they store a bunch of boats. I have a bunch of boats there. And we go out even when the weather's bad. And so that's been a fantastic thing for me, and I think for some other people, is to just store a boat. I don't know if you've ever been there. In the summer, they do some stuff there to make it accessible for people who don't have boats or just trying out the sport. There's a website. It's called Harborfront Canoe and Kayak, actually, is the spot. But there's other spots to launch.
Well, show it on the map where the boats are if you can.
Yeah,
so everybody knows
so
we're
here's
there.
our next slide. It's, do you have a stick? How do I do? Well, I don't know.
Can you move the mouse cursor?
Huh?
Yeah, just move the mouse cursor.
Oh, mouse cursor, where's that?
It's a trackpad.
Oh, yeah, trackpad, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you can see my little arrow. There you are, yeah.
Yeah.
So it is right here. That's called the Reese Street Slip. This is the Sky Dome or Rogers Center, whatever you call it. CN Tower is there. Our typical little trip, sort of a default trip, is me and one of my buddies, and we go out the Western Gap around here, in the other way, and back again. That's about a 12K circuit that we enjoy. You can, of course, meander all over the place, and it was in the course of one such meandering trip.
Is that near Peter Street Basin?
Not too far.
Yeah.
It's a little, I believe, east of Peter Street.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's Reese Street.
Yeah.
East of Spadina, right?
Yeah,
Peter
okay.
would be on the other side.
No,
Anyway,
Peter Street is
that's
also.
where it is.
Yeah.
So, in one of my meanders, we go out to the Humber River, which is out this way, and I encountered Steve Mann, and on several of these trips, there he is in the water, pretty unmistakable, because he's the only guy out there in the water wearing a thing like this on his head. So I guess we got sort of acquainted. There's a big issue at Ontario Place that he can tell you about, or I can, which essentially has to do with the provincial government building a big spa there, which I don't think you like. A lot of people don't like it, but they're...
A spa that's
like it's going
disconnected from the lake. At first I thought, hey, that's not a bad idea. In fact, my daughter and I suggested building a spa there in 2011.
Oh, okay.
But it would be a spa that connects you to the lake with water slides going down into the lake.
Into the lake, okay.
And a sauna and
Whereas this is not like that.
hot
yeah.
tub. But this is isolating people from the lake. It's the
Isolated.
exact
So this-
opposite of what we thought should be built there.
Yeah, so that's an issue that we have an offshoot group called Ontario Place for All that's been very active in agitating about that. We'll see what's going to happen. The mayor has made a deal seemingly with the provincial government. She says, okay, we, the city, will not interfere with that, provided you take the Don Valley Parkway and the garden off our hands. We don't have to pay for it anymore, which works for the city because the city has terrible fiscal problems, and hopefully that'll contribute to helping them. But the issue about Ontario Place will probably go on. There's other interesting things going on. This is a map from what's called the Marine Use Study being done by Waterfront Toronto. I should go back and just explain what that is. Waterfront Toronto is an interesting thing. It's a three levels of government uniting in an agency, something that doesn't exist elsewhere in Canadian politics that I know. You have three levels of government: municipal, provincial, federal. One of the problems in Toronto, in terms of beautifying the waterfront or trying to achieve anything on the waterfront, was that different parts of it have always been owned by different levels of government or controlled by different levels of government. They were always working at cross purposes, making a mess. There would be railways that were going along it. There were privately owned warehouses and things like that. The province had that bit of land. The feds had the airport. And this bit of land over here, which is the port where the big ships are. The city had the park. So you had three levels of government. And the waterfront was, when I was a kid, I grew up in Toronto, you basically wouldn't go there. You might go over to the island once a year, but you would never go there just to hang around because it was all barbed wire fences and piles of salt and parking lots and things like that. And it was also disgusting. The water was horrible. So people would say, well, why can't we fix up the waterfront? Other places fix it, but why can't we do it? There was a guy called Robert Fung, who was sort of a Liberal Party operative back in the 90s under Chrétien. And he wrote a report called the Fung Report. And in that report, he said, what we need to do is create an agency which represents all three levels of government. There will be people on the board from all three levels of government. That means that they'll be able to work together and figure out a way to make things happen on the waterfront. In other words, everybody's kind of working in one direction as opposed to sort of just squabbling and fighting in different directions. And that fundamental vision, which was maybe 25 years ago, has fundamentally changed our waterfront. It's made it possible to revitalize it and for many exciting things to happen. This is a diagram from a meeting. This is actually me, I think, in the meeting. The meeting was about a particular issue, which was what's called marine transportation. In other words, should there be more water taxis? Should there be something called sea buses? The dotted lines show possible routes where you might want to go from, say, over at the east end of the harbor over to the west end, and along that dotted line, there might be a ferry that would go from over here, over there, and this kind of stuff. In other words, it would change from the model that we're all used to, where you just have one ferry dock on the city side that goes to three places on the island. It's been like that for 100 years. It might be necessary to change it as the western part, the eastern part, what's called the Portlands, becomes developed, which is now going to start to happen. So anyway, it's just one such meeting about these things. I tend to go to these meetings and get interested, and they tend to ask me, which is nice, I guess. This is one of the interesting things on our waterfront. Let me just explain where this is. So this over here First of all, this bit of green right up here, this is the Don River. Don River comes into something called the Keating Channel, which is here. It's just a big, nasty stretch, concrete walls. It's got horrible crap, comes down the river, goes in there. There's a possibility of flooding. The Don River periodically floods, and it can flood the entire area of the Portlands down here, and also actually a lot of the downtown area. If you had a big rainfall, if you have a sort of a Hurricane Hazel event, there was Hurricane Hazel in 1954, 56, I'm forgetting the exact year, when the Humber River filled up with water, the Don River filled up with water. Any neighborhood that's below the floodplain gets washed out into the lake, people die. That resulted in a rule, which is good, that you can't build in our ravines. That's freed up our ravine system for a fabulous system of ravines, bike paths, whatever, that I'm sure you all have been to, and it's one of the great things about our city. With respect to the Don River, it was straightened out in the 19th century and given this sort of right-hand turn. And I'm sure Steve would be able to give us a little lecture about why water doesn't like flowing in a 90 degrees, right? It doesn't like to go like this and then go like this. That's not its natural thing. So you get a lot of water coming down the river. What's going to happen is it's going to burst out of that corner, and it's going to go all over here and flood everything. So that's why that part of the city has tended to be just low industrial stuff, piles of salt, 1-2-story kind of light industrial stuff, kind of derelict to go down there. I always kind of loved it, actually, just because it is kind of forgotten and kind of this place that, you know, it seems like people just don't go to, but it is wasted space. It's quite close to downtown. So what is happening, as you may know, is that maybe this slide's slightly better. Waterfront Toronto has, which is the three government agency, has embarked on a very ambitious plan to create an island. So this is the Keating Channel, which I mentioned before, along the top here, just a long straightaway, very icky right now, old rusting boats in there and stuff. And the plan is, and we are very close to succeeding to finishing this now, it's been about 5 or 6 years of construction, is to build a second river mouth here. Got a bit of a wind in it for aesthetic reasons, really. So that and also this is a spillway, it's called the Don Greenway, so that in a flood, the water would come down here and it would come out through the spillway into what's called the ship channel down here. So in a catastrophic flood, the water would not flood the entire Portlands, but instead would go out through these various exits. So this bit here, the lower and second mouth of the river is artificial. It will open in the very near future, actually. I was told, actually, a few weeks ago that it would open in January, and I was asked if I wanted to lead a group of kayakers around, and I said, oh, yes, absolutely I do. But I've been told that it's not quite going to work that way, so I don't know what's going to happen. But there are the way they work this, and some of you are engineers, maybe you already know all about it, but if you want to create a new waterway like that, what you do, as I understand, is you have a plug at one end, or a dam, and a dam at the other. You excavate what's in between, you create a river, you put down whatever kind of cladding, plants, and so on you want, and then what you do is you gradually fill it up once it's complete. So they're gradually going to start filling it up, as I understand it, in the next few weeks, and they're going to take away what's called the west plug, which is this one here. This is Cherry Street. The new bridge at Cherry Street will open. This bridge here, if you've been down here, it's yellow. You might have been along here, and it's been open since, I think, October of 2022. Kind of neat, yellow, very, very pretty. These are also elegant, but you can't go over them yet, but I understand you will be able to by the end of the year, which is, when's that, 2 weeks? So the Cherry Street will have been essentially redirected. And I had just found out, I think it was yesterday, that this, what's called the North Plug, won't come out right away. I had been informed that it would be in the next few weeks. Apparently it'll be a little bit later. So my kayak circumnavigation of Villiers Island is going to be delayed a little while. Maybe the weather will be a little better by the time we have it. So I'm excited about that. That'll be good. Parkland, densification in the gray area. There's been discussions about increasing the densification about 30% from the original plan in 2017 because it seems the transits and the services can support it. So it's all good. And it's an example of what the three levels of government can accomplish when they work together. I'm trying to get the...
What about this? What's the shoreline like? Is it nice, easy access
So the
to
shoreline in
swimmers?
here is park, as you can see. There's a lot of plantings and so on. This is something
Is it a
called-
nice, gently sloped
Yeah.
shore for easy swim access?
I think so. I
Yeah.
believe so.
Like a
I think
nice
you will be
beach.
able to, yeah.
Yeah. That's what we need, is more beaches.
Yeah, and this is called Canoe Cove here. There is actually a beach area here. And there's islands. You can see the little islands. The idea is you'd be able to canoe in here, or kayak presumably.
Or paddleboard.
Or paddleboard in here, yeah. So it'll be kind of neat. Now, the build out of the buildings here, the park actually comes first. The way Waterfront Toronto's done its various renovations is it's tended to do the parkland first so that people can see that something positive is happening. The buildings come later. The buildings in this case will not be built, as I understand it, full build out on Village Island will not happen probably till the 2040s. So we're talking a sort of a generation really. And then ultimately, because the whole Portlands won't be flooding as it was, this whole area down here will build out over decades to come. But it'll become kind of the new center of the city, I believe, or at least a very important integral part of it. Because when you think about our downtown core, I worked at the Commerce Court for about 20 years, and you know, down here, those buildings were built in 1970. They're now 50 years, more than 50 years old. This is going to be beautiful new part of the city, more sort of mixed residential office buildings and so on, integrated with parks. It'll seem, I think the older part of the city, King and Bay and so on, will seem pretty old-fashioned once this stuff is up. So it'll change our city really quite dramatically. It's been very exciting to be on the water and just seeing that bit happen. Here's another map from some other meeting. I think I'm in one of these little Zoom boxes down below where basically we're talking about what you'll do on the parks and the access points to the water and being able to walk around and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of cool. Well, that's another way to get out on the water is to take a canoe, take a big canoe. That's quite popular with tourist groups who tend to go off. They come from Spain or something, I don't know, and they go out and it's a big thrill for people. I used to conduct tours. I still do sometimes, and it's really kind of neat. People come from wherever they have come from, wherever, Taiwan, don't know, and they're a little bit struck. You know, nobody ever told them that Toronto was breathtakingly beautiful, but it is. If you go through the island canals, they're stunning. You're in the canoe, you're going around, you go, this is amazing. We have an extraordinary city here, and a great resource here that we should appreciate. I grew up not understanding it because my instinct as a person growing up in Toronto was you don't go to the waterfront because it's shit. You might get beaten up. There's nothing there but warehouses and railroads and stuff like that. So changing the thinking about our waterfront has taken a long time, but it's in fact one of the great jewels. There's a thing at Harbourfront Canoe and Kayak, which is basically called social paddle. It means you've never paddled before, fine, come out, we give you a paddle. We all go out in a big group, and there's no arduous paddling or anything, you just sort of have a good time. That's a picture of that. You can go out in winter, but you have to know what you're doing a little bit. You wear a dry suit with zippers and things, and it's kind of cool to go out there at that time. It's sort of like cross-country ski. You can do it. You just have to have the equipment. You have to have a little bit of know-how. You don't want to be, there's less room for error. You don't want to be making a mistake in the middle of winter and ending up in the water. But once you've acquired the basic skills, you're able to do it. I think I'm the third person there, and there we are at the racks. One of the things that's happening that's interesting about it is that we have an airport, of course, and many of you have probably been there. We have the Toronto Island Airport. It's right here. And you've, I'm sure, all seen the ads for, there's the Raccoon and Porter flights to places, and I take Porter. I love to go on the flights to New York or wherever it is. Here's an interesting thing that's happening that I think not a lot of people know about, which is that we have to decide as a city in the next probably about a year and a half whether to continue with the island airport or not. Why? Because really two things are happening, two timelines are kind of converging. One is that there's a regulatory requirement, which is federal, that they need to build extensions essentially at the end of the runway, what are called runway end safety areas. And that is going to cost a lot of money. The estimate that they gave, the island airport is in perpetual financial trouble. They tried to sell itself a couple of years ago to get a partner willing to invest money, couldn't do it. But in that process, they were asked various questions, and one of the obvious questions is, how much is this RISA thing going to cost? And the answer they gave was, we estimated it between $50 and $130 million. So that's quite a bit of money. I believe that probably that estimate is too low. So it's quite a bit of money. It's a competitive market. Apparently the costs of operating out of the island airport are about 3 times what they are at Pearson. So Porter is starting to leave. It's now operating out of Pearson a lot. And they can run jet service, they can't do downtown. So there's a bunch of reasons why the island airport may be coming to the end of its useful life. This gentleman as an economist can tell us whether that makes sense or not. So here's my view on it is that the city is a party. There's a thing called the tripartite agreement, essentially the lease on the land. It's 206 acres. The city is owner of part of it, and the city therefore gets to have input with the federal government in whether we continue with it or not. Everybody will have different opinions. People will say it's great. You can fly a long way. I love to go down to the waterfront and not go to Pearson if I'm flying to New York or Halifax, whatever. But the question is, how many people are using it? So what I've said to the city in a long paper that is cited on the website is, this is the time to do a very serious study of the economics of whether it makes sense. Is there an alternative better use for the 206 acres or not? And in that, they should look at the full panoply of issues. So that means not only the economic issues, are we really duplicating infrastructure that's already available? We have the Up Express, people can get up to the airport. This is an airport that is not reachable by 400 series highway. It can never grow very much. Most cities in the world don't have a downtown airport. Why is that? Well, I think it's partly for economic reasons. So these are complicated questions. People have different opinions. But I wrote quite a long paper, which I got into the city bureaucrats actually in October, because it looked as though the bureaucrats were going to write to city council and say, well, here's what we should look at. Here's the scope of the issues. And they were going to do that for the executive committee meeting on December 5th. So I got my paper to them about, sometime in late October, saying, well, here's a bunch of issues that I think you should look at. You need to study not only the economic impact, but the health impacts, the traffic impacts, the transportation efficiency impacts, and all of that stuff. And here's what we know, because they did extensive studies 10 years ago at the time of the Jets debate, and they identified many problems. So the question arises, are the problems still there? Are they better? If they solve, what about the noise? The noise is a very serious problem for the people who live near there. Can we fix it? Does it matter? And so on. So there's a kind of a multi-department team within the city government that I know is preparing this report, which will define what it is we need to study. And it's unclear when that report will go before Executive Committee of Council. There is an Executive Committee meeting at the end of January. I think it's January 30th. I expect they'll miss that one. And it'll be the next one, which I think is either end of February or sometime March, I'm not sure. But at some point, we're going to be off to the races with this as an issue. It's going to be in the papers. It's going to be a bit of a big deal with people weighing in on both sides. I guess I'm being given the hook. So that's everybody waving bye-bye. These are some friends of mine last January. So thanks very much for your attention. If you have a question, I'm happy to answer. Just come up to me afterwards.
Excellent talk. Really, really good. I think you touched on a lot of really important issues.
Okay.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So next up, Mike Shorman. Really fascinating story to tell about his life and about his accomplishments. It's a real honor to have Mike Shorman among us.
Well, not as exciting as Admiral Train.
Let's try and get your slides up here. And you had a video as well.
Yeah, I'm going to start with the video.
Okay, waterfront roll. I'll close this. And then I think yours is, that's yours here, and then your video is here.
Perfect. And will the audio play?
I think the audio is through, I think the audio is working before. Hopefully it still works.
This is the man, is he? Mike? You're very welcome. I think what you're doing is fantastic. So, yeah, I'm happy to be part of it and support however we can.
In 2018, I developed a neurological condition called Ramsay-Hunt syndrome. All the nerves in my face had shattered. It looked like I'd had a stroke. I went from being very athletic to not being able to walk. And they said, your paddleboarding's done. And your paddleboard again. The tears just came. I felt like I don't have any purpose anymore. In that moment, I just felt empty. I had a significant mental health breakdown. I shut down emotionally. I was angry. I wasn't talking to anybody. It got to the point where I was ready to take my life.
Suicide has one ally, and that ally is silence. If we don't talk about it, we allow it to creep into our lives and the lives of people we care about. Nobody wants to be seen as weak. And if you have the belief that your mental illness is a reflection of your weakness, there's a pretty good chance you'll never tell anyone about it. We've all heard of stories where someone, a 16-year-old will take his or her own life. Everybody around, including family, will say, we had no idea something was wrong. We have no idea because of the stigma, because of the shame that people fear. There are people that would rather take their own lives than share their illness, that would rather die than tell people I need help.
There is a mental health component to anything that we're going through, and it's not touched on, and it needs to be touched on.
When I first started speaking about my battles, the president, CEO of Bell Media, he wanted to start something that would raise mental health awareness. And he created this thing called Bell Let's Talk Day. And it gave me a platform one day a year to speak to tons of people in Canada.
My goal is to put mental health programs in schools in every province and territory across the country.
Like I had this thing, I say change is hope. You need to change something. Do something that says tomorrow could be better than today.
And I will attempt to become the first person with disabilities to cross all 5 Great Lakes.
Paddling across a body of water to raise money can be a great thing. But more important than that is the statement that you make by saying, hey, I'm strong enough to do something that 99.9% of the population could never do. Yet I battle a mental illness. Don't ever assume that I'm weak, because I'm not.
So my name is Mike, and I'm a mental health and disability educator and advocate and speaker. And I was brought here today to speak about the connection between technology and humans and water. I have a little bit of experience using some technology on water and being on water. I've known Ed for several years by way of technology through the internet. Well, Ed's passion is kayaking. My passion was paddleboarding. I operated a stand-up paddleboarding business in Toronto out of Cherry Beach for several years. Back in the day when there were about 15, 16 paddleboarding businesses in Toronto. You can't do that anymore. Toronto now has regulated it, and there's only room for, I believe there's only 6 RFPs that you can bid on. But back, 10 years ago, it was the Wild West, and everybody under the sun had a paddleboarding business. But I learned to paddleboard recreationally, and then I decided I wanted to share my passion with other people and to teach them so that they could go out and enjoy it. Sorry, how do I?
Do you scroll down? Try 2 fingers.
So spanning 2 provinces and 8 states, the Great Lakes, the St. Lawrence region, is an important part of our physical and cultural heritage. We depend on our Great Lakes for drinking water, recreation, transportation, power generation, and economic opportunities. Humans are a part of the Great Lakes system. Commerce and sport fishing, agriculture, recreation, tourism, manufacturing, all of these activities create jobs and provide goods and services. In a time before railways and highways, the Great Lakes system served as the primary transportation system for all of us. Many of North America's largest cities were established along the waterway as commerce flourished between ports. Today, the Great Lakes system, or the Great Lakes Seaway, is equally important. They are the largest collection of freshwater lakes in the world, and they border 8 U.S. states and the Canadian province of Ontario, and at times have supplied water to 1/3 of Canadians and 1/7 of Americans. They're vaster than the entire New England region and define the beachfront to many people who've never seen the ocean before. So last year, I decided I was going to attempt to become the first person with physical disabilities to cross all 5 Great Lakes. I can't walk in a straight line sometimes, but I can try to be on paddleboard for 30 consecutive hours. I attempted to cross Lake Ontario to raise funding and awareness for Jack.org, which is a national youth mental health organization. What they do is they put mental health programs and services in high schools, colleges, universities, and communities in every province and territory. Following my mental health breakdown in 2019, I decided I didn't want young people to ever feel alone or isolated like I felt. So I partnered with Jack.org and a number of other organizations to ensure that other people didn't end up going to where I went to. And I decided in the height of COVID, I'd run several events, and then all of a sudden, pandemic broke out. And through that, we quickly realized that we needed to shift gears from having in-person events to making an event centered around something where people could support it and join it. Hence, I tried to cross Lake Ontario in 2021. Unfortunately, I planned the longest crossing of Lake Ontario in Canadian history. It would have been a 3-day consecutive crossing. Anything can happen on the Great Lakes, and it did. The weather was tumultuous, and at the end of the second day, I was pulled out of the water for safety, facing 8 to 10 foot swells. About 6 weeks later, I turned that around. I went away and I kind of licked my wounds and healed myself emotionally. And I came back and everybody thought, oh, he's going to announce that he's going to do Lake Ontario again. And I said, I'm coming back and we're going to do all 5 Great Lakes back to back. And they all laughed at me, all of them. We started with Lake Erie in May of last year. Lake Erie was the shortest crossing of all of them. It took me 8 hours, and we viewed that as a warm-up. I met Vicki Keith, who swam the Great Lakes in 1988, about a month earlier. She swam the Great Lakes in 1988 to raise funding and awareness for children with disabilities. And she said, use Lake Erie as your warm-up, because it is. From there, we jumped to Lake Huron. Lake Huron was a 28.5 consecutive hour crossing. It was hard. You learn a lot of things about yourself when you do stuff like that. But no, it was my first overnight. The Lake Erie crossing, you know, we were stopping every half an hour. They were giving me pieces of croissants to eat and you know, fruit and proteins, and we quickly realized that I was going to have to go on a liquid diet because, you know, we needed to get across that lake as much as possible. So I was drinking all of my calories through the rest of them. It was the first time being on the water throughout the entire night, going through shipping lanes with massive ships. And we carried on, and we went Lake Huron, and then we hopped in a car and drove to Wisconsin, where we crossed Lake Superior into Minnesota, and then from there we went to Michigan and crossed Lake Michigan into the city of Chicago, and then finally a year ago in August of 2022, I crossed Lake Ontario, 21-hour crossing. Arrived on shore to have Hazel McCallie in there, and from there it became one of the largest youth mental health awareness campaigns in Canada. I did not do this on my own. I had a team of 38 people who supported me, meteorologists, boat captains, navigation experts, dietitians, emotional support people on the boat for when I was mentally breaking down saying, I can't do this anymore. But these were all my people, and we were heavily reliant on technology. I used I'll show it, you can see it there a little bit. I used I was very fortunate in that of all the paddleboards in the world, and it is a booming business, you know, so many different brands. I was very fortunate in that I was gifted the fastest race board in the world. They got a lot of media attention by giving me that, but it's built for speed and stability. The Starboard All-Star. You know, when I was crossing Lake Huron and it took me 30 hours to get across, if I'd been using like a board that you'd get at Canadian Tire, that crossing probably would have taken 50 to 60 hours and it probably would have been completed. So technology, it's built for aerodynamics to kind of cruise over the water and not bring significant drag behind you. Can you imagine if I'd gone across the Great Lakes on this? It would have taken me forever. So this is what's called a press canoe, and it dates back to 8040 BCE. So it's considered the oldest known vessel. It was discovered in the Netherlands, and the remarkable ingenuity of our ancestors. It's been, Egyptian reed boats, used reed boats known as shuk for river transportation. So when we're talking about different ways of transportation, the Great Lakes has been used for so many years to connect us. Whether we're going from Lake Ontario, we can connect from Toronto to New York, to Rochester. Lake Michigan, you've got several different cities on both sides. But shipping looks very different now than it used to. But imagine going out there and trying to provide food for your families, and trying to bring over shipping parcels from one city to another on something like this. So records of earlier forms of stand-up paddleboarding have been found as early as 3000 BC. And its iterations span over various regions such as Peru, Levant, Italy, and China, with modern stand-up paddleboarding really taking its form in the 1940s in Waikiki in Hawaii. So fishermen may have been among the first paddleboarders. So in this image, we're looking at indigenous groups using paddles, and these are canoes, but they're using it as a paddle, as they're standing, so you're using it as stand-up paddleboarding. But when we're talking about the different reasons why people paddleboarded, like a lot of people use it for hunting and for fishing, and as far as we know, this went back thousands and thousands of years. It didn't start with me last year, although I'd like to think it did, but no, this went back. Evidence is showing that this goes back thousands and thousands and thousands of years. But paddleboarding really came into prominence in the early 2000s, or in the 2000s, when it evolved into the sport that's recognized today. Its earliest roots trace back to the 18th century, when native Hawaiians paddled along the Pacific from island to island. The modern applications of stand-up paddleboarding, or SUP, as some people call it, emerged in the mid-20th century with the radical popularity of in the 1960s. And here we have an image. So this is an image that I took when researching when it came into its form. So paddleboarding, modern paddleboarding really kind of grew significantly, and people say it originated in Hawaii, and traditional paddleboarding did. But when we're looking at unconventional, or where it used to come from, it does date back thousands and thousands of years. People used back then just logs to stand on and carve them out, and use planks of wood to paddle to get from one destination to another. So actually that's an image that I use actually. So Ed was just talking about the beauty of Toronto. That's a photo that I took of my clients when I had a paddleboard business in Toronto, right in front of the CN Tower. So for thousands of years, people have been using vessels to move goods and people across water, whether they're ships. Now, there's discussions right now. I don't know where we are on it, but talking about the ferry between Toronto and Rochester, reactivating that. It was taken down several years ago. But whether it's ferries transporting people, or whether it's shipping containers and ships moving cargo along the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence. We use boats, we use ships, we use so many different vehicles connecting all of us humans, and by extension that technology, because we're all using technology within that. But today the paddleboard is largely used for recreation and leisure promoting both physical and mental well-being. So this looks a little bit different than these are the boards. This is the board that I use to cross all the Great Lakes. It's a little bit different looking than the logs that we've seen that I was showing before. These are built for speed, and these are aerodynamic. They're incredibly lightweight. You can pick this up. It probably weighs about 15 pounds, I would say. But these craft are built for speed. And I was very fortunate that technology played a huge part in my crossings. I was very scared to be in the dark on Lake Huron and Lake Superior. So what they did was we used technology again, and we wrapped LED lighting underneath the board so that at night I would press a button and the water would light up around me, which was pretty cool. You don't think Vicki Keith had that option back in 1988.
A glowing tow float for swimmers.
But from the board itself to the lighting to using walkie-talkie devices with my safety boat, which was off to the side, we used technology throughout each of these crossings to make sure that it was a success in the end. Thank you.
Beautiful. That was wonderful. That was really good.
Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, good. Oh, yes, yes?
Out of curiosity, have you any plans to do something similar again?
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. I was talking. So I've met a lot of incredible people.
Unquestionably.
I've had some really great conversations with Rick Hansen, and I was like, did people ever ask you if you were going to do something? And he was like, yeah, all the time. I don't know if I would. I was just out. I can show you the video after. It was amazing. Last week I was out in Greenwood in Nova Scotia. I was doing some mental health work with the Department of National Defense. They screened my new documentary for mental health education. And while we were out, they took me out on a helicopter over the Bay of Fundy. And while we were out there, I was thinking, oh yeah, we could definitely do a trip across the Bay of Fundy. I don't know if we could, but...
I personally don't think you need to. Get your message out and simply go out and endorse it as you were doing this afternoon.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Right now, we're just very focused on the film. So the film, the documentary, When Hope Breaks Through, was released into the Canadian and the International Film Festival circuit in September. So it's currently on tour for about 12 months. We just won at the Central Alberta Film Festival. We just won Best Documentary at the Durham Region Film Festival, at the Hamilton Film Festival. And it features Michael Landsberg, the director of CAMH, the founder of the new 988 telephone number that's just been launched in Canada, and a number of Canadian advocates and mental health experts. So I'm just kind of focused on that right now.
Excellent. Beautiful. Okay, so, yeah. So, we should get, so next up is AJ. And then at some point, I'd love to get a group picture of us afternoon speakers, to you and Ed and maybe AJ and I. We got Reed Godshaw here, who's photographer from the Grammy Awards and that sort of thing. He's got the photo booth set up outside. Maybe we can get a group shot. You got to take off, right? Yeah. Do you want to take a 5-minute break? And Reed, could we take a 5-minute break and get all of us in a shot before he has to go? And,
How many people?
I would say Ed, AJ, and yeah, Mike Shorman.
Yeah.
The 4 of us. Afternoon speakers, and then we'll come back and finish the session. Yeah, we could get a quick shot of us maybe together, and then because Ed has to go, I wanted to. This is really an honor to connect, to have all you together. You know, it's really beautiful. So that's prediction. Maybe we'll just step out for like 5 minutes, take a 5-minute water break, and then we'll get. Yeah, Mike, if you can join us for a second. Yeah, so we're just outside the door there. If you guys want to come out for a second. Hey, Mike, can you join us for a few seconds?
She's so cute.
And then we'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes, hopefully. So AJ, if you come around, if you guys come around, AJ, if you come around this side.
All right, so you guys line up right here, about 3 feet behind, in between the wall and you. So probably like right up here, right?
Yeah, because you want some time to swim in behind us.
All right, so basically you pick a pose that shows off who you are in whatever way. I'm going to be moving lights behind you, around you, pointing at you. Just act like I'm not even there in some way, but really try to be in the moment and feel yourself. I'll be saying 3, 2, 1 for each one of you when I light up your face. Try not to look at the light, try to just kind of keep the face that you want. I'll be moving lights behind you, all kinds of things. It'll take about 3 minutes total, okay? All right. So try to keep your body as still as possible, but really try to make your face as still as possible when I'm lighting you up. The rest of the time you can blink as much as you need to. Give me a second. Alright, so stay super still. Make a face that represents your personality. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
one more in case it...
I'm going to see if it, let me see if it turned out or not. Just a second.
The trick is to not let your eyes follow the light, right?
Yeah, right. Sometimes that's the trick for sure.
Like I usually just look at the camera, pick some object, and look at it.
All right, so here it is.
I think AJ has his eyes kind of closed.
A little bit. Right, we can try one more. Let's try one more.
Try one more. So AJ, try to just not let your eyes follow the light.
Yeah, you can also choose to close your eyes, and you can do like meditative, or hands on your heart, or hands to your head, and like envision something. If you're light sensitive, because it's a dark room and it's bright light. So some people are light sensitive, and some people who aren't light sensitive. It's a little difficult to balance.
Yeah, you can't say your eyes open. Here is to go in an obvious manner. Is the light too bright?
Oh, yeah, it's all right. Yeah, in a dark room, sometimes it can be squint a little bit. In a dark room, it's especially hard to keep. Even though this
AJ,
light
what I
is not
find
bright,
helps,
bright.
if you look at something, like pick a spot,
Yeah.
and just
I was trying to do that, so I'll try again.
just pick something to look at, and try to ignore all the
I've had people actually take a photo with their hand when they're looking at the phone.
Are my feet in the shot?
No.
So if my feet are not in the shot, I can put this on the floor and it won't be in frame.
Take a little half step forward. Right?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, just so you're not rubbing against the cloth.
Yeah, a bit more creative around you guys also.
No, I've got my stuff on the phone between my legs, so hopefully that's not...
Yeah, no, it's on the shot. So you basically were at your knees up. Right? Okay. Okay, so everybody pick a position that represents your personality. Try to really hold that pose when I'm lighting up your face. Get ready, guys. All right, 3, 2,
Okay, catch up soon. Back in there and get AJ's on next.
Which way's the washroom?
Oh, that way.
I'll be right back.
To the down to the end of the hall to the right. So, come on in and hear AJ's talk. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much.
Organic.
Oh, that's great.
It's from a place at Sigmund Samuel Library.
Oh, that's excellent.
It's mostly vegan, and she's going to do vegan for January.
Well, let's see if we can get her to go vegan permanently.
She wants to, but the food services said go back to have something, and she put little. She's gonna do veganuary, all vegan on January, and she wants to go fully plant-based.
Okay, we'll
But she
try
needs support.
January. Yeah.
She needs support.
I'll
People
tell everybody about
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Yes, I'll open it for you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, I'll be happy to tell everybody about it, because if we can get at least one place that's vegan, that's a start.
Yes.
So AJ's just in the washroom, so I can provide a 30 seconds of live entertainment. Okay, so now you're on.
Is there any way, Steve, to make this full screen? Or?
Yeah, push F11, function key F11. My fingers are all wet, but if you hold down the function key, press F11, that'll go full screen, and then Control Shift plus. Oh no, alternates. That's full screen.
I see. Okay.
And then you can always go Control Shift plus to make it a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Beautiful. Okay, so wonderful.
Okay. Should I just start?
Hang on a second. Yeah, that's. I'll just get my live stream going. And, actually, can you do me a favor and hold that and point that at him?
Okay.
Okay, let's roll.
Okay. Do I need for this one? Or?
Yeah, just throw on the lap. It's a wireless session.
Okay. Okay. Well, hello everybody. My name is Ajay Agarwal. I'm a professor of applied economics at the Robin School. And my good friend Steve here asked me to come and give you a presentation on some of the things that we're thinking about with regards to applications of machine intelligence and related to Mersivity, which is explained right here. And so effectively thinking about how machine intelligence is, it's evolving so quickly, how this can be related to the things we care about with regards to people on the planet. Okay, so I'm going to make 3 points. The first one here, people here probably know this already, but that AI is the way
in its current incarnation is effectively just computational statistics that does prediction. And but what's, I think, attracted so much attention recently is how powerful prediction can be, how many things we can do with prediction. So the myth here is that AI is a magical technology that can do almost anything, but in essence, especially the current incarnation that is applied machine learning, is effectively computational statistics that does prediction. But I think where things have evolved quite quickly is obviously in the power of these multimodal statistical tools, and the extent to which we've been able to frame such a wide range of problems as prediction problems. So, in our economic setting, we characterize prediction as taking information you have to generate information that you don't have. And so that includes all the things that, for example, in a place like the business school, everyone's familiar with prediction as in, spreadsheets full of data, for example, that of historical sales data, and the thing that you want to predict is sales in Q3 next year. So the data we have is historical sales data. The thing we don't have that we want to predict is sales in the future. But then, once we started to recognize that other applications would be like data we have are pixels in a medical image, and data that we don't have is the label on a tumor as malignant or benign, and that's also a prediction problem. Effectively, the classification is a prediction problem. Then we started recognizing that that means we can build machines that can see. And so, I think what's most interesting that's happened in the last 5 to 10 years in machine intelligence is we've recast a lot of problems that we didn't used to think of as prediction problems into prediction. And so people here are very familiar with these types of problems in some other settings. It's a surprise to many people that, for example, the way we're solving machine translation today is by a prediction. And the way that we're solving this one here on the far right, the particle distribution size, this is a mining application. So up until quite recently, a thing that they care about in mining processes is what's called fragmentation index. So just the degree of fragmentation of the material right from the initial blast all the way through the process. And so, for example, we would often stop the conveyor belt, and a human would come along and measure how many big rocks, medium-sized rocks, small rocks, and sand is, and then calculate the fragmentation index in order to make adjustments to the crusher. And now they don't stop the belt; they just have a camera that sits on top, and algorithms that identify edges of rocks and enable the measurement and calculation of the fragmentation index, and so on. All these other applications problems that we've solved by converting them into prediction. And then, of course, along came language. So people have been working in natural language processing, of course, for a long time. But I think even experts in the field were surprised with the performance of these recent language models. And obviously the most common one, or popularized one, is OpenAI's ChatGPT. And so, this is a question that I asked ChatGPT about Mersivity, and said, asked the question, what will be the greatest challenge with respect to achieving this? And its response was not an unreasonable response in terms of the greatest challenge being collaboration and ethical frameworks. And it raises the question that I'm going to lean into here, which is the thing I've circled, put the box around, which is ensuring that the technology respects individual rights is unbiased and aligns with societal values. Aligning with societal values is the one I'm going to drive towards in terms of caring for people and planet. I'd like to just think for a moment about the timing of these things. So many of you are probably aware that OpenAI, they chief scientist there, chief scientist of OpenAI. And he sent us around this initial model, the first GPT in 2018, to play with. The vertical axis here is the number of parameters in the model, so you can think about this as the size of the model and the amount of compute required to train it. Then he sent the second model around for people to play with in 2019. And then there was this significant investment for a startup, $1 billion in 2019. And then they took that investment and effectively invested entirely in, or almost entirely into compute. And so they did this. And so this was, that was the first model, second model, and then the third model. And the reason we just wanted to point this out was just to give a sense of the speed with which this is accelerating. Everybody here probably is well aware of that, but just important to note. So as we're thinking about how we adapt these intelligent systems to things that we care about with regards to people and places and the environment, that there's some sense of urgency because things are moving quite quickly. Okay. And then just to finish this first point, like these language models are LLMs, large language models, focused effectively on prediction, what they're doing is predicting sequences of tokens. So you can think of them as token sequence prediction machines. And so that's think of it as they're predicting next word. What's on the horizon that I think is very important to have in our crosshairs as we're thinking about Mersivity is how these intelligent agents are moving from the digital world into the physical world. So while the language models are entirely living in the digital world, the technique is being brought into the physical world through a variety of channels, one of which are these LBMs, large behavioral models. So the large behavioral models are similar in their style to the language models. I'll explain how in just a second, but I wanted to begin by just pointing out that they're following a similar curve. So this particular one is Toyota Research Institute, that they have trained these robots on, at the time the article was written about September, October, on 60 skills. And their goal was 100 skills by the end of 2023. And then thousands of skills by the end of 2024. So it's on a similar, rapid growth curve that similar to the one I just showed with language. Okay, but here's how we think about it. The people that are working on these behavioral models is that if you think about tasks, like all the things that we do, think about, for example, in terms of work. Just at the University of Toronto, all the different jobs people have. And if you took everyone's jobs and wrote down for each job the tasks that they do, that just on this campus, there would be hundreds of thousands of different tasks, maybe millions of tasks. And so if you think about, okay, how would you train a robot to do all those millions of tasks? That seems like a very big job. But then if you step back and say, okay, let's say in the case of language, that every story you've read, every poem, every scripture is all just a resequencing of the same 30 characters, roughly 30 characters, letters and a few punctuation marks. And everything is just everything that's ever been written in English is a resequencing of those very small number of characters. that we can take these tasks and break down every task into verbs and nouns. And while there might be millions of different tasks, there is a much smaller number of verbs and nouns. And so the way we think about these behavior models is that they are, just like the language models are predicting sequences of tokens, the behavioral models are predicting sequences of verbs or verb-noun pairs. So that if you give let's say a robot an instruction, like, can you please unpack the boxes and put the tools on the shelf, that it receives the instruction, and then its job is to predict what is the series of verbs and nouns that will enable me to most efficiently complete the task. So you can think of it very similarly to a language model. It's predicting sequences here. And so this is what I'm on the board of this company. It's called Sanctuary. It's Canadian, and they're building humanoid robots. And then so are others. Probably the most advanced right now is Tesla. And so Tesla's also building humanoids. And a thing that it feels like, even though Elon says this, it doesn't seem like it's real. The penny's dropped yet. So this is something he said at the last shareholder meeting, is that everyone thinks of Tesla as a car company, and he's basically saying Tesla is not a car company; it's a humanoid robot company. These humanoids, once they are trained with this kind of general level intelligence, this will be a much more valuable part of their company than the cars. And that the economics of these are such that labor wages are going up, but the cost of all the components to make these types of general purpose robots, so general in their capabilities. So for example, humanoid form is general, and with general intelligence, that all the cameras, the servos, the actuators, the cost of all those things are falling. And so just as a kind of put a finer point on this, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, China announced that this was going to become a top priority for them, and as a result, the stock prices of the component makers went up, and all the things. Okay, so these are things happening in this field of machine intelligence. The problem here is, are we racing towards building AI systems that are powerful? Are these designed to benefit all people in the planet? And how would we think about that? So obviously, these are just a few examples of the types of concerns people have. There's many different types of concerns. But I'm going to draw where I think our focus can be very usefully applied here, so that we're not caught off guard, is thinking about how these types of systems evolve. And so a lot of people compare artificial intelligence to electricity. They say AI is going to be ubiquitous in the way that electricity is. So lots of different organizations making this comparison. So I wanted to point out a couple things about electricity and lessons we can learn from electricity. That electricity invented in the late 1800s, and after 20 years of having electricity available, still less than 3% of U.S. factories were using electricity. And so the basic sales pitch at that time for electricity was that it would save you input costs. So for example, if you were lighting up your factory with oil lamps, that say, look, you can operate a little more cheaply if you use electricity. But you could imagine that existing factory owners did not want to tear apart their existing infrastructure so that they could implement electricity. Too expensive. So the only ones who were trying it were people building new factories. And even most of them said, no, I'm going to stick with what, we're going to stick with what we know. So only a few entrepreneurial factory owners who are building new factories said, okay, I'm going to try that. I'm going to try electricity. And they're the ones that are showing up here, entrepreneurs building new factories and trying out electricity. And here's what happened. This is a quick sort of stylized history of this, is that, this is, you can think of this as a reasonably representative picture of what a factory would look like at this time. And I just want to draw your attention to the top left corner. So there'd be some source of power outside the factory, like a water wheel or a steam or something, and it's turning that steel shaft. And the steel shaft in that top left corner there, this steel shaft is turning the wheels are pulling pulleys, the pulleys are powering the machines. So when the first few entrepreneurs were experimenting with electricity, they didn't need the steel shafts anymore, because now instead of having those steel shafts turning and pulling the pulleys and so on, they would have an electric cable coming into the machines, powering a motor, the motor would be turning the machine. So as they were building these, the designers said, wait a minute, there's these big, thick timber columns that they were using to support those steel shafts, because the steel shafts are so heavy. They needed these big, thick support columns. Now that they didn't have the steel shafts, they said, why are we still building our factories with these big, thick columns? We don't need those anymore. And so they realized they could have much lighter weight construction. So in addition to any savings they got from the electricity, they had lighter weight. Then the second thing that happened is you can see that those thick timber columns that were used as supports are spaced about every 8 feet in order to support the steel shaft. And so the problem was that everywhere that the column was supporting the steel shaft, you can imagine the steel shaft is losing energy due to friction where it's being supported. And as a result, the steel shafts could only be a certain length. If they were any longer and they needed more supports, they would lose all their energy due to friction. And the thing would just stop turning. So that meant that the factory could only be a certain width. And that's why they would build the factories vertically, so they had multi-story factories. After they started removing these columns, they said, why are we still building vertical factories? It's much cheaper and more efficient if we build single-story factories. We're not limited by length anymore because we're not using the steel shafts. So now they moved from multi-level vertical factories to single-story factories. So now we've got single-story, lightweight construction. Land was cheap, so these became much cheaper to build, these factories. And that's benefit above and beyond any savings from electricity. Then the last thing that happened is that, as they're building more and more of these factories, the designers keep realizing that they can do new things now that they're unencumbered without having the steel shafts. They said, now that we've got these long single-story factories, we can redesign the workflow. So how we organize the people and the machines and the materials. And some of these factories got a 500 or 600% productivity boost from just reorganizing their workflow now that they had everything on a single story. And then lastly, the machinery in these days would break down a lot. And you don't even need to have an engineering background to figure out what happens when one of these machines breaks. When one of these machines goes down, the whole factory stops, because as you can see, they're all connected. So once they replaced all this, where such that every machine had its own power cord and motor, one machine would break, the rest of the factory could keep on going. So the economics of these factories changed substantially. And the key here was that it was not just electrifying the factory. Electrifying the factory enabled a total system redesign. And that's going to be like my central point here with regards to Mersivity, is that as we introduce machine intelligence into our systems, we don't have to keep our systems the way they are and just give them these predictive capabilities. We can rethink and redesign from scratch how we build our infrastructure. So what I showed here in the very left, that was the actual adoption pattern. If that had just continued on as it was going, it would look like that pink line. But instead what happened is, as people started to realize the benefits from electricity were way more than just saving on the lower fuel costs for oil lamps, for example, that instead the adoption rate was this. And that seems to be, the curve that it feels like we've started to go on with machine intelligence, that as people started to realize the power of these computational statistics, that a lot of capital now is flowing into this, and the curve is starting to shift upwards. This is our moment for rethinking how we interact with other people and the planet. And this is happening in real time as we speak. This just came out a few weeks ago from President Biden's office, and this is an executive order of how the U.S. government is going to handle using AI just within the government. So this isn't their regulations telling other people how they're going to use it. It's just saying within all the federal agencies how they're going to use AI. And so they start by saying AI, one of the most powerful technologies of our time, that we must use it, and we also must manage its risks. And just to give a sense of the time, they have a sentence like this, which is, within the next 60 days, every federal agency has to appoint a chief AI officer. Now, who knows what that's going to actually, result in. But the point is, a government doing anything in 60 days is fast. And so I just wanted to kind of convey a sense of how these things are moving. Okay, so I said I'll make 3 points. Here's my final point, which is, how do we embed humanity into these AI systems? Along the lines of the theme of this meeting on Mersivity. And how do we embed it even when there's no explicit human in the loop? So obviously one way to do it is having humans in the loop. But what about systems that we want to fully automate and yet still preserve humanity into the process? So anytime we make a decision, any decision, a big decision like which house to buy, or a small decision like when you walk into this room, which chair to sit in. Any decision we make has two components. We often don't think of them explicitly, but they're there. Prediction and judgment. So anytime we make a decision, we have prediction and judgment as an input. And what AI is enabling is decoupling these two things. So effectively, we're handing a prediction job, that computation, to the machine, and the human is doing the judgment. And as we decouple these things, you can think of this as very similar to the factory example I showed, where the factory example, what electricity ended up doing was it decoupled the power source from the machine. And when you decouple the power source from the machine, it opened up opportunities for redesigning the whole system. Okay, so let me just give you a little more detail what I mean by prediction and judgment. So this is about half a century's worth of research in decision sciences. And a key idea you can take away here is that so decision theory is a branch of applied probability theory concerned with the theory of making decisions based on two things. One is assigning probabilities to various factors. That's the prediction part. Okay, assigning probabilities to various factors. And the other is assigning numerical consequences to the outcome. That's what we refer to as judgment. And so when we get into Mersivity and we're talking about how do we link together what we're doing in the machine, what Steve refers to as the bits, with the things, the atoms, and the genes. In my view, the way we're going to do that is through this last part of this decision theory, which is how we assign numerical consequences to outcomes. That's judgment. And our judgment is going to reflect how we care about each other, other people, other animals, and the planet. So I'll illustrate this with just a simple example. And so this is, try and think of an example as the simplest of all decisions. So imagine that you're about to head home today, and you're deciding whether to pick up an umbrella on your way out. And so you look outside and say it's a 20-minute or 20-minute walk home, and there's a 25% chance of rain. Or you can imagine you're at home and you're about to walk here to the university. And so you're at home and you're deciding whether to grab an umbrella as you walk out the door. So imagine that you're coming here, 20-minute walk, there's a 25% chance of rain. Who would bring an umbrella? Just show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4 people. So 4 people would bring an umbrella. And this is going to be actually quite important. So so the decision here is to take an umbrella or not. And if you take an umbrella, no matter what happens, whether it rains or not, you're going to be dry because you've got an umbrella. If you leave the umbrella, then on the plus side, you don't have to schlep around an umbrella. On the downside, if it rains, you're going to get wet. Okay. So there's uncertainty. And anytime when we're talking about prediction, the sort of the other side, the flip side of the coin of prediction is uncertainty. So the uncertainty here is we don't know if it's going to rain or not. Then there's an outcome. And the outcome is we're either going to be dry or wet. If we take the umbrella, it doesn't matter what happens, we'll be dry. If we leave the umbrella, then if it rains, then we'll be wet. Okay, so the prediction part here is just the prediction of what's the probability it's going to rain. And so in our example, we said 25%. Now here's what's interesting. Everybody in this room had the same facts then. Everyone had the same facts, which is you're at home, you look out the window, 25% chance of rain, you're going to do a 20-minute walk to come here. Would you take an umbrella? So everyone had the same facts then, but different people made different decisions. Some people said yes. In this group, 4 people said yes, they're going to take an umbrella, and other people said no. So even though everyone had the same facts, and they knew the same probability, they had different preferences. And that is judgment. So just as an aside, many people probably saw this, but I just added it since it's pretty recent, November 14. This is from Nature. Yet one more instance of AI generating a clever prediction, in this case for weather. Okay, but I want to draw your attention to the blue numbers here, because this is in my view, the key of injecting humanity into machine intelligence, which are in economics we call these payoffs. So imagine here that if you take the umbrella, then it doesn't matter if it rains or sunny, because either way you're dry. And so imagine you have a payoff of 100. And then if you leave the umbrella, and if it rains, then you get wet. Now, some people said, if I get wet, that's a really bad outcome. And therefore, I don't want to take that chance, so I'm going to take the umbrella. Okay, there's the 4. So the 4 people in this room who put up their hand, they had a higher number in a more negative number. So for them, let's say it was minus 400 or minus 500. Whereas for other people who said, I'm not going to take an umbrella, they had a low number. They didn't care that much if they got wet. So to them, it was not a meaningful. I know for Steve, he probably wouldn't care because he's swimming in Lake Ontario all the time. So this is where we put our values, our preferences. And then we simply take the probabilities and multiply them times the outcomes. And so, and that thing in the green is what we call the expected payoff. So it's just the probability of going down that branch times the payoff of being on that branch. And so here you can see that the payoff is higher for leaving the umbrella than taking the umbrella. So these blue payoffs are more representative of the people who did not put up their hand. The people who did put up their hand, they would have had different values in the blue column. Everyone here had the same pink, because we all face the same probability. And so these payoffs, what we call judgment, is like, where do they come from? And so when we are making autonomous machines, the values that we put in these blue is where we imbue the machines with our judgment. And so, for example, if you've been playing around on the language models, the fine tuning that resulted in ChatGPT answering questions in the way that it does is because that mechanism of reinforcement learning with human feedback, fine-tuning these language models, is a technique for imbuing the language models with judgment. And in this case, it's the judgment of a bunch of people who live in Northern California, and they've decided the language models should answer questions in the way that they do. And so when I showed you that, for example, the humanoid robots and those behavioral models, same thing. We will be imbuing those behavioral models with our own judgments. And they will reflect how much we care about nature, how much we care about animals, how much we care about, for example, access to the lake that we were just talking about. Every time there's a decision, how do machines make those decisions? If we have given these intelligent systems so-called decision-making rights, remember, the machines just do predictions. The only way that they can turn the prediction into an action is if we have also given them judgment. So by taking an action, it reflects that they have been given judgment. And that judgment comes from people. Machines have no judgment. We've made a lot of progress in machines being increasingly sophisticated with respect to their ability to use multimodal data to make predictions, but zero progress in machines having judgment. Judgments come from people. Okay, so just as a sort of a simple way to think about the world and decision making, this is where. So if we were to build an AI, a machine, instead of just doing like the Google AI I showed you that does the weather prediction, let's instead imagine we wanted to build an AI, a robot that was an umbrella dispenser, so that as you're walking out the door, the robot either just hands you the umbrella or says, no, you don't need the umbrella today. For the robot to do that, it has had to learn your judgment. So it has to have enough data to be able to predict what your preferences are in order to make the autonomous umbrella machine, which is different than the AI that just does the weather prediction. Because that robot would have to know that 4 people sitting in this room wanted the umbrella when the weather was 25% chance of rain, and the rest of the people didn't. Okay, so a puzzle here that I find as useful, just to kind of get your mind around thinking about how is prediction going to change systems and change the way we design our systems, our infrastructure, and everywhere that we put machine intelligence into our infrastructure. This is just useful thing. So, like, if you think about where's the one place in every city where middle-income people get offered all kinds of luxury goods and ultra-high net worth people don't? Anyone want to take a guess? Yeah.
Is it called urban core of the city?
It's related to the urban core. It's related to the urban core. The answer is actually airports. And the reason at airports is because when you and I go to the airport, like at Pearson or something, we are presented with all kinds of goodies. But if you're ultra high net worth, this is not what you see. If you're ultra high net worth, then you see this other terminal. Because if you're ultra high net worth, you fly private. And if you fly private, how it works is you drive up in your car, you get to the airport, you open the car door, you step out, you pick up your bag, and you walk right through this terminal because there's nothing there. And you go right through the terminal, onto the tarmac, and onto your plane. And the reason there's no Gucci or Prada in a terminal for people that fly private is because you don't have to wait. There's no waiting. Airports are a monument to uncertainty. But the reason that we have to arrive so early to the airport is because of uncertainty. And because we have to arrive early, we have to wait. And because we have to wait, they've got people captive and they sell them stuff. If you had a sufficiently high fidelity prediction that you knew exactly when you could walk out of your front door and then go right to the airport and not have to wait and onto your plane, like a person who flies private, there would be no Gucci or Prada at the airport. My point here is that nobody goes to the airport because they want to shop for luxury goods. The airport has been designed like almost everything, has been designed to provide ways of managing uncertainty. And we're so used to that we've forgotten why that infrastructure is there. So in other words, you can think of every organization has been optimized for a pre-prediction world. So it doesn't matter what it is. Everything, and sometimes there are rules. I was just talking to somebody who works for a company that makes airplanes. And they have a preventative maintenance system where every 100 hours they just replace a particular part. That's a rule. A rule is after every 100 hours, just replace the part. Even if the part is going to function for another 100 hours, because they don't know, because of the uncertainty, they handle that with a rule, and the rule is just replace it after 100 hours.
That's called group replacement. They do it with light bulbs. When
With
it's
light
like
bulbs.
Scaffold, that's hard to get up there. They change all the bulbs.
All the bulbs at once. But if you had a high fidelity prediction and you could look at that piece of machinery and say this is still good to go, and that every day or every hour you could predict what's the likelihood of failure, then you could move away from the rule of just every 100 hours and replace it when it crosses some threshold. Let's say any time that it exceeds more than 0.1% chance of failure, change the part. So the point here is that every organization is riddled with scaffolding that's designed to manage uncertainty. Sometimes it's rules, sometimes it's insurance, sometimes it's redundancy, whatever it is. We've built this infrastructure to deal with uncertainty, and now, in many cases, we've forgotten why it's there. Just like if I ask, why do we have Gucci and Prada in the airport, people have forgotten that the reason it's there is because of uncertainty. That if we didn't have the uncertainty at the airport, we wouldn't have all that stuff. And a lot of the scaffolding is invisible. So now is our opportunity, as we are introducing machine intelligence into all kinds of things, that we can re-optimize our systems for a post-high fidelity prediction world. And that is I think, an opportunity to bring in these principles from Mersivity in terms of rethinking how we interact with nature, with animals, with our environment. This is our moment to do that. And my last point here is that there's something that's interesting about machine intelligence, is that it's the first tool in history that we built that learns from use. There's never been another tool that, as you use it, it learns and becomes increasingly powerful. And so we get more data. As we get more data, we can make better predictions. We make better predictions, more people use it. And when more people use it, we get more data. And so we get this loop. So, for example, different people use different search engines. How many people predominantly here use Google? Okay, most people that use predominantly Bing? One person? Usually in a room like this, there might be 2 or 3 people that use Bing. You know, it's very hard for especially before ChatGPT, it's hard for anyone to catch up to Google. And the reason is, of course, because every time we use Google, we are further training their model. You know, you type in your query, and you hit enter, and Google makes a prediction. Your picture character makes a prediction. What are the sites most likely you want to see? And then it shows us 10. How many people regularly use I Feel Lucky? Almost nobody. If we all used I Feel Lucky, the course of history would have changed. Because if you use I Feel Lucky, then Google automatically just opens up the website of whatever would have been the first link. But remarkably, almost none of us use I Feel Lucky. And instead we choose to do work. Well, usually we choose the thing that's most convenient. But in this case, we choose to do work. So rather than hitting I Feel Lucky and it just opens up the top link, we don't. And therefore we get 10 links. And then we use our monkey brains and we read them all. And after we've read 10, we click on one. And so let's say we click on the 4th link. Google says, oops, we made a mistake. We thought that was the 4th best, but you just clicked and told us it's the 1st best. It updates its model. So every time we're using Google, we're updating them. So all of us that raised our hand, we all work for Google. We are constantly updating their search model. And that's what makes it so hard to catch up to Google, is that every time you use their search tool, you are improving. So this is my last slide. I don't know who's going to win the autonomous car race, but Tesla thinks maybe they'll win the race because they've got more vehicles on the road that are actually collecting driving data, all the sensory data. I don't know who's going to win. But I've spent a fair amount of time in Washington over the last 7 or 8 years. That at some point one of these car companies is going to make it over the line, and they're going to pass all the regulatory requirements, and you'll be able to take your hands off the wheel. And in any city in the U.S. And when that happens, at least for the first few years, those cars are still going to ship with steering wheel, accelerator, brake. And so when you're in one of those autonomous cars and you tell your car, okay, I want to go here or there, and it starts to go, anytime you touch anything, for whatever reason, the car is driving along and you say, no, I want to turn left here, or no, I want to slow down, and you are giving it feedback data. And so now that car company will have hundreds of thousands of people driving their car in autonomous mode, giving them feedback and learning, updating the model. Then whatever, 6 or 12 or 24 months later, another car company will make it over the regulatory hurdle. And now there'll be another car company with vehicles on the road. But how many Americans are going to want to climb into a car and drive with the second best AI? The first one has been learning for 24 months of collecting data from users and getting better and better. And the marginal cost of software is 0. So just like Google, there are people that don't want to use the second best search engine. It'll be hard to convince people to use the second best AI. And that's why when you sitting here in the engineering department and open up the paper and are reading about investments in Silicon Valley and places putting capital into machine intelligence projects, it's easy to wonder, like, why are they putting so much capital so fast? And it's because the prize is so big for being first. That it's a technology that lends itself to, if not natural monopolies, something close to that. So if we care about things like how these systems impact the environment, their implications for sustainability, for the planet, I think it's important that we put our values into the judgment that I was describing before reasonably quickly, because the systems are being developed quite fast, and it all seems to be accelerating at a reasonable pace. So with that, Steve, I'll wrap it up.
Okay, that was a very, very quick talk. That was fantastic. Yeah, very, very nice. So, yeah, and if you want to learn some more, read some of these books. Really good eye-opening read there. Yeah, hope we have some more.
Did you want to do questions or?
Yeah, do you want to take any questions?
There are you.
You got a few questions? Is Ryan here yet?
Oh,
you're here. So you're on at
brands like
6:15.
Prada
Right?
marketed to like in the main lobby because they're targeted at upper middle class people.
Sorry, can you say again?
Aren't like luxury brands like Gucci and Prada marketed towards upper class people?
Yes.
And sorry, upper middle class people, and that's why they're placed at airport lounges.
Yes.
Since upper middle class people are the ones that can afford about premium economy seats.
Yes.
And they're marketed towards them instead of it being about redundancy.
So the question here was, aren't these luxury goods marketed towards upper income people? So they absolutely are. My point was that they are not at all offered to the very wealthiest who are flying private. And the reason for that is because when you're doing that, you don't need to wait. And so there's nobody hanging around the airport to sell to. So it's really kind of a high level, just an abstract level point, which is that if we have higher fidelity prediction, such that you design an airport where people don't have to wait, there'd be no reason to have that luxury goods there. Then it would become just like it is for the ultra wealthy, where nobody waits. And that's just like a mental kind of a example you can have in your head for all kinds of things that we would redesign. For example, warehouses. Every company that has a warehouse is a piece of infrastructure designed to manage uncertainty. But the only reason we have warehouses is because we don't know exactly what people are going to need in various places, and so we bring them halfway and store them in a warehouse. It's very expensive and it's very inefficient. But we do that because we have low predictive capacity. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
I had a couple, but there was one. Who gets to control and what affect these blue payoff values?
Yeah, that's a great question. So who gets to effectively put their values into the judgment? And that is, at the moment, in many cases, the people designing the systems. And so that's why it really matters who's designing them and what input is collected. And so one of the things that I think there's a lot of fuss right now around regulation and how to regulate these systems. And arguably, I think it's distracting a lot of people in terms of the types of things that we're focusing on regulating, as opposed to the outputs of what do we want these systems to do, how do we want them to behave, and therefore, if we want them to, for example, include the values of whatever it is, let's say the environment, then we need to specify what we want the outcome to be, in order to then push that upstream so that the people who are designing the preferences, the judgment that goes into them, are incorporating that into whatever it is they're trying to optimize for.
As an economist, that's your thing. How would you encourage diversity in that circumstance?
Sure. So if you think of a let's imagine that we were talking today about access to the shoreline. So imagine that you're having people come in with applications for things that they want to build on the shoreline, and you're having an AI that does the first pass of reading these and then making a recommendation and passing them to a human, recommending whether they be reviewed or not. or what their, how they should be categorized. That assessment process can have baked into its, think of it as its scoring system or its judgment. How much will this increase or decrease access to the shoreline? And so those values need to be specified for the machine.
I had a question with regard to judgment. So on the slide you said it would be related to the outcomes. But in philosophy there's two types of judgment. There's consequentialism, where you look at the greatest good for the greatest number, but there's the theological approach where you do the right thing in the present, sort of something that conscious motive. So, companies like Cargill, it's like they're destroying a lot of forests for animal eggs, they're one of the biggest commodity traders. They're designing robots to help in the slaughterhouse. So obviously nobody participating in something like violating the rule thou shalt not kill. So I just think how does the AI community address those two types of judgments, consequentialism and theological?
Yeah, so I would.
Or AI for bad and AI for good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the AI community is sort of it's like an amorphous thing. It's hard to, but I think you're touching on a really foundational thing. Even amongst, let's say that most people in this room share a somewhat common set of values. Forget even like examples like Cargill. Even amongst us, we might struggle aligning on certain values, like in terms of, for example, how much do we value the future versus the present? And so Steve says, he values access to the shoreline. When he says access to the shoreline, he means access to the shoreline for people today. And what if it turned out that a better thing for people 3 generations from now was to prevent access to the shoreline for us in order to preserve the shoreline for the future. And so you can imagine that even people that are all kind of have relatively similar views might differ in terms of how much they weight the future. And so these, I think, are going to become super important conversations to have, because right now, if you and I have a different opinion, you might influence something over here and I might influence something over there. The minute we start imbuing machines with these decision making, that judgment is going to be scaled. And so we're going to have to collectively come to some view of what that judgment is we're giving to the machine, because those decisions are scaled. Like, for example, whatever judgment OpenAI put into their language model is impacting now millions of people. As opposed to, let's say, an English high school teacher that is coaching people on how to write, they're only impacting 30 kids a year. So your point's a very good one. There's no right answer. It's just that whatever we choose is going to be scaled. Probably a good reason for increasing connection between engineering and philosophy, actually. Yes, please.
When you say that, because of this prediction-based improvements, what is the first kind of way we go? Because it seems that, mechanical machines might be doing these judgments later on, but knowledge work is not the first feature of this prediction ability. So are we going to see like an inversion of what happened during the Industrial Revolution, where instead of having factory working automated, we're having knowledge working automated?
Yeah, it's so it's so hard to speculate on this. Like, for example, if you would have asked me 10 years ago, I would have never said that one of the first job categories to be most affected by this kind of technology would be taxi drivers. And it's not that we have autonomous drivers. It's that navigational AIs enabled people that had no training and no deep knowledge of a city to be able to navigate a city as well as a pro. And that enabled Uber. And that enabled people with no training to now be able to effectively take over the city transportation, and all these taxi drivers lost their jobs. I don't think any economist would have predicted that. The other thing that is already starting to happen, and maybe this is just a short-term thing from the language models, is overall the computer revolution. If I were to say, like, what do I think has been the number one driver of income inequality over the past half century? I would point to something that probably everybody in this room is a very big beneficiary of, which is the computer revolution. The computers did what economists call skill-biased technical change. Computers benefited everybody, but they benefited educated people way more, like white-collar educated type jobs, way more than blue-collar jobs. So our white-collar wages went up, and all like the job opportunities for people that were more educated increased way more than those that for less educated.
I'd almost challenge that, because I'd say the thing I never would have predicted from my childhood is I used to know how to computers. I used to build my own computers. When I was in my childhood, I used to fix everybody's computer, because I was like one of the first couple of people in my city to have one, and I built computers and everything as I was growing up. But then I got to the point where those of us who know what we're doing with computers actually have more trouble with computers, because we think we know how they understand them, and it actually turns out the unskilled has the advantage. They have the advantage because the computers are designed for the unskilled. And so the computers benefit most people who don't know how to use a computer. Apple kind of gave us that, which I never would have predicted. It was kind of a weird curve, or a weird, funny twist, because those of us who understand source code and machine code, like for me, assembly language was high level. I used to hand assembly. And so this came at me as a complete surprise. A computer designed that hates people who know how to use a computer, like Apple really hates people who understand code, and they want to make computers for people who don't understand anything. They make computers for the uneducated. So if you're educated, that puts you at a disadvantage.
Well, I think you're talking about a very special type of education, Steve. In other words, you are in an extremely, tiny fraction of the population. If you take average wages for anybody in this room, they have increased much more as a function of computers than the person who's outside mopping the floors. And so, and that's sort of true across like most national economies. However, with the language models, what they've started to do is to compress, to reverse the wage gap. And the way they've done that is effectively by de-skilling jobs. So the fact that, and this kind of more goes towards what Steve is saying here. In other words, what he experienced is now many people experiencing it, which is, he said, hey, I had this extremely unique knowledge, and now it made all these people that didn't have that knowledge be able to do a lot of, like, it increased them relative to him. That's what language models are doing for, think of it like blue collar relative to.
It's actually reversing it in some sense. Like when my daughter comes to me, how do I do this on the Mac or something? I'm actually at a disadvantage. It's better to have an unskilled person try to figure it out, because I get frustrated because I say, well, show me the source code and let's debug it. Well, there is no source code, it's closed source. Like it's like an auto mechanic working on cars that have the hood welded shut. An auto mechanic would actually be at a disadvantage to a random average person who's willing to sit on hold and call Microsoft.
All right, well, thanks, everybody.
Yeah, that was really good. So our next speaker is Ryan, and I think Ryan's work is really amazing. So Ryan founded a company called Transport, public transit company, and my camera to start. Actually, that one will leave that one there. So Ryan founded a public transportation company, Transport, and in addition to being like the world's best technology, he's also
I could just start if
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanna get my camera started to record it.
Ah.
I just need to find my good
Okay.
Find something that will make
All right. Okay.
So what I'll do, actually, if you can plug this into here. Okay. So we've got the live stream going. Plug this into here. That will plug into here. I think that'll, is that still running?
Yeah.
And I'll grab this one to here. Now, start up this one.
Okay. Ready?
It's going.
So AJ was talking about redesigning airports, optimizing them. Well, we're gonna see a little bit of that.
Yeah.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Guess we can try this.
Is that full? Is that still? Probably okay. It's not low battery anymore, right?
It's at 10%.
Okay. So then, does the mic work?
Yeah, yeah.
You can just confirm that the mic works.
Okay.
And then,
this will not.
Okay, well, I think I'll just start.
Okay.
So, nice to see you all. And saying that I'm going to talk to you about a transportation project and how to deal with the environment, how to improve it on a huge scale, but also how to make things that work for people on a human scale. And what we're doing is we're designing a new type of vehicle that is kind of like an aircraft, but operates like a train. So it's an airplane with a jet, built like a jet without the wings, but it operates like a train. And that's called the flux jet. And so this overall system we're making, it's a little bit like the Vancouver SkyTrain sort of elevated guideway sort of thing, and it's called the Transpod line. And so I'm going to show you some pictures of that and show you what we're doing. And there's a lot of really neat technology there with control systems, guidance systems, avionics, flight control, power systems, and really making something that works to kind of make our communities stronger in a way of helping to better connect at high speed between major cities. A lot of people have, you go to an airport, you book your flight ticket, you have to do it well in advance. You have to show up at the airport far in advance, like AJ was saying. And even when you get there, your flight might be late, it might be diverted, it might be, you take off, but there might be turbulence and storms, and you land and you still might lose your luggage. What this is much more like the subway, where you just show up to the station. Here's the Transpod station, and you pay for a ticket, and you wait at the platform for the next vehicle to arrive, and you just go. And I might here. I'm gonna play just without even describing it. I'm gonna play this, and just ignore that with me there.
so that was just played with no explanation. So try to guess what's going on here. Well, okay, I'll tell you a little bit about this. So what we're doing is we're designing this, and by the way, just to back up a little bit, I had over the years the pleasure of working with Steve and and with a bunch of other researchers, some projects, a little bit in Silicon Valley we did, also with a bunch of different startups around here, and many different interesting projects, partly on enhancing the human senses and kind of fluid dynamics, and so a lot of really neat projects, and might tell you a bit more about some of them. And so it's really interesting how engineering and entrepreneurship and creating new ideas and bringing them to the world really has happened a lot with Steve's courses and research, and with all of this kind of community of people. And so I'd say keep up the good work and keep on doing amazing things. So that's the setting out to do that. And really with me, it was amazing some of the projects that we did with valence flux and all kinds of with hydraulophones that Steve and I have been working on for a long time. Steve started this a long time ago, and it's really fun. But these are all cases, and same with Transpod, where you really have, it gets you thinking. You really have to think about the physics of what's going on. Same with this hydraulophone over here. You'll see it more of it in a little bit, where the physics of the fluids, the fluid dynamics, and music in this case, and how it really works with humans. You really have to put that all, think about that all at the same time. And so with Transpod, that's the same thing. So if we just look at this, I'll just back up and just start here. So we're designing this new type of vehicle and a transportation line. And so we're building it. It's a Canadian company. We're working also with some of our team is in Europe, a few different countries, a little bit in the US too, and a lot of industrial partners. Because just the same as when Boeing or Airbus create a new aircraft, it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's a big, long project with many industrial partners, and really a big collaboration. And so that's really what we're doing. We're starting with the research and all of the industrialization, and working also on the infrastructure. And you're going to see that. So the infrastructure, one thing I should also make clear, we're not a Hyperloop company. This is not to be confused with Hyperloop. And actually for me, Hyperloop is plagiarism. So just to put it simply, it's really copying a previous idea. Well, what we're doing here is a little bit different. We actually have an open air guideway, kind of like the Vancouver SkyTrain. But then part of our system is closed in, and part of our system uses low air pressure too. And so that's actually, I would call, low pressure transportation from 100 years ago. So you could say vacuum transportation from 100 years ago. For that, part of the Transpod line, there's, in the past, it's kind of evolved. Low pressure transportation, there was a vac train, there was ET3, there was Hyperloop, there's some Swiss Metro, there's different things. And so this Transpod is trying to overcome the challenges that they previously had. And so basically on the surface, you might see sort of an elevated guideway, so you sort of see a tube that the vehicles are going through for part of the time. But really on the inside, that's really unique Canadian technology that is what's going on inside. And so I'm going to show you some of the crazy physics of what's going on. Well, we're really trying to create something besides the technology. I always say sometimes some people are excited about this because the technology is very innovative. I'm going to show you some stuff about plasma, some guidance and controls, all kinds of crazy stuff. Some people are excited about the environmental benefits. So that's really what we're trying to design it for, to make a fossil fuel-free transportation system. So it's electrically powered and getting power from the grid.
And also some people really just like, oh, what's in it for me? It's just me. I want to go really fast. So that's sort of, other people just love that part. And so yeah, so we're trying to make something that goes very fast. We're designing this transport vehicle to go at over 1,000 kilometers per hour. So operating like a high-speed train, but 3 times as fast. And so you see here a little bit of the elevated guideway there, and one of the vehicles going along there, and I'll show you really how that kind of works later. And so we are, and by the way, I'll show you a little bit about a project that we're doing in Alberta. There's other countries that we're setting the early political machinery going in overseas and in the U.S. as well. But Alberta, I'll especially show you a bunch about that we're doing. But first, what are we doing? So I mentioned a vehicle, FluxJet, that you see there, and then also this infrastructure. So for the infrastructure, we're working with a lot of construction partners and the construction industry, fabricators for a lot of the parts, land use planning, really trying to make it work with negotiating the line in the right direction, because they're people's houses. We don't want to bulldoze over people's houses. We want to put it in the right spot so that it doesn't interfere very much. And it's quite nice, actually, being elevated above farmland. So we have farmers where a high-speed train line usually cuts their farmland in half, and so they, there's this triangle, there's that triangle from when they used to have rectangles. But here it's a little bit easier. But just talking about Mersivity and the thinking about environments. So it's you have your environments. You have sort of a zone around yourself, your corporeal sort of bubble. But it gets kind of funky here when we talk about the vehicle and the infrastructure, because by the way, I'll show you pictures inside the vehicles. It's full of rows of seats inside for the passenger version. We also have a cargo version we're doing. But think of yourself. You are with about 30 to 50 other people sitting in the seats inside. It's bigger than it might look. It's kind of like a jet with a single aisle, and then 2 seats on each side. And so you go in there, and we are very carefully managing the environment in the vehicle. So environmental control, and that's, you have to do temperature management, air circulation, manage the oxygen, CO2 levels properly, just like a spacecraft actually does too. You really have to have all the scrubber systems and air filtration systems and so on.
The environment inside the transport is the environment of the people who ride it.
Yes, and then there's another environment outside the vehicle. So, because imagine, you just think outside the vehicle, where part of this line, of a transport line, where we actually decrease the air pressure. So the vehicle's environment, what it sees around it, is lower pressure. So it's feeling like it's an airplane that is pressurized. In its environment, it's pressurized, but its environment is lower pressure, just like a plane up at high altitude. And so that's in that guideway. But then, outside of that guideway, it's normal pressure again. So it's just kind of alternating environment.
Nested environments.
That's right. And so, so the environment of the guideway, now we have to really think about hurricane force winds and do all kinds of simulations of earthquakes and make sure it's very robust for whatever happens. But inside that, its environment, it's a protected guideway, so it's a little bit easier. You don't have to deal with storms that are interfering with the vehicles like you do with a jet, when you're flying. So really with safety, we really have to deal with the environment of the guideway and then the environment of the vehicle that the passengers are in. And okay, so this is kind of alternating. There's a few of us who started this, and then this is just a little bit of a summary of what we're doing. So we have secured funding for phase 1 construction of a big project that we will be doing in Alberta with high-speed transportation corridor, and then a few other projects elsewhere. And so meanwhile, we're just in the middle of another couple big steps where we're preparing for a couple design reviews of our systems, so that's good. But then a lot of you might be curious, okay, how does this thing work? Well, so you see the front of this vehicle here, and you see 4 things sticking out of it. So those are the propulsion systems and the engines, kind of. Except they're electrically powered, and they're kind of like motors, but linear motors. So imagine a rotary motor, like anywhere, and you just take all of those windings, and instead of in a circle, you just splay them out, and now they're long. And so that is a linear motor instead of a rotary motor. And so we have one of the top people in the world and a few others who are working on linear motors. So one guy, he used to design a lot of the linear motors for Bombardier that are used in New York City, Vancouver, Detroit, different parts of Asia and Europe. And so what we're doing is we're designing a high-speed version of that. And so, by the way, then you see a little bit of the stations over here. And so when this vehicle is not going at high speed, then it goes into a station. And so this is kind of like a transpod station. And so it's pretty much like a train station or like a subway platform where the vehicles pull up to the platform. By the way, you're seeing, I'll show an animation of what the stations look like. But the top one is a passenger platform, and this down here is showing a cargo platform for some of our cargo vehicles. So, and this is you can see the box there. That's kind of like an air cargo freight container. So it's not like you're going to be moving rocks in this thing or heavy or kind of things. This is for lightweight e-commerce, kind of Amazon shipments and things like that, where time-sensitive things, or the type of parcels that you see the bike couriers going around with, very fast delivery sort of things. And so the key with this is really about speed. So for example, Toronto to Montreal, where for passengers, it's really about the speed and convenience of going between. And so imagine that you want to go to Montreal for the afternoon and then come back for the evening, kind of thing, instead of just making it be a several-day trip. And so that's the idea, where it's under an hour. It's about 45 minutes. In fact, actually, with all of the political side that we're dealing with in Ontario, Quebec, it's interesting that Alberta is moving a lot faster. So between Calgary and Edmonton, the line that we're working on right now, we've already signed an agreement with an MOU with the government of Alberta on that side, and we've secured phase 1 financing, so we're bringing money into the province for that from the private sector. And so Ontario, Quebec, we're looking a little bit, instead of starting with Montreal, down the road in the other direction first, down to Chicago, is one possibility. But after Alberta, realistically, there's a few other, we're working with the state of Texas is really working with us on the high-speed line. And also in the Middle East, we actually have a division of our company in Dubai. And so we're working with the UAE on a high-speed line between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And then also Europe, we've been studying a few different lines there. But right now, a lot of the work that we're doing is on the R&D side in Europe, because there's a lot of expertise there in physics and many different things. So yeah, but this, I'll show you a little bit about how these stations work. But essentially, so this vehicle, where it's built like a plane but operates like a train, electrically powered. You see the front and the back there, and really we're designing them to be customizable. So when Boeing or Airbus create a plane, they leave it up to the operators to say what kind of interior they want. So let's say Air Canada wants a certain seat layout, but then a different airline wants a different seat layout. They can do that, and that's what we're doing here. But we're trying to be very careful with our own custom design of this of the stations and the infrastructure. So, for example, Edmonton and Calgary, we're doing it very carefully so that it suits the needs of these vehicles. It has that works with a high-speed connection, and then transitions to the elevated portion. And so then you see a little bit more here. And actually, this is the full size. The size of this is about 25 meters long, so it's about the length of a train coach or a streetcar, a Toronto streetcar. But then the doors are on the side, and then there's parts on the front and back that open up too. So it's so passengers can load and unload at the same time. And yeah, so what I might do is, how about we just see a little video of how that works. Now, I'll just pause that here because we unveiled to the public a smaller, it's really kind of huge, but a smaller demonstrator vehicle that shows how the technology is working. So I said how big, it's a huge, big vehicle, but this thing is all the design of this smaller demonstrator. It's not, it basically goes from maybe me to that, I guess me right here to that doorway over there.
It'd be perfect for lay down transport. No?
Yes, you can lay down. Yes, it's that's right. And so you see this difference here. Now we see the full size. So this is our station. So this is the kind of thing that we're designing for Calgary and Edmonton. So when the vehicle starts from a downtown station, we're designing this. See, this is kind of a conventional elevated guideway, a little bit like the Vancouver SkyTrain again, where it's just going at low speed. And this is partly for we're designing it with extra stations within a city, so that it's to relieve congestion, so an alternate to mesh with other public transit systems, and just provide more connections. So, for example, we're designing a station for Calgary downtown and Calgary Airport and Edmonton downtown. So it's just transitioning right now into the high-speed zone. So this is just on the edge of the city. So it's accelerating to high speed. And so once it transitions to high speed, it's actually deploying. We have some special technology we have some special technology here to get power to the vehicle. This is kind of, I should have mentioned this before when I say plasma. We are getting power from the grid. So it's electrically powered, but how do you get power to a vehicle at really high speed? When you have electric trains, or streetcars here, they have a catenary, they have a pantograph that touches the wire, catenary wire. So that works at reasonable speeds. But when you're talking about close to 1,000 kilometers per hour, those things wear out. If you've seen maybe on the news sometimes those tests of high-speed trains. Maybe in Europe sometimes. So it's on the news. The train is setting a new record, right? The difference there is that it's not full of passengers. it's actually only full of, at the front, maybe 2 or 3 crew members that are kind of afraid for their lives. And they're sitting up there, they're doing the test, and then they kind of stop, and then they get cooped. And at that point, the train is basically broken. They have to replace a lot of the parts that are damaged from that kind of test. Because there's a fundamental limit to the speed when you're touching. And so what this is doing is not touching. This is using plasma to get power to the vehicle without touching anything. We're making virtual wires using glowing plasma. So kind of like the Northern Lights, kind of like plasma in some types of lights. Where here it's the purple glowing stuff. And so we have some interesting technology and quantum physics research. So we've proven this at over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for passengers, it's designed to be just a smooth ride. So what's happening is you're using magnetic fields, kind of like on, again, the Vancouver SkyTrain is a faster version of this, but that's what kind of and so as we're just landing here, and then some valence flex. Yes. So we're basically doing some scanning to be able to do some sensing of sensing. And so I'm sure Steve might have mentioned that to you sometime, but basically we're trying to, for safety reasons, we're trying to know what we know and know what we don't know in terms of going really fast. So basically to protect the vehicle from incursions. So designed for different terrains and environments and countries, and then when it arrives, it slows down and arrives at the next station. Okay. All right. So yes. So there's lots to say about this. It's a big project. It's a huge number of collaborators and universities now that are doing different parts of the research behind this. And so I might, maybe if we, I'll show a little bit of some of that. This is that smaller demonstrator that we showed to the public. These are a few, this is an old list, but a few collaborators. CERN, the particle accelerator in Europe, and so on. This is just one of our places where we're doing some development here in Toronto, actually. Yeah. So, but yeah, basically, we're really trying to use very interesting physics and engineering to be able to design this right. And so that's where there are lots of opportunities for people who are really interested in cool, whether it's electronics or civil engineering or even environmental assessments or environmental greenhouse gas calculations. We're trying to, there's so many disciplines that are involved that are, it's very interesting for people who can really talk with people in many different disciplines and really work together. And really all of this is to try to make this system, make a practical system that works. Yeah, so otherwise, I mentioned the plasma power transmission. We have really high voltage power systems that are designed for the outside of the vehicle, and many other, some of the civil engineering is quite interesting, and even adapting this not only to Canada but to other countries. We even did a study in Thailand. Actually, there's so much development of new growth in Southeast Asia right now, and we actually did a study at the federal level in Thailand, and so that's really interesting to see how technology is built differently there, and big projects are built differently there. and by the way, this is for France. We're doing a test facility there too. So there you go. Yeah. So and by the way, it's really interesting. One thing that's kind of surprising is that a lot of the countries that are or places that are really interested in this seem to be oil-producing places for some reason. It's very strange. Somehow.
Yeah, it doesn't use fossil fuels. I think they probably want to
Yes.
own it. It's like Kodak started making
Yes.
digital cameras because they could feel the acts coming. They want to be part of their own demise rather than just.
Yes, and so it's interesting that even compared to the Ontario government, Alberta is way more interested in fossil fuel-free transportation. So always a surprise, but we'll get there. So yeah, we're working on this. It's a big project, and a lot of resources are coming together in terms of environmental impacts, in terms of dealing with even ecosystems and biodiversity. We're also working on that. So if anyone wants to talk about those side of things, that's feel free. And by the way, I think maybe we might kind of mix in later today, talking more about hydrolephones and some of these other projects and how transportation, the environment, and water really kind of come together, and they're all you have to think about these things kind of holistically. So maybe I should end there for now.
Yeah, that's
and then
fantastic.
touch on a few more things after.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you.
Good. Okay, do you want to play the hydrophone for a few minutes while the next group sets up?
Okay, sure.
And, Ryan is also probably the world's best hydrauliphone player. So he performed all over the world. Can you give us a little bit of live
Okay.
thing of the
By the way, if there are any questions, first of all, are there any questions from anybody? I'm going to start making some droning noises unless there are any questions.
How long does it take to get to high speed?
Oh, what was the question?
How long does it take to get to high speed?
Actually, about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So it's actually, it's very fast to get to no speed, so only it breaks a couple minutes. Take it about 10, 12 minutes per hour. The last part we started to look at. Yes.
What's the cost estimation of the...
Sorry?
cost estimation?
Oh, the cost. I see. Actually, that's a good question. So it's similar to, high-speed rail is about 30 million per kilometer, and in North America it's a little bit more. And so we're actually able to get at a similar level per kilometer. Actually, subways, let's say in Toronto, it used to be, well, now it's kind of at least $100 million per kilometer, so 200 million, it's just going up and up and up. But for our system, once we get long distances between cities, we're trying to do it in a very easy to manufacture way that has a light effect. The vehicles actually, okay, so just as a comparison, a Toronto streetcar, I think, is about $5 million. This, and some aircraft are about, like some jets that you fly in are more 50 million to 200 million or so. This is in between, so this is more around 10 million, 15 million or so. Yeah. Okay.
So
we can have a little bit more with that later.
Yeah, so we'll have some more fun with the hydrauliphone. So 7 o'clock group. You guys here ready to go? We can jam a bit on the hydrauliphone a bit later on maybe too.
Sure. Here for just a bit.
Oh yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah, you can always slide it in so it doesn't fall off the desk.
Josh doesn't come yet, right?
Oh yeah. You just push it up under the desk. Oh, Josh Matlow can't and Olivia Chow can't make it.
Oh, he can now. Okay.
So then you'll have more time.
Okay, sure.
Just slide it in so it doesn't get knocked off the desk. We might even have a little bit of time for some jamming or something.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, you guys ready? You guys ready yet? Get yourself set up. You guys ready?
Yep.
Right. Get this water. Good to see if we can get the big beef going vegan. The big beef companies investing in vegan technology the same way that the fossil fuel companies are investing in electric transportation.
Yeah, some of them started
Yeah.
using vegan meat, so like Tyson,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
So instead of calling it helmet, we call it helmet. Here, I will give you an intuition of why we want to do this. As you can see here, one person is riding a bike, and it is actually very dangerous to ride a bike on road. It is the fact that an average of 74 Canadians die in cycling collisions each year, and when cycling, almost 80% of Canadians feel shoulder checking is necessary. That is, you turn your neck to the back to check what is going on. And at the very moment, it is actually very dangerous. When we're riding a bike, safety always comes first. So, how to protect the accidents from happening? If the accident already happened, what should we do? What if we go too far and get lost without Wi-Fi? HelmetNet solves all these problems.
Okay, so before all of this, maybe can I get a show of hand of how many of you are into engineering discipline? Okay, so you guys know what I'm going to talk about next. So as engineers, we solve problems and we create things to solve problems. And this HelmetNet is the product we created to solve all these problems that we mentioned above. So first, let's go from the beginning. Safety comes first. And how do we prevent things from happening? Well, it's where do we prevent things? Because it's kind of like how government solves the natural disasters. They go from prevention to mitigation to preparedness to response to recovery. So prevention is always the best thing to do. If we can cut the accidents from the first place, then that would be great. And the thing we use is proximity sensor. So once the danger is near us, there will be alarms that notify the cyclists so that we can avoid danger. But not all of the time we can avoid the accidents. Sometimes it's just inevitable. How do we do? What do we do next? Well, once the prevention fails, we go to the mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. In this case, we use the rear camera, which can leave evidence after some accidents happen. And aside from obvious accidents, what if we have some unexpected things happening? So the unexpected often happen from time to time in our life, and we have to deal with it one way or the other. So since we are designing a navigation product, in our brainstorming process, we were trying to think of something that is not an accident, but it's unexpected, and it's pretty dangerous if that happens. So in the navigation, when we go into like some deep woods, then we lost all the Wi-Fi signals. What do we do? Well, one way is to use GPS, and that's also included into our design. So let's dive into the feature implementations. First, we have the camera. Well, this is pretty obvious. We want to get what we see on the camera onto a web page, which is our Heaven Mat web page that we're going to show later. And how do we do that? Well, first we can use the ESP32 as a camera, and then by some Arduino code, we will connect to some network, and then that's connected to the same network as the laptop. After that, it will display the real-time streaming into this Arduino camera website. So now the problem comes to how to transfer this video from the Arduino website to our own website. Well, we all know that videos is made up from images, which is called frames. And so basically we just take all the frames and then reconstruct based on different time steps. So this is how we combine the frames into video and then upload to our website. This is one of the type in our website. We also made a sequence diagram to show how the camera looks like, how the camera works. Because it's quite complicated, it's involving lots of things. It goes from the camera and then sends the image data to the Arduino web. Then we do the frame capturing, and then we upload those into the cloud drive, and we choose timestamp from our web page, which we do the reconstruction based on timestamp, and then we extract and display those videos that we reconstructed. The next functionality is touch or collision. We use the KY036 sensor as the touch sensor, and similarly we wanted to display the touch signal onto our web page. So how do we do that? Well, the sensor is activated when it senses a difference in charges. So once it senses that, it sends the signal through HTTP request, and then by the corresponding IP address, we can get a specific web page on the physical device, and then from there we can extract information onto our own website, like this. Now I will hand the GPS module to Sean. Hello everyone. So
speaking of our GPS module, first I'll show you the picture of what our GPS module looks like. As you can see at the right, we got a USP32, and it combined with our GPS module, which is called the Nano 6M. So basically, this compact unit is the cornerstone of our navigation feature, and it offers highly accurate location tracking, and also it has a low power consumption, which you can see is pretty sustainable. And also, the Neo 6 is pretty small, but it's pretty functional. Like, it can give us the latitude, longitude, speed, and the daytime, something like that. But how we gonna use those data, like to show the things that we want to see? So it's a time for Arduino. So Arduino is like a software. So it's like a hardware and software. It's great for creating interactive projects because it can sense and control objects in the physical world. In our project, we've written the code, and it can collect the vital data from the Nano 6M, and then we can transfer those data to the Google Sheet, so that once we go gather all the data from the Google Sheet, we can transfer all the data to the website. And you must wonder how those things work. Well, we're gonna give a live stream demo to everyone, and you can see how everything works for smart helmet.
I'm gonna give the demo. I'm gonna connect to whoever is giving the demo outside of the classroom now.
Yeah, because we got a group of people like want to show the GPS module for us. Maybe 1 second, David. We are trying to get your.
Okay.
Can you turn on the camera? Can you turn on the camera, David?
We can hear you, but can you turn on the camera?
All right, now we can hear you and see your vision.
Yeah, I think the sound is a bit low, but they're outside and they're on the lawn. Tiger? Hi, Daddy. Okay, great. Perfect. Thanks.
Alright, we can see you with the camera. You are walking on the street, right? So as we see they are walking on the street, we can also see their location and their tracking on our website.
Let me show the website. Here.
Yeah, as you can see that they made as they are working.
it may take some, several seconds to update the tracking, but once you refresh your website, and you will see the update of the track. So, yeah, you can see the update. So that shows it's real-time data that's flowing into this web page. I can refresh again.
Hello, Tommy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. What's up?
How's everything outside?
You wanna see what?
Like, what's your user experience like wearing this helmet?
Okay, I'm gonna ask Bruce. Yes, sir. What's your user experience? Because I very comfortable to use this helmet, and it will fit my head very well, and I can use this cameras that has to anyways, but I think it's something that's it's a perfect helmet to use. That's best.
Okay, perfect. And don't forget to record some videos. Okay. You're gonna see the replay of the videos that they recorded outside later when they come back. Okay.
Also, all of you, if you've got videos and you want to submit to the proceedings, I can post it to the website.
Sure.
Everybody, if any of you've got videos you want to add.
Okay. Now we've seen the exciting real-time demo. Now let's try to put everything back together. So we've seen the front end. You've seen how the GPS can detect all different sort of data.
Hi.
Yeah.
Good. Pretty cool.
Okay.
That's great.
Okay, so
Let me show the video and collision first.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can show that.
Connect to my hotspot first.
Oh, it's a complicated real-time demo.
Because every single device in our group is connecting to my hotspot. Before that, we need to some settings. Because I went out and came back, Wi-Fi is connected and disconnected back and forth. Just wait for a moment, please.
As I mentioned before, the IP address is changing because the hotspot is changing, so you have to sort of make the adjustment on the code.
Okay. So we're gonna show you the our video camera and video function right now. So firstly, we want to show you the history function. Just before we see his yeah. It's yeah, it's dark. It's dark outside.
I can see something moving.
Right? Really? It's a little bit dark outside. Yeah. I see some. Cause yeah. Here we go. Well, it's working, and the camera at the back here is recording everything. Yeah.
Okay. The reason why it's slow because we are uploading them into a cloud drive, and then we downloading them and reconstructing them. That's taking some time.
Okay. And let's show them the live stream. Okay. Right. Okay. So it's the live stream. You can just walk around and yeah.
Yeah, that's good. You can see it's
Yeah.
working.
Yeah. Just walk around. Yeah. Just yeah.
Yeah, so that everyone can see our comments.
You get some video feedback as you look back at the screen too.
Can you see? Yeah. It's
Okay. So next one is our real-time collision sensor. Okay. So you can see the time right here is not active right now. And once I hit this button, because I'm clicking that I was hurt, I got an accident, and it's gonna update the time, collision time. And it's updated right now, right? What's the time right now? Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real time.
Summer demo.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Back to me on this one. We've just seen everything. We've seen the touch, the GPS, and video, how they interact with the user interface. So, like how we can see the real-time data onto our user interface. And those are the sub components under each main component. And it's pretty. I think it's pretty good for visual inspections of how everything works. Okay, let's go to the next one. Well, now we have everything ready. We need to figure out some ways to put them together onto the helmet. How it end up like this. So, how do you do that? Well, first up, we wanted to put those onto the helmet. So, we check Amazon on different helmets, and obviously there's so many different kinds of helmets on the market. So we need to make some generalization. So what is the generalization? The generalization of the helmets is that they have holes. All of them have holes. So how do we utilize those holes? Well, we can use an elastic string, and then we can sandwich the helmet by two different parts, the top part and the bottom part. And in that way, both the top and the bottom should experience forces opposite to them, so they can be fastened. That's our prototype. But the question is how to properly sandwich it, in the sense that it doesn't fall off, or it doesn't just get wobbling when some random movement happening, or just walking around. So how do we do that? We use this sort of white blocker that kind of stacks in a way of getting all of the hole, and it's pretty robust because we make the string pretty short, so the elasticity is pretty strong, and it's been fastened pretty strongly as well. This is how the AutoCAD looks like on right. Well, this is for the ESP32 camera. The red block. You can, yeah. So similarly, we did every other things similar like that. From AutoCAD to slicer, and then to 3D printing, then to assembly, like this. For each and single cases, for ESP32, this is how we design and implementation looks like. The center part is for the camera. If you can turn around, this is the camera, and this is for the string to go through. And similar for other things. The GPS, this part, well, I think, okay. This part is for the virus pass-through, so it has to be alive. This part, and for the next one, the touch sensor. Yeah, we have to design it in a way that doesn't fall off. So this is final product. And this is final product presented last week. As you already see here, there's some difference, which is the user experience or like the audience feedback. As you can see this one here, this is a var case that hides all the exposing vars. This is a pretty simple design, and we just put it on like this so that the vars don't get exposed. And this is, I think, pretty important for engineering because like we always go to the minimum cycle first, and then we add on like other functionalities or requirements layer by layer. So this is pretty necessary, but still very important. This is a real final project. Okay, next up, Mersivity. Right, back to our Mersivity. So let's reflect on our journey through the pandemic and make connection with our Mersivity. So what is Mersivity? Simply is sustainability, technology, and the society. There are 2 points we found in pandemic that can fit the concept of sustainability. First one, we're selecting material that can break down naturally at the end of the helmet's life. We reduce our environmental footprint and encourage a circular economy. And the use of a 3D printer is also biodegradable. So next is the energy efficiency usage. Our helmet ensures that it consumes less energy, which is crucial for the sustainability. And the next one is the technology. As we dive into the technology segment of our presentation, let's highlight the key point of our advanced modules. Our helmet isn't just another piece of gear. It's a connected device with both Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. It syncs with other electronic devices, ensure you are always connected. And you can also experience the advanced technology like the proximity detection, collision avoidance, and the ultrasonic sensor. We also have our own website, and also this website was based on the user-centric, and it derives an user experience that brings the functionality from our smart helmet to the life. And finally, for the society, our helmet enhances safety for the individual and also the community. It can reduce accidents, creating an effect of beneficial for the society by promoting a culture of safety. It can encourage community building and social interactions among cyclists and motorcyclists. It can also be used for education purposes. The helmet can serve as an educational tool to raise awareness, such as the importance of road safety, the environmental benefits of cycling, and the role of technology in our daily life. So next is the extended future use. Okay, so finally for some extended use. This is the if we had more time scenario, which also happened a lot in engineering. And I think it's nothing to be ashamed of, so we just put it here for everyone to see. Those are the things that we sort of wanted to do, but didn't have time. First, we want to put an actual ultrasonic sensor, which can give signals when they're under a certain range, so that it's like easier to prevent the accident from happening. And next up, we have the gyro sensor. This is when it detects the sensor is tilted, which the sensor is of course attached to the helmet, and the helmet is worn by a person. So eventually we can predict if the person is going to fall, and then if so, it's going to give some signals. Next, once we receive signals, we have to react to it, but we didn't have time to implement that. The thing that can react to signals and notify user is, of course, the buzzer. And that's the thing that we didn't have time to implement, but yeah, just put it here. Next up, we have solar panel to save energy and to make our product more sustainable. And in terms of software, we wanted to implement some cloud services so that we can push the dynamic data, which is the real-time data that you guys have seen before, onto our server so that we can use like a real website instead of our own local website. So that's a pretty important thing for the future. Also, we wanted to do this same screen monitoring so that we can see the entire picture of what's going on at the same time. And next, we wanted to elevate the web page into the app so it's easier to carry around and to spread to others. But what if we think outside of the helmet? We get enough of the helmet now. So if we want to implement those sensors outside of the helmet, we have to implement like sort of a general skeleton so that our components could be adapted to other things, not only the helmet. And that's for sure the hard thing to do. But ideally, it should extend to every single wearables. And once that is achieved, we can do something greater. For example, we can prevent missing. And there are lots of vulnerable people in our society, and we've all seen them before. For example, pets, kids, and elders who have some memory disease that couldn't remember clearly. So when they get lost, they become even more passive because they cannot, most of the time, they cannot find their own way back home. So if they can wear our products, then I think it's easier for them to be retrieved by their families. And that sort of circles back to HeavenNet, to the name of the product. When we think of heaven, even though I'm not religious, I'm like the first thing came to my mind is like love, peace, family, and belonging. So that's like the main part, the main goal of the product. And but like for now, our product of course didn't meet those goals yet, but I think it's a good starting point for some other future products to like develop based on those ideas, and then go up to give those people some inspirations that could complete our goals. And yeah, the helmet is your safeguard. And I just want to thank everyone in the audience and as well as in the group. This couldn't happen without anyone, literally. Yeah, that is the end of our presentation. And if anyone has questions, it's the Q&A.
When you were testing or demonstrating when you have a collision, I thought you were going to hit the helmet.
Well, yeah, that's the part. We sort of bought the wrong sensor. Like, as I said before, this is like the charge, it senses the charge difference instead of like the force of stress. But like, we already deep down into the process now, so we didn't want to like destroy everything else because it's connected to the vibe and everything. So like, this is the minimum cycle that I was talking about engineering. So yeah, but for the future, of course, collision sensor, the real collision sensor, or like ultrasonic sensor, they can work together. So yeah, that's definitely important.
Yeah.
How much do you think a final product like this would go for?
How much?
Yeah, if you had it, make it into like a product you'd sell in client stores?
For the sensors themselves, I think they're like $100 for all. Like the total of the sensor cost is like $100, or like at most 150. That's it. And then we have a power bank, which is like $50. And the wires and stuff, they're like $30, I think. So in total, I would say maybe like less than 300 you get. Yeah. Any other questions?
Maybe a quick one. How did you, what algorithm did you use to detect a collision? Were you just exceeding a threshold, or you know how the human brain has different directions of acceleration where it's more sensitive and less sensitive, or different rotations and things like that? Different axes of rotation.
Alistair is the one designing the collision sensor, but I think it's not like related to like human accelerations. For accelerations, we can use IMUs, which has like 3 different axes or anything. But we didn't use IMU in this case. First thing is it's pretty expensive to like integrate IMU. Second thing is, I think for our products for now, it's just the collision sensor or the touch sensor is
touch. Okay, right.
enough for the first one. But the algorithm is just the C language in Arduino. So yeah.
Okay, very good. Excellent presentation. That was first rate. Very good. So the next group is 7:30 group, I guess. There's a little bit of schedule slippage. We might have about 6 minutes of schedule slippage with this 7:30 group. Good work.
It's a 1 hour schedule.
So what is this?
Because Steve is supposed to end at 6:35. Oh, it is.
Yeah, 6:30.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's 7:37.
It's maybe 7, right?
Yeah,
No,
7:37.
Yes. So, yeah. So
I think you got 1 hour of sleep.
6:13 to 7:30.
Okay.
I think you got 1 hour of sleep.
1 hour. Okay. Somehow we lost an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Good evening, distinguished guests and fellow researchers. Before we begin our presentation, I would like to conduct a quick investigation. How many of us sitting here have ever had or are currently experiencing sleeping issues? Could you please raise your hands? Yeah, just as I expected, the majority of us. Because based on the research conducted in the United States, approximately 50 to 70 million adults in America are suffering from sleeping issues. Not to mention that some people sitting here that didn't raise their hands probably didn't know how your sleeping quality is. That's why it's very essential to address this issue for a healthier and a more fulfilling life. Luckily, we have the solution.
So hello everyone, we are the Brain Gang and we would like to present to you our new creation, the Dream Machine. We are a group of University of Toronto students, engineers, and researchers. The Brain Gang first started as a small team of 4 people who had the same wish to explore the wonders of the human brain. From them, more has joined us and now we're 12 strong. In the beginning, we wanted to work on something that is related to brain-machine interface. Then we made the realization that we are not, in fact, neuroscience students, but instead we're engineers. So we pivoted to what engineers do best, which is to take a solution and engineer it so that it is more usable, accessible, and scalable. Our vision is for the average person, you and me, to be able to interact with our own brains through existing technology so that we may be able to understand our own minds better. We do this under the 3 tenets of Mersivity. So the first tenet of Mersivity is this trinity of environment, society, and technology. Unlike normal computer science and computer engineering, which only concerns society and technology, we want all 3 of them to interact and build on top of each other. The second tenet is immersivity and submersivity. So humans and society is what Professor Steve Mann would call the environment. The nature and the world is what we would call the environment. And technology that stands between the environment and the environment is called the environment. This environment could either be clear or opaque. If it's opaque, it seeks to divide us from our natural habitats, our environment. If it's clear, it seeks to connect us better with our natural environment. Thus, we thought about what we could do, and we realized that sleep and brain science in general is one of the frontiers of human biology. And that's what we call the internal environment, in that it's a part of us, yet we understand it very little. The final tenet is the concept of surveillance and surveillance. So surveillance is watching from above, as surveillance is watching from below. So our brain is aware of every one of our actions, yet our consciousness is very rarely monitoring our brain. So basically, we want to watch that watches, which is called metavalence, and we want to apply this to the field of neuroscience. So then we have developed our problem space. So what's the current issue with current implementations? There are already a lot of technologies on the market that does what we try to do, except for the problem that they're inaccessible. They're in these very expensive clinics and labs, and it takes a lot of manpower, resources to operate them, such as MRIs, sleep study labs, lab-grade EEGs, things like that. There are also things like consumer trackers that are accessible, but they often lack steps and environmental integration, in that they only gives you some hints of a feedback loop instead of a full, complete picture. So there is a problem of a data overload, but insight underload, which is that the lab equipments give us a lot of data, but they rarely give us any insights into how to improve our behaviors. However, the consumer-grade trackers don't give us too much data, and the insight they give us is also rarely very useful for certain specific applications. Therefore, we need a Mersivity-aligned immersive experience. And in the end, we picked our candidate, which is a Muse EEG S-band, and we built our solution off of that. So why Muse? Because it is a consumer-grade product, and that means it's affordable, accessible, and it's embodying the Mersivity philosophy of having everyone, the entire society, involved in a project, in a science. It is democratizing brain health technology. It is both immersive, submersive, and inclusive to all. And finally, we want to make something that is accessible to all, because we want to create a movement regarding surrounding this topic. Instead of making brain health monitoring accessible to all, we'll make we ourselves be more in harmony with our body, our minds, and our environments. So I have to introduce a few theoretical concepts before we start with the technical stuff. The first one is electroencephalogram. which is a measurement of electrical activity in the brain surrounding your crown region. There's also EOG, which is electrooculagram, which is a recording of electrical activity in the eye, more specifically between your retina and your cornea. And it helps us detect things like random eye movements and such. Both of these are used in clinical settings, and both of these are also used for research purposes. However, there is rarely a consumer-grade implementations of these two technologies. So our background is that we started this project thinking that sleep is the most important thing in our life for physical and mental health. It takes up a third of our entire lifetime. Current sleep stage classification, as through smartwatches or your phone's vibration sensors, are rarely accurate. So we decided to make something that is EEG based, so that it can directly read your mind and classify sleep stages based on that. So our goal is to develop a more accurate EEG-based sleep stage classifier, one that leverages the concept of Mersivity and to further implement specific applications with the technology. And now I will let my engineers present to you the technical details of this project.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to introduce you the overall structure of our system. So there are three main parts. One is our hardware part and cloud part, and also the control plane UI part. So the first part consists of Muse band and a server station, because before you sleep, you are going to put your band on your head, and it's going to collect your brain wave, and it's going to send the data through Bluetooth to your server station. So you need to leave the server station running on your PC over the night. And next, once the server station collects the overnight data, and it's going to send it to the cloud, and we are going to monitor the data and trim the bad raw data and analyze the trimmed raw data. And then we will write the result to JSON file and store it in the cloud storage. Then we will store the file information into our cloud database to be queried later. And now you may have a question: how do you access those analyzed data? So here comes our user-friendly and portable solution of the control plane UI. So it's going to monitor the user's day-to-day sleep quality, and the user will adapt according to our outcome of the analysis. Before we dive deeper into the implementation details, you can take a try and scan it to see how our control plane UI looks like. Let's give it 20 seconds.
Now I'm going to introduce the Muse class that's used for collecting Muse data. This EEG device is equipped with 7 EEG sensors, 2 on forehead, 2 behind ear, and 3 reference sensors. What makes the Muse S stand out is its simplicity and functionality. The rechargeable battery ensures a continuous runtime of 10 hours, providing users with extended exploration into brainwave activity. And the wireless connectivity through Bluetooth makes it user-friendly and versatile. For developers who want to explore the potential of neural technology, Muse software development kit allows them to extract signal from the headband sensors. And Muse community is a good forum for developers to share ideas, collaborate, and learn from others.
The second part of our hardware implementation has to do with electrooculagram. Basically, we used an Arduino-based board, which is here we use R4 Wi-Fi, and also a EOG, EMG, EKG 3-in-1 sensor board from a company called Momsense. So this board, as we said, measures the electrical potential between the cornea and the retina. And basically, we want to try to implement a simple spike detection algorithm with regards to the data that it records. Basically, we want to have the user stare while having the sensor placed to their eyes. We want to have the user stare at a single point for around 10 seconds and record the highest and lowest data points. That will become our interval for measuring whether or not the eye is staying still. And in the process of recording, whenever this the value from the sensor exceeds that value or goes below that value, we'll see that the eye is indeed moving, and therefore we can use it to detect random eye movement stage when sleeping.
As for software implementation, for front-end, React is a library for web and native user interfaces design, and we chose React rather than plain HTML for better user experience and flexible design. And as for deployment, we used the Google Firebase, which is a platform that provide the web app developer the free resource to create and deploy their site. And the QR code that was generated like before was provided on Firebase as well. And for user interface, we use Material UI and React Bootstrap to utilize it.
EEG signals represent the electrical activity of brain over time, and analyzing them in frequency domain can reveal specific frequency components associated with different brain processes. The brain's electrical activity consists of different frequency components, each associated with specific cognitive and physiological processes. For example, delta waves are associated with deep sleep, theta waves with relaxation and light sleep, alpha wave with wakeful relaxation, beta wave with active thinking and concentration, and gamma waves with higher cognitive processes. Analyzing these frequency components separately can provide insight into different aspects of brain function. Frequency analysis also allows for application of specific filters to remove unwanted noise or artifacts from EEG signals. Filtering in frequency domain can help enhance the signal to noise ratio and improve the accuracy of analysis. And to transform Mu's raw data into frequency domain, first we need to remove DC offset by subtracting the mean of the raw data. DC offset is a constant voltage level that may present in EEG signals due to various factors. For example, electrode contact impedance, sweat, or other skin-related issues. Subtracting the mean centers the signal around zero, making it more suitable for further analysis. Then applying timing window to the EEG data to reduce spectral leakage. Spectral leakage occurs when frequency content of a signal spreads into neighboring frequency bands during the process of sampling a signal. This spreading can lead to inaccuracies in representation of the signal's frequency component in the frequency domain. After that, we calculate the fast Fourier transform and one-sided power spectral density by taking the absolute value of the FFT. Finally, we define the frequency band for delta, theta, alpha, and beta, and computing the mean power within each frequency band.
How do we process the cloud data after receiving the raw data from the user while they sleep? We use when we determine there is a data point that is higher than the threshold, then we use a Gaussian distribution to classify it. Why we do this is because that imagine you are sleeping and the next second you are making a dream and the next second you are not sleeping again. So it's not possible. So it's a graduation steps. So we use the the Gaussian distribution and take the data points that contribute to 98% of confidence of the whole process, and so that we can give the user a better estimation how they sleep and how good they slept overnight.
So now I'm going to introduce you guys the interface. So yeah, this is basically how the interface looks like. So it'll have three main parts. So the very first part is show you guys the users for a good sleep time and shallow sleep time. And the second part is this plot. So after all the data are collected, then we can plot this one in a brain waveform. And you may notice that there's two red lines, which are the thresholds that align with the Gaussian distribution threshold. So these lines are actually mean plus or minus 3 times the standard deviation. And all of the data points above or below the thresholds are marked as spikes and slumps. So once the spikes and slumps are detected, which means actually your brain activity is super high, so you may not actually fall asleep, or you'll probably just have a dream down there. After that, we have the final part, which is the sleeping quality. So after all the data are collected and we have the outliers defined so that we can apply the calculations, and then we generate a final result. So we get the good sleep time percentage and the quality of our sleep as the final result. Another important function is this drop-down menu. So every user can check their previous sleeping qualities for different days. So this is an example for a good quality. This is a bad one because you can see in this short time we have so many spikes and slumps detected. This is a normal one, so in this long time range, only several spikes or slumps are detected. So as a future goal, we can develop a system. Once the user click this, we can support a multi-tenant profile. So the user can register into their account, register by email address and log into their account so that they can check their previous sleeping qualities. And all of the data are actually stored in the cloud database as Brian introduced before. So this is basically how the interface works, and we'll have David to give the further presentation.
Hi. The next part is spanning the problem space. We found several issues, maybe some things that we need to improve in our project. The first thing is we want to improve the stability of the signal transmission. Then the second one is we want to do some like wearing comfort improvements for the Muse headset. Because when we found out that when we sleep, the covering area of the Muse headset is too big, so it makes people like feel uncomfortable. And the third part is we want to utilize the open data and better machine learning models to better predict our sleeping state. And the first part is we want to combine the EEG and EOG data together to train our model. Potentially can also improve the data prediction. Also, we want to make further improvements on our development process. The first part is we want to connect the front-end web page with the back-end database. The second part is we want to create user authentication and match with the individual Muse collected data. And third part is we want to update the site stats dynamically in real time for each registered user. The first part is we want to implement more features to help better visualize the stats, such as we want to implement a filter or a search so user can better analyze their personal sleeping data.
So since our goal is to apply some machine learning algorithms into classifying our sleeping stages, so we have first conduct a literature review on the previous proposals on classifying using machine learning algorithms. So we select a few of recently published papers, and again, because this is a real world challenges, there's no standardized benchmarks for such a task. We may say some different techniques being used. Some people apply EEG data, some people apply EOD data, some people apply both, and some people do pre-processing, some people only apply the data with no pre-processing. But again, all of these approaches are centered around artificial neural networks. As the brain game, we wish to use something that's more neuromorphic, which means also brain-inspired algorithm, which is where the spiky neural networks come into play. So spiky neural networks are differently from artificial neural networks because it works with spikes, as the name suggests. So both the inputs and the outputs are in the form of spikes, which it also uses a special type of neuron, which is called leak integrated fire neurons. These neurons, whose purpose are simply trying to mimic the actual biological neuron in our brain, but in a much simpler way. So these neurons, they generate their own spikes, which are, again, propagated into deeper layers, just like a conventional neural network. So yeah, here it is a simple comparison of conventional models against spiky neural networks. So recall a couple slides ago, we have like spike detection algorithm, which tries to translate the floating point continuous data into spiking signals, which are simply ones and zeros. So yeah, here is where the differences are, and I'll quickly go over the learning algorithms as well. Because they're different, so we have a simple alternative to traditional backpropagation. We use these algorithms where when a spike happens, or a post-synaptic spike happens before a pre-synaptic spike, we increase the connection, and vice versa. So this is a simple unsupervised learning rule for spiky neural networks. And the benefit for doing all this is the energy efficiency, because we do not do any multiplication here, because spikes are simply ones and zeros. Without the multiplications being done on the floating point data, we can save a lot of energy with specialized hardwares.
And finally, I'm just going to quickly go over some possible applications that we could go look into further in the future. First one is to build a sleep study home lab for sleep quality tracking on a day-to-day basis. Sleep study conducted in a lab is very expensive, time-consuming, and if you're like me, if you experience one time, you know it's kind of torturous. So basically, to study your own sleeping habits in your own home could be a good alternative for some people who have a fear of sleep studies. The other one we could do is lucid dream inductions, and we could do that while external stimuli, like we see here, it could be a sound cue, it could be a light cue, and basically it kind of helps you bridge the gap between the user and their internal environment, which is their dreams. The final one is sleep optimization through polyphasiatic sleep. Well, so what I mean by that is that finding a way to sleep for less time overall, but maximize the amount of sleep quality you get from it. So if done right, this could minimize your sleep time per day to 1 hour despite not losing any energy. And yeah, so in summary, our solution is a consumer-grade dream machine that is portable, cost-effective, based on the Muse EEG technology, open source, and we possibly plan on investigating more into its possible applications in the future, and we welcome any feedback. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, I think we should get the next group up here so we don't get too far behind schedule. And then, you guys ready with the EMG team?
I'm using the bathroom.
Okay, cool.
We're back.
All right. You guys come up. Ready? Plug in your
I got a phone track. Okay, go.
Hello everyone, we are the group of 5 guys, and today we will introduce you our project, the EMG Automative Control. First, I want to ask you guys a question. Do you know how many people are using the wheelchairs in the world? 1 million? 2 million? Or maybe even 10 million? No, the number is a little bit scary. According to the World Health Organization, there are more than 65 million wheelchair users in the world. So that's a large number of people who are using the wheelchairs. The reason why I'm asking this question is that when we start our project, we want to do something to contribute to the society and especially to the community with of people with disability. So we aim to solve a problem related to the people who use wheelchairs. As we know, there are 2 types of wheelchairs, and the first one is the traditional manual wheelchair, and the second one is the electric wheelchairs. The first type, manual wheelchairs, they are driven by the user's hands and arms. It requires physical strength, and it also requires the functional arm and functional hands. The second type of wheelchair is the electric wheelchairs. This type of wheelchairs does make the user experience much better than the manual wheelchairs. They are driven by electric motors, and you can use the joystick on the armrest to control the wheelchair behaviors. However, the electric wheelchairs does have some limits. Those limits are quite bothering their users or potential users to use them. For example, some elders who have shaky hands and some people with disability who who may not have functional hands or arms to operate the joysticks, it is quite difficult for them to use that joysticks. And it can cause even safety issues. So now we have found the problem. Although the joysticks are quite simple for the majority users to use that, but still there are minority users suffering from it. So we need to find another way to control the electric wheelchairs. And thanks for Professor Mann, we kind of found a solution. So electromyography, the abbreviation is the EMG. So it actually measures the muscle response or the electrical activity in response to a nerve stimulation of the muscle. And we can call the reading signals as the muscle electrical signals. So based on the EMG concepts, we found some EMG sensors in the market that can measure the muscle electrical signals. With this type of sensors, we now have a plan to solve the problem. So we can use the EMG signals to control the electric wheelchair. So why this is a good solution? First, I want to tell you that the benefit from using the EMG signals to control the electrical wheelchair is that with the EMG sensors, there is no restrictions on which body part you want to use to control the wheelchair. So as well as you have two functional muscles, then we can get the electrical muscle signals, and we will be able to use that to control the behavior of electric wheelchair. And that's my friend.
In our design, the idea of Mersivity are coming across all the time and played a big portion. So let me introduce some Mersivity concepts before all the details. As we navigate the challenge of mobility and autonomy in our quest for better assistive technologies, we encounter the transformative concept Mersivity. It is a philosophy where technology is not an isolated entity, but a harmonious extension of our whole human experience and our environment. The concept of Mersivity, as described in these images, is about creating a sustainable technology society that is in harmony with nature and humanity. It encompasses the integration of sustainable practices, which is symbolized by the clear water droplet and the natural landscape, and technology advancement, which is represented by the waveform and the notion of virtual fates, and the societal well-being, which is illustrated by the sphere with human and animal figures. Mersivity advocates for technologies that are immersive and inclusive, enhancing our connection to the environment without causing harm or disconnection from the physical world. In the spirit of Mersivity, our EMG automated control project is not just a tool, it is a bridge that connects users with their surroundings through intuitive technology. It represents a leap forward, where assistive devices are not only about empowerment, but also about environmental consciousness and societal inclusivity. Imagine a technology that touches the world as gently as it touches the life of its user. This is the world of Mersivity, a world where our creation respects and sustains the environment while providing freedom and control to those who need it most. As we proceed, please keep that in mind with each slide. We are not just discussing the components of a machine. We are unfolding the fabric of a sustainable technology society where every innovation is a step forward, a more inclusive and harmonious future.
Okay, before we go into the human technology interface, I will show you our EMG collection devices first. So, Chen Tong's hand. There are two EMG collection devices. Each one have 3 different nodes with different colors. The red, green, and the yellow. The yellow one is a reference point which should be sticked to the area where there's no muscle. And the signal collection is happened between the red one and the green one. So when the muscle in this specific area is under usage, the bioinformation is collected. And the collected information will be sent to our adrenal board. So let's go back to the human technology interface. When the user wants to turn left, the user could tighten the left arm. Then our control system will receive a positive left arm muscle signal, and the output will be a positive right motor voltage, which will cause the wheelchair to turn left. When the user wants to turn right, the user could tighten the right arm's muscle. Then our control system will receive a positive right muscle signal, and the output will be a positive left motor voltage. The wheelchair will turn right. When the user wants to go forward, the user could tighten both the left and the right arm, and the left arm muscle signal and right arm muscle signal will be collected, and the output will be a positive right and left motor voltage, which will cause the wheelchair to go forward. And a stop is easy one. When the user wants to stop, the user could just relax both arms, and our control system will receive a negative left and right arm muscle signal. The output will be a 0 right and left motor voltage. The car will be stopped. Yeah, next one is our design details.
So for our prototype in this project, we used 2 EMG sensors and an Arduino board and a Raspberry Pi 4 board, and also a motor driver controller board to control the 2 motors. In our prototype, we had 2 systems, the EMG input system and the car system. So on the left, in the EMG input system, we used 2 EMG sensors to read the EMG signals from the user's 2 muscles. And the EMG sensors actually generate analog signals, which lead us to use an Arduino board to read and convert them to digital signals. Once the Arduino has the EMG signals ready, then it will be sent to the signals will be sent to the car system through Bluetooth to the Raspberry Pi board. And on the right hand, the car system. Inside the car system, there is a Raspberry Pi board, and there are 2 subsystems inside this board. The left one is called the car controlling system, and the right one is the swing control system. So the car controlling system, once the signal is being transferred to the Raspberry Pi, then the car controlling system will decide the car behavior, like turning right or turning right and going forward. And it also will, based on the readings of the signals, to calculate the speed of the motors. So with higher strength of the EMG signals, the speed. And after that, based on the speed of the car and also the direction of the wheelchair prototype, the swing control system will control the LED lights to flash different patterns. And let my friend to introduce the swing related stuff.
incorporating a swing which stands for sequential wave imprinting machine into our wheelchair prototype brings the Mersivity's vision to life, fostering an intuitive connection between the user and the device. The swing vision output red is for the left sensor, and the green is for the right sensor, which provides an immediate observable experience of the EMG signals. This integration not only enhances the wheelchair's functionality, but also embodies Mersivity's principles in emphasizing technology that is attentive and communicative, enriching the user's interaction with their environment. By making the unseen seen, Swing allies our project with the Mersivity ethos, bring the gap between the physical and the digital. Please take a look at the photo we have displayed on the slide. These are long exposure images that illustrate the waveform of my EMG signals. Next, I will outline the cost-effective aspect of our project.
Those swims are the EMG signals, right?
Yeah, EMG signals. So our EMG wheelchair prototype has a total cost of $262. It's a testament to our commitment to sustainable innovation. As we enhance our design, we are not only focused on functionality, but also on environmental and economical sustainability. We can do even more on the cost side. Because with users sitting on the EMG wheelchair, an Arduino board to collect and transmit EMG data is no longer needed. We are in the process of replacing both the Arduino and the Raspberry Pi 4 with a custom printed clustered board. The new EMG sensors are also being re-engineered to interface directly with this PCB while optimizing our resource use and reduce electronic waste. These changes underscore our cost-saving efforts and reflect the deliberate choice to minimize our ecological footprint. By concentrating on the essential features, we ensure our production practices are sustainable, underscoring our pledge to create technology that honors both our users and the environment. Now I will pass my role to my partner and let him introduce the advantages of our project.
Yeah, here's our advantages. The first and the most important thing is safety. Safety for users is our top priority. Regarding to our EMG collection, the time gap between readings and reaction on the wheelchair is under 0.5 seconds, which could ensure the safety of users. The second one is adaptability. Our EMG control system and motor design could adapt to different kinds of wheelchairs as long as there are two wheels that can be mounted with motors. The third one is versatility. Our EMG solution could be used by pretty wide range of users, especially when people do not have hands to use the traditional joystick on the electrical wheelchair. And our EMG signal collection could be used on any muscles that the user could tighten and relax. And the next part is our demo.
First, we are trying to put up the Raspberry Pi 4.
Yeah, first we will do a pre-recorded video.
Yeah, we can create a video first while we are waiting for the board to become online.
Yeah, also we're gonna run some collaboration process.
So this is control go straight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We are trying to control the wheelchair to hit the water bottle in the middle of the picture. It's like first person view. I don't know if you guys have ever played Cyberpunk, like the game, but just that angle. Yeah, got it. So we're trying to run the demo in real time right now. Bear with us.
So now we are into the calibration phase. So I will do stretches on my arm and hand to calibrate our EMG signals, which would be used for control the EMG card. Okay, so the calibration phase is over. So now we'll try to hit that bottle. So
For the audience over there, if you can see it, you can watch that. It's the same thing. We're trying to do this in the same way.
So I'll do stretch my left arm.
The battery is loose. Sorry.
Turning. Trying to hit the target. You know, since we are having a huge case over the car, so the balance is kind of shifted. We are going straight, we control it to go straight, but since the balance is not very perfectly balanced, it's not going straight at all. Probably the case. Yeah, but
All right.
Back to the presentation. So during the whole implementation phase, we have also discovered and encountered a lot of problems. The first problem that we had was the EMG signals that were generated from different people, they often varied a lot. Even though we are trying to get that signals from the same part of the muscle of different people, but it is pretty intuitive that most of the people, they have different body shape, they have different muscle strength. So it is making sense that we generate different, significantly different signals from different people. So our solution to that was we introduced the collaboration process that we just demoed. We are using that to dynamically determine a suitable threshold for the users. So, yeah. Another problem that we had was that the wireless connection, it experienced a significant delay. The solution to that was we shifted our communication protocol from BLE, which stands for Bluetooth Low Energy, which is a pretty good one, but it's not good enough, to the regular Bluetooth protocol. So we reduced the latency to 40 milliseconds now, which is a huge boost to us. So we are showing our different iterations over here.
So
In the first iteration stages, to reduce the latency of the communication, we updated the Bluetooth configurator from BLE to the standard Bluetooth. And after that, in the second iteration stages, to increase the accuracy of the control system, we replace the percentile threshold by the new calibration thresholds. And within the latest iteration stages, we also decorated the vehicle with a new case and a dial sitting on it, which could help you better simulate the actual business scenario. We added the swing LEDs to illustrate the moving status and the directions of our vehicles. We also modified the acceleration mechanism by adding more granularities. So on the other word, the speeds of the vehicle will change based on the intensity of EMG signals. This can help the user to control the wheelchairs in different environments.
So while we are so proud of what we have built so far, we also recognize there's always some room or space for our product to grow and improve. So first things first, our team is committed to enhancing the versatility of their control system. Imagine not just using your arm muscle to control the wheelchair, but also having the freedom to do that with, let's say, like a blink of your eyes or a subtle movement of the cheeks. That would be awesome. So our team is working on that to make that happen. Second point is our current focus is only to control this small wheelchair, but I don't think we should stop there. We are trying to integrate our technology with a bunch of other things, like electric cars or anything that are powered by motors, electric motors, and like any possibility. We just have so many possibilities, and I don't think we should stop here. We're just getting started. And we also recognize another thing, which is the cost effectiveness is another key to success. We realize our controlling system doesn't really take that much of computing power. So by transitioning to more affordable devices and components, we are going to make our product more accessible to the end users. Also, we are trying to update our code to support four-wheel drive, especially in the challenging winter of Canada. In Canada, safety is always people's first priority concern, and we want our customer to benefit from that feature. And the last thing is we wanted to shift to a better communication protocol. We want to enhance our user experience by reducing latency and noise while boosting up security. And that's our future improvements, potential improvements. And that's everything. Any questions?
We have time for one quick question, then we're just running a bit behind it.
Yeah. Any question, any concern?
Safety stop additional. So like if I was in an emergency and I needed to stop, quite frankly, I would tense up, which would be go, right? So is there another thing I can tense up? Yeah, I'm just sort of suggesting
right. Yeah, you're right.
In an emergency, like clench your butt cheeks and stuff.
Yeah, you're right. That's right now our current implementation. That's definitely possible that if we lose our communication over there, the motor is still gonna going forward or whatever it did before. But that's another concern. I mean, we may want to think down bigger iterations, but I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
To each other over the internet all the time constantly, and this is a really good example of Mersivity in everyday life. So Carl's not feeling so well, so Kelson, if you wanna come up and present. Yeah, yeah. You wanna play for a few minutes or something while they get themselves rolling? Play on the message for a few minutes.
How much time? Oh, okay. I guess they're going to skip it.
Okay, okay. Okay. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. I think we learned a lot about Mersivity. We'll put the proceedings together over the next few days. If people want to talk, I know, Jimmy, you want to connect with Ryan as well, have a little bit of networking. We can play on the hydrauliphone, we can jam a little bit for a bit. And then I got to get a few things. I wonder if I can get a couple of volunteers to help me bring some of these items back over to the EA. Ryan, I think what we'll do is we'll stash some of these items over in the EA for the time being, and then I'll just push them in sequence.
Oh, okay.
But maybe
Yes.
at the end, when we close out, if I can get some help, a couple of volunteers to bring some of the items over to the closest places, EA 302, where we can stow some of the items until our next. Yeah. So Ryan, you want to jam a bit?
Okay. Who else wants
And
to
then
jam?
I'll email introduce you to. I'll email introduce the two of you, and then who else wants to jam? Who wants to jam on hydraulophone? Ryan.
Any
Ryan
song
and I will
requests?
noodle around a little, and then
Yeah.
who else wants to just have some fun on this nest here? It's not every day. Hydraulophone in action.
I'm just wondering, who here doesn't know how hydrauliphone works? Few people? I know, yeah. So, yeah.
Give a free talk? Sure.
Well, I don't know, yeah. There's so much By the way, I sometimes say that, composers, half of these rules that they follow, they don't understand why they follow. Half of those rules are due to the biology of the ear, half of those rules are due to the fundamental mathematics of the universe. So any other alien civilization who is composing music, well, half of those things would be the same in music. And so that's all pretty neat. But then when you have built-in a musical instrument like this, then it gets very tricky too, because you have to have it so that your fingers, so that the instrument is really responsive and expressive. And Steve and I and a bunch of other people in the lab, so many different projects where people would build something with water or build something with all kinds of computers and different things like that. The first thing you have to make sure is that it's very responsive and reliable. and maybe all of you who have done presentations here, really good, real-time presentations, live demos, so that's really good. And the worst thing ever is if you're doing a demo, or if you're a musician and you're on a big stage, and you're trying to play something, or you wave your hand in the air, and there's no note. and so when we did computerized instruments, and something with cameras and all that stuff, you have to be it has to be, like the musician can't wait, and the audience can't wait. And so with hydraulophones, having something that's very tactile like this, it's great because you're just very smoothly and right away, but very sensitively changing how the water flows around your finger. And so it's not like a note or not a note. So anyway, maybe that's it's either you have a note now or you don't have a note now. But this, it's very smooth, and just like with a flute or with a woodwind instrument, it's very smooth in how you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone wants to try it?